Forward the Foundation by Isaac Asimov. Copyright 1993 by Nightfall Incorporated. This book is read by Larry A. McKeever. This book consists of 112 chapters and is 416 pages long. The following material appears on the dust jacket of the book. For nearly 50 years, Isaac Asimov thrilled millions of readers with his internationally best-selling Foundation series, a spellbinding tale of the future that spans hundreds of years and dozens of worlds. Here now is Forward the Foundation, the seventh and final volume in the series. Completed just before his death, it is the Grand Master's last gift to his legions of admirers. Here, at last, is the story Asimov fans have been waiting for, an exciting tale of danger, intrigue, and suspense that chronicles the second half of hero Harry Seldon's life as he struggles to perfect his revolutionary theory of psychohistory and establish the means by which the survival of humanity will be ensured. Foundation. For as Seldon and his loyal band of followers know, the mighty Galactic Empire is crumbling, and its inevitable destruction will wreak havoc galaxy-wide. A resounding tour de force, Forward the Foundation brings full circle Asimov's renowned Foundation epic. It is the crowning achievement of a great writer's life, and a stunning testament to the creative genius of Isaac Asimov. Isaac Asimov began his Foundation series at the age of 21, not realizing that it would one day be considered a cornerstone of science fiction. During his legendary career, Asimov penned over 470 books on subjects ranging from science to Shakespeare to history, though he was most loved for his award-winning science fiction sagas, which include the Robot, Empire, and Foundation series. Named a Grand Master of Science Fiction by the Science Fiction Writers of America, Asimov entertained and educated readers of all ages for close to 5 decades. He died at the age of 72 in April 1992. I could not have written this book 40 or 30, 20, or even 10 years ago. That is because, piece by piece over the years, I have been working back to Foundation's source, Harry Seldon. Today I enjoy the gift given to me by time, experience. Some might call it wisdom, but I will refrain from such bald self-aggrandizement. For it is only now that I am able to give my readers Harry Seldon during the most crucial creative years of his life. You see, over time, Harry Seldon has evolved into my alter ego. In my earlier books, Harry Seldon was the stuff of legend. With Forward the Foundation, I have made him real. Isaac Asimov, June 1991. The dedication. For all my loyal readers. Part 1. Ato Demerzel. Demerzel. Ato. While there is no question that Ato Demerzel was the real power in the government during much of the reign of Emperor Cleon I, historians are divided as to the nature of his rule. The classic interpretation is that he was another in the long line of strong and ruthless oppressors in the last century of the undivided Galactic Empire. But there are revisionist views that have surfaced, and that insist his was, if a despotism, a benevolent one. Much is made in this view of his relationship with Harry Seldon, though that remains forever uncertain, particularly during the unusual episode of Laskin Joranum, whose meteoric rise. Encyclopedia Galactica. All quotations from the Encyclopedia Galactica here reproduced are taken from the 116th edition, published 1020 FE by the Encyclopedia Galactica Publishing Company, Terminus, with permission of the publishers. Chapter 1. I tell you again, Harry, said Hugo Amaril, that your friend Demerzel is in deep trouble. He emphasized the word friend very lightly, and with an unmistakable air of distaste. Harry Seldon detected the sour note and ignored it. He looked up from his tri-computer and said, "I tell you again, Hugo, that that's nonsense." And then, with a trace of annoyance, just a trace, he added, "Why are you taking up my time by insisting?" "Because I think it's important." Amaryl sat down defiantly. It was a gesture that indicated he was not going to be moved easily. Here he was, and here he would stay. 8 years before, he had been a heat sinker in the doll sector, as low on the social scale as it was possible to be. He had been lifted out of that position by Seldon, made into a mathematician and an intellectual. More than that, into a psychohistorian. Never for 1 minute did he forget what he had been and who he was now, and to whom he owed the change. That meant that if he had to speak harshly to Harry Seldon, for Seldon's own good, no consideration of respect and love for the older man, and no regard for his own career would stop him. He owed such harshness, and much more, to Seldon. "Look, Harry," he said, chopping at the air with his left hand. "For some reason that is beyond my understanding, you think highly of this demoiselle, but I don't. No one whose opinion I respect, except you, thinks well of him. I don't care what happens to him personally, Harry, but as long as I think you do, I have no choice but to bring this to your attention." Seldon smiled, as much at the other's earnestness as at what he considered to be the uselessness of his concern. He was fond of Hugo Amaryl, more than fond. Hugo was one of the 4 people he had encountered during that short period of his life when he was in flight across the face of the planet Trantor. Ato Demerzel, Dors Van Abely, Hugo Amaryl, and Rach. 4, the likes of which he had not found since. In a particular, and in each case different way, these 4 were indispensable to him. Hugo Amaryl because of his quick understanding of the principles of psychohistory and of his imaginative probings into new areas. It was comforting to know that if anything happened to Seldon himself before the mathematics of the field could be completely worked out, and how slowly it proceeded, and how mountainous the obstacles, there would at least remain one good mind that would continue the research. He said, "I'm sorry, Hugo. I don't mean to be impatient with you, or to reject out of hand whatever it is you are so anxious to make me understand. It's just this job of mine. It's this business of being a department head." Amaryl found it his turn to smile, and he repressed a slight chuckle. "I'm sorry, Harry, and I shouldn't laugh, but you have no natural aptitude for the position." "As well I know, but I'll have to learn. I have to seem to be doing something harmless, and there is nothing more harmless than being the head of the mathematics department at Streeling University. I can fill my day with unimportant tasks, so that no one need know or ask about the course of our psychohistorical research. But the trouble is, I do fill my day with unimportant tasks, and I have insufficient time to—" His eyes glanced around his office at the material stored in computers to which only he and Amaryl had the key, and which, even if anyone else stumbled upon them, had been carefully phrased in an invented symbology that no one else would understand. Amaryl said, "Once you work your way further into your duties, you'll begin to delegate, and then you'll have more time." "I hope so," said Seldon dubiously. "But tell me, what is it about Ato Demerzel that is so important?" "Simply that Ato Demerzel, our great emperor's first minister, is busily creating an insurrection." Seldon frowned. "Why would he want to do that?" "I didn't say he wants to. he's simply doing it, whether he knows it or not, and with considerable help from some of his political enemies. That's all right with me, you understand. I think that under ideal conditions, it would be a good thing to have him out of the palace, off Trantor, beyond the Empire for that matter. But you think highly of him, as I've said, and so I'm warning you, because I suspect that you are not following the recent political course of events as closely as you should. There are more important things to do, said Seldon mildly. Like psychohistory, I agree. But how are we going to develop psychohistory with any hope of success if we remain ignorant of politics? I mean, present-day politics. Now is the time when the present is turning into the future. We can't just study the past. We know what happened in the past. It's against the present and the near future that we can check our results. It seems to me, said Seldon, that I have heard this argument before. And you'll hear it again. It doesn't seem to do me any good to explain this to you. Seldon sighed, sat back in his chair, and regarded Amaral with a smile. The younger man could be abrasive, but he took psychohistory seriously, and that repaid all. Amaral still had the mark of his early years as a heat-sinker. He had the broad shoulders and the muscular build of one who had been used to hard physical labor. He had not allowed his body to turn flabby, and that was a good thing, for it inspired Seldon to resist the impulse to spend all of his time at the desk as well. He did not have Amaral's sheer physical strength, but he still had his own talents as a twister, for all that he had just turned 40 and could not keep it up forever. But for now, he would continue. Thanks to his daily workouts, his waist was still trim, his legs and arms firm. He said, "This concern for Demerzel cannot be purely a matter of his being a friend of mine. You must have some other motive." "There's no puzzle to that. As long as you're a friend of Demerzel, your position here at the university is secure, and you can continue to work on psychohistorical research." "There you are. So I do have a reason to be friends with him. It isn't beyond your understanding at all." "You have an interest in cultivating him. That I understand. But as for friendship, that I don't understand. However, if Demerzel lost power, quite apart from the effect it might have on your position, then Cleon himself would be running the Empire, and the rate of its decline would increase. Anarchy might then be upon us before we have worked out all the implications of psychohistory and made it possible for the science to save all humanity." "I see. But you know, honestly, I don't think that we're going to work out psychohistory in time to prevent the fall of the Empire." "Even if we could not prevent the fall, we could cushion the effects, couldn't we?" "Perhaps." "There you are, then. The longer we have to work in peace, the greater the chance we will have to prevent the fall, or at least ameliorate the effects. Since that is the case, working backward, it may be necessary to save Demerzel whether we, or at least I, like it or not." "Yet you just said that you would like to see him out of the palace and away from Trantor and beyond the Empire." "Yes, under ideal conditions," I said. "But we are not living under ideal conditions, and we need our First Minister, even if he is an instrument of repression and despotism." "I see. But why do you think the Empire is so close to dissolution that the loss of a First Minister will bring it about?" "Psychohistory." "Are you using it for predictions? We haven't even gotten the framework in place. What predictions can you make?" "There's intuition, Harry, There's always been intuition. We want something more, don't we? We want a mathematical treatment that'll give us probabilities of specific future developments under this condition or that. If intuition suffices to guide us, we don't need psychohistory at all. It's not necessarily a matter of one or the other, Harry. I'm talking about both. The combination, which may be better than either, at least until psychohistory is perfected. If ever, said Seldon. But tell me, where does this danger to Demerzel arise? What is it that is likely to harm him or overthrow him? Are we talking about Demerzel's overthrow? Yes, said Amaryl, and a grim look settled on his face. Then tell me, have pity on my ignorance. Amaryl flushed. You're being condescending, Harry. Surely you've heard of Jojo Joranum? Certainly. He's a demagogue. Wait, where's he from? Nishaya, right? A very unimportant world. Goat herding, I think. High-quality cheeses. That's it. Not just a demagogue, however. He commands a strong following, and it's getting stronger. He aims, he says, for social justice and greater political involvement by the people. Yes, said Seldon, I've heard that much. His slogan is, government belongs to the people. Not quite, Harry. He says, government is the people. Seldon nodded. Well, you know, I rather sympathize with the thought. So do I. I'm all for it, if Joranum meant it. But he doesn't, except as a stepping stone. It's a path, not a goal. He wants to get rid of Demerzel. After that, it will be easy to manipulate Cleon. Then Joranum will take the throne himself, and he will be the people. You've told me yourself that there have been a number of episodes of this sort in imperial history. And these days, the empire is weaker and less stable than it used to be. A blow which in earlier centuries merely staggered it might now shatter it. The empire will welter in civil war and never recover, and we won't have psychohistory in place to teach us what must be done. Yes, I see your point. But surely it's not going to be that easy to get rid of Demerzel. You don't know how strong Joranum is growing. It doesn't matter how strong he's growing. A shadow of thought seemed to pass over Seldon's brow. I wonder that his parents came to name him Jojo. There's something juvenile about that name. His parents had nothing to do with it. His real name is Laskin, a very common name on Nishaya. He chose Jojo himself, presumably from the first syllable of his last name. The more fool he, wouldn't you say? No, I wouldn't. His followers shouted, Joe, 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 over and over. It's hypnotic. Well, said Seldon, making a move to return to his tricomputer and adjust the multidimensional simulation it had created, we'll see what happens. Can you be that casual about it? I'm telling you, the danger is imminent. No, it isn't, said Seldon, eyes steely, his voice suddenly hardening. You don't have all the facts. What facts don't I have? We'll discuss that another time, Hugo. For now, continue with your work, and let me worry about Demerzel and the state of the Empire. Emerald's lips tightened, but the habit of obedience to Seldon was strong. Yes, Harry. But not overwhelmingly strong. He turned at the door and said, You're making a mistake, Harry. Seldon smiled slightly. I don't think so, but I have heard your warning, and I will not forget. Still, all will be well. And as Amaryl left, Seldon's smile faded. Would indeed all be well? Chapter 2. But Seldon, while he did not forget Amaryl's warning, did not think of it with any great degree of concentration. His 40th birthday came and went, with the usual psychological blow. 40. He was not young any longer. Life no longer stretched before him as a vast, uncharted field, its horizon lost in the distance. He had been on Trantor for 8 years, and the time had passed quickly. Another 8 years, and he would be nearly 50. Old age would be looming. And he had not even made a decent beginning in psychohistory. Hugo Amaryl spoke brightly of laws and worked out his equations by making daring assumptions based on intuition. But how could one possibly test those assumptions? Psychohistory was not yet an experimental science. The complete study of psychohistory would require experiments that would involve worlds of people, centuries of time, and a total lack of ethical responsibility. It posed an impossible problem, and he resented having to spend any time whatever on departmental tasks, so he walked home at the end of the day in a morose mood. Ordinarily, he could always count on a walk through the campus to rouse his spirits. Streeling University was high-domed, and the campus gave the feeling of being out in the open, without the necessity of enduring the kind of weather he had experienced on his one and only visit to the Imperial Palace. There were trees, lawns, walks, almost as though he were on the campus of his old college on his home world of Helicon. The illusion of cloudiness had been arranged for the day, with the sunlight, no sun of course, just sunlight, appearing and disappearing at odd intervals. And it was a little cool, just a little. It seemed to Seldon that the cool days came a little more frequently than they used to. Was Trantor saving energy? Was it increasing inefficiency? Or, and he scowled inwardly as he thought it, was he getting old, and was his blood getting thin? He placed his hands in his jacket pockets and hunched up his shoulders. Usually, he did not bother guiding himself consciously. His body knew the way perfectly from his offices to his computer room, and from there to his apartment and back. Generally, he negotiated the path with his thoughts elsewhere. But today a sound penetrated his consciousness, a sound without meaning. Joe, 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 Joe. It was rather soft and distant, but it brought back a memory. Yes, Amaryl's warning. The demagogue. Was he here on campus? His legs swerved without Seldon's making a conscious decision, and brought him over the low rise to the university field, which was used for calisthenics, sports, and student oratory. In the middle of the field was a moderate-sized crowd of students who were chanting enthusiastically. On a platform was someone he didn't recognize, someone with a loud voice and a swaying rhythm. It wasn't this man Joronum, however. He had seen Joronum on holovision a number of times. Since Amaryl's warning, Seldon had paid close attention. Joronum was large and smiled with a kind of vicious camaraderie. He had thick, sandy hair and light blue eyes. This speaker was small, if anything, thin, wide-mouthed, dark-haired, and loud. Seldon wasn't listening to the words, though he did hear the phrase, "Power from the one to the many," and the many-voiced shout in response. Fine, thought Seldon, but just how does he intend to bring this about, and is he serious? He was at the outskirts of the crowd now, and looked around for someone he knew. He spotted Fenangelos, a Pratt Math undergraduate. Not a bad young man, dark and woolly-haired. "Fenangelos," he called out. "Professor Seldon," said Fenangelos after a moment of staring, as though unable to recognize Seldon without a keyboard at his fingertips. He trotted over. "Did you come to listen to this guy?" "I didn't come for any purpose but to find out what the noise was. Who is he?" "His name is Namarti, Professor. He's speaking for Jojo." "I hear that," said Seldon, as he listened to the chant again. It began each time the speaker made a telling point, apparently. "But who is this Namarti? I don't recognize the name. What department is he in?" "He's not a member of the university, Professor. He's one of Jojo's men." "If he's not a member of the university, he has no right to speak here without a permit. Does he have one, do you suppose?" "I wouldn't know, Professor." "Well then, let's find out." Seldon started into the crowd, but Fenangelos caught his sleeve. "Don't start anything, Professor. He's got goons with him." There were 6 young men behind the speaker, spaced rather widely, legs apart, arms folded, scowling. Goons? For rough stuff, in case anyone tries anything funny. Then he's certainly not a member of the university, and even a permit wouldn't cover what you call his goons. Fenangelos, signal through to the university security officers. They should have been here by now without a signal. "I guess they don't want trouble," muttered Fenangelos. "Please, Professor, don't try anything. If you want me to get the security officers, I will, but you just wait till they come. Maybe I can break this up before they come." He began pushing his way through. It wasn't difficult. Some of those present recognized him, and all could see the professorial shoulder patch. He reached the platform, placed his hands on it, and vaulted up the 3 feet with a small grunt. He thought with chagrin that he could have done it with one hand 10 years before, and without the grunt. He straightened up. The speaker had stopped talking and was looking at him with wary and ice-hard eyes. Seldon said calmly, "Your permit to address the students, sir?" "Who are you?" said the speaker. He said it loudly, his voice carrying. "I'm a member of the faculty of this university," said Seldon, equally loudly. "Your permit, sir?" "I deny your right to question me on the matter." The young man behind the speaker had gathered closer. "If you have none, I would advise you to leave the university grounds immediately." "And if I don't?" "Well, for one thing, the university security officers are on their way." He turned to the crowd. "Students," he called out, "we have the right of free speech and freedom of assembly on this campus, but it can be taken away from us if we allow outsiders, without permits, to make unauthorized—" A heavy hand fell on his shoulder, and he winced. He turned around and found it was one of the men Fenangelos had referred to as goons. The man said, with a heavy accent whose provenance Seldon could not immediately identify, "Get out of here, fast." "What good will that do?" said Seldon. "The security officers will be here any minute." "In that case," said Namarti with a feral grin, "there'll be a riot. That doesn't scare us." "Of course it wouldn't," said Seldon. "You'd like it, but there won't be a riot. You'll all go quietly." He turned again to the students and shrugged off the hand on his shoulder. "We'll see to that, won't we?" Someone in the crowd shouted, "That's Professor Seldon. He's all right. Don't pound him." Seldon sensed ambivalence in the crowd. There would be some, he knew, who would welcome a dust-up with the university security officers, just on general principles. On the other hand, there had to be some who liked him personally, and still others who did not know him, but who would not want to see violence against a member of the faculty. A woman's voice rang out. "Watch out, Professor." Seldon sighed and regarded the large young men he faced. He didn't know if he could do it, if his reflexes were quick enough, his muscles sturdy enough, even given his prowess at twisting. One goon was approaching him, overconfidently, of course. Not quickly, which gave Seldon a little of the time his aging body would need. The goon held out his arm confrontationally, which made it easier. Seldon seized the arm, whirled, and bent, arm up, and then down, with a grunt. Why did he have to grunt? And the goon went flying through the air, propelled partly by his own momentum. He landed with a thump on the outer edge of the platform, his right shoulder dislocated. There was a wild cry from the audience at this totally unexpected development. Instantly, an institutional pride erupted. "Take them, Prof," a lone voice shouted. Others took up the cry. Seldon smoothed back his hair, trying not to puff. With his foot, he shoved the groaning, fallen goon off the platform. "Anyone else?" he asked pleasantly. "Or will you leave quietly?" He faced Namarti and his 5 henchmen, and as they paused irresolutely, Seldon said, "I warn you, the crowd is on my side now. If you try to rush me, they'll take you apart." "Okay, who's next? Let's go, one at a time." He had raised his voice with the last sentence and made small come-hither motions with his fingers. The crowd yelled its pleasure. Namarti stood there stolidly. Seldon leaped past him and caught his neck in the crook of his arm. Students were climbing onto the platform now, shouting, "One at a time, one at a time," and getting between the bodyguards and Seldon. Seldon increased the pressure on the other's windpipe and whispered in his ear, "There's a way to do this, Namarti, and I know how. I've practiced it for years. If you make a move and try to break away, I'll ruin your larynx so that you'll never talk above a whisper again. If you value your voice, do as I say. When I let up, you tell your bunch of bullies to leave. If you say anything else, they'll be the last words you'll say normally. And if you ever come back to this campus again, no more Mr. Nice Guy. I'll finish the job." He released the pressure momentarily. Namarti said huskily, "All of you, get out." They retreated rapidly, helping their stricken comrade. When the university security officers arrived a few moments later, Seldon said, "Sorry, gentlemen, false alarm." He left the field and resumed his walk home with more than a little chagrin. He had revealed a side of himself he did not want to reveal. He was Harry Seldon, mathematician, not Harry Seldon, sadistic twister. Besides, he thought gloomily, Doris would hear of this. In fact, he'd better tell her himself, lest she hear a version that made the incident seem worse than it really was. She would not be pleased. Chapter 3. She wasn't. Doris was waiting for him at the door of their apartment, in an easy stance, hand on one hip, looking very much as she had when he had first met her at this university 8 years before. Slim, shapely, with curly reddish-gold hair. Very beautiful in his eyes, but not very beautiful in any objective sense, though he had never been able to assess her objectively after the first few days of their friendship. Doris Spinabile. That's what he thought when he saw her calm face. There were many worlds, even many sectors on Trantor, where it would have been common to call her Doris Seldon. But that, he always thought, would put the mark of ownership on her, and he did not wish it, even though the custom was sanctioned by existence back into the vague mists of the pre-imperial past. Doris said, softly, and with a sad shake of her head that barely disturbed her loose curls, "I've heard, Harry. Just what am I going to do with you?" "A kiss would not be amiss." "Well, perhaps, but only after we probe this a little. Come in." The door closed behind them. "You know, dear, I have my course and my research. I'm still doing that dreadful history of the Kingdom of Trantor, which you tell me is essential to your own work. Shall I drop it all and take to wandering around with you, protecting you? It's still my job, you know. It's more than ever my job, now that you're making progress with psychohistory." "Making progress? I wish I were. But you needn't protect me." "Needn't I? I sent Rach out looking for you. After all, you were late, and I was concerned. You usually tell me when you're going to be late." "I'm sorry if that makes me sound as though I'm your keeper, Harry, but I am your keeper." "Does it occur to you, Keeper Doors, that every once in a while I like to slip my leash?" "And if something happens to you, what do I tell Demerzel?" "Am I too late for dinner? Have we clicked for kitchen service?" "No, I was waiting for you. And as long as you're here, you click it. You're a great deal pickier than I am when it comes to food, and don't change the subject." "Didn't Rach tell you that I was all right? So what's there to talk about?" "When he found you, you were in control of the situation, and he got back here first, but not by much. I didn't hear any details. Tell me, what were you doing?" Seldon shrugged. "There was an illegal gathering, Doors, and I broke it up. The university could have gotten a good deal of trouble it didn't need if I hadn't." "And it was up to you to prevent it? Harry, you're not a twister anymore. You're an—" He put in hastily, "An old man?" "For a twister, yes. You're 40. How do you feel?" "Well, a little stiff." "I can well imagine. And one of these days, when you try to pretend you're a young Heliconian athlete, you'll break a rib. Now, tell me about it." "Well, I told you how Amaryl warned me that Demerzel was in trouble because of the demagoguery of Jojo Joranum." "Jojo? Yes, I know that much. What don't I know? What happened today?" "There was a rally at the field. A Jojo partisan named Namarti was addressing the crowd." "Namarti is Gambol Dean Namarti, Joranum's right-hand man." "Well, you know more about it than I do." "In any case, he was addressing a large crowd, and he had no permit, and I think he was hoping there would be some sort of riot. They feed on these disorders, and if he could close down the university, even temporarily, he would charge Demerzel with the destruction of academic freedom. I gather they blame him for everything. So I stopped them, sent them off without a riot." "You sound proud." "Why not? Not bad for a man of 40. "Is that why you did it? To test your status at 40? Seldon thoughtfully clicked the dinner menu. Then he said, "No, I really was concerned that the university would get into needless trouble. And I was concerned about Demerzel. I'm afraid that Hugo's tales of danger had impressed me more than I realized. That was stupid, Doris, because I know that Demerzel can take care of himself. I couldn't explain that to Hugo, or to anyone but you. He drew in a deep breath. It's amazing what a pleasure it is that I can at least talk to you about it. You know, and I know, and Demerzel knows, and no one else knows, at least that I know of, that Demerzel is untouchable. Doors touched a contact on a recessed wall panel, and the dining section of their living quarters lit up with a soft peach-colored glow. Together, she and Harry walked to the table, which was already set with linen, crystal, and utensils. As they sat, the dinner began to arrive. There was never any long delay at this time of evening, and Seldon accepted it quite casually. He had long since grown accustomed to the social position that made it unnecessary for them to patronize the faculty dinners. Seldon savored the seasonings they had learned to enjoy during their stay at Mycogen. The only thing about that strange, male-dominated, religion-permeated, living-in-the-past sector they had not detested. Doris said softly, "How do you mean, untouchable?" "Come, dear, he can alter emotions. You haven't forgotten that. If Joranum really became dangerous, he could be," he made a vague gesture with his hands, "altered, made to change his mind." Doris looked uncomfortable, and the meal proceeded in an unusual silence. It wasn't until it was over, and the remains, dishes, cutlery, and all, swirled down the disposal chute in the center of the table, which then smoothly covered itself over, that she said, "I'm not sure I want to talk about this, Harry, but I can't let you be fooled by your own innocence." "Innocence?" He frowned. "Yes. We've never talked about this. I never thought it would come up. But Demerzel has shortcomings. He is not untouchable. He may be harmed. And Joranum is indeed a danger to him." "Are you serious?" "Of course I am. You don't understand robots. Certainly not one as complex as Demerzel. And I do." Chapter 4. There was a short silence again, but only because thoughts are silent. Seldon's were tumultuous enough. Yes, it was true. His wife did seem to have an uncanny knowledge of robots. Harry had wondered about this so often over the years that he had finally given up, tucked it away in the back of his mind. If it hadn't been for Ato Demerzel, a robot, Harry would never have met Doris. For Doris worked for Demerzel. It was Demerzel who assigned Doris to Harry's case 8 years ago to protect him during his flight throughout the various sectors of Trantor. Even though now she was his wife, his helpmeet, his better half, Harry still occasionally wondered about Dora's strange connection with the robot Demerzel. It was the only area of Dora's life where Harry truly felt he did not belong, nor welcome. And that brought to mind the most painful question of all. Was it out of obedience to Demerzel that Doris stayed with Harry, or was it out of love for him? He wanted to believe the latter, and yet... His life with Doris Venabili was a happy one, but it was so at a cost, at a condition. The condition was all the more stringent in that it had been settled not through discussion or agreement, but by a mutual unspoken understanding. Seldon understood that he found in Doris everything he would have wanted in a wife. True, he had no children, but he had neither expected any, nor, to tell the truth, had greatly wanted any. He had Rach, who was as much a son of his emotionally as if he had inherited the entire Seldonian genome, perhaps more so. The mere fact that Doris was causing him to think about the matter was breaking the agreement that had kept them in peace and comfort all these years, and he felt a faint but growing resentment at that. But he pushed those thoughts, the questions, away again. He had learned to accept her role as his protector, and would continue to do so. After all, it was he with whom she shared a home, a table, and a bed, not Ato Demerzel. Dor's voice brought him out of his reverie. "I said, are you sulking, Harry?" He started slightly, for there was the sound of repetition in her voice, and he realized he had been shrinking steadily deeper into his mind and away from her. "I'm sorry, dear. I'm not sulking, not deliberately sulking. I'm just wondering how I ought to respond to your statement." "About robots?" She seemed quite calm as she said the word. "You said that I don't know as much about them as you do. How do I respond to that?" He paused, then added quietly, knowing he was taking a chance, "That is, without offense." "I didn't say you didn't know about robots. If you're going to quote me, do so with precision. I said you didn't understand about robots. I'm sure that you know a great deal, perhaps more than I do. But to know is not necessarily to understand." "Now, Doris, you're deliberately speaking in paradoxes to be annoying. A paradox arises only out of an ambiguity that deceives, either unwittingly or by design. I don't like that in science, and I don't like it in casual conversation either, unless it is meant humorously, which I think is not the case now." Doris laughed in her particular way, softly, almost as though amusement were too precious to be shared in an over-liberal manner. "Apparently the paradox has annoyed you into pomposity, and you are always humorous when you are pompous. However, I'll explain. It's not my intention to annoy you." She reached over to pat his hand, and it was to Seldon's surprise and slight embarrassment that he found that he had clenched his hand into a fist. Doris said, "You talk about psychohistory a great deal, to me at any rate. You know that?" Seldon cleared his throat. "I throw myself on your mercy as far as that's concerned. The project is secret by its very nature. Psychohistory won't work unless the people it affects know nothing about it, so I can talk about it only to Hugo and to you. To Hugo, it is all intuition. He's brilliant, but he is so apt to leap wildly into darkness that I must play the role of caution, of forever pulling him back. But I have my wild thoughts, too, and it helps me to be able to hear them aloud, even," and he smiled, "when I have a pretty good notion that you don't understand a word I'm saying." "I know I'm your sounding board, and I don't mind. I really don't mind, Harry, so don't begin making inner resolutions to change your behavior. Naturally, I don't understand your mathematics. I'm just a historian, and not even a historian of science. The influence of economic change on political development is what is taking up my time now." "Yes, and I'm your sounding board on that, or hadn't you noticed? I'll need it for psychohistory when the time comes, so I suspect you'll be an indispensable help to me." "Good. Now that we've settled why you stay with me, I knew it couldn't be for my ethereal beauty. Let me go on to explain that occasionally, when your discussion veers away from the strictly mathematical aspects, it seems to me that I get your drift. You have, on a number of occasions, explained what you call the necessity of minimalism. I think I understand that. By it, you mean—" "I know what I mean." Doris looked hurt. Less lofty, please, Harry. I'm not trying to explain it to you. I want to explain it to myself. You say you're my sounding board, so act like one. Turnabout is fair play, isn't it? Turnabout is fine, but if you're going to accuse me of loftiness when I say one little... Enough. Shut up. You have told me that minimalism is of the highest importance in applied psychohistory. In the art of attempting to change an undesired development into a desired one, or at any rate a less undesired one. You have said that a change must be applied that is as minute, as minimal as possible. Yes, said Seldon eagerly. That is because... No, Harry. I'm trying to explain. We both know that you understand it. You must have minimalism because every change, any change, has a myriad of side effects that can't always be allowed for. If the change is too great and the side effects too many, then it becomes certain that the outcome will be far removed from anything you've planned, and that it would be entirely unpredictable. Right, said Seldon. That's the essence of a chaotic effect. The problem is whether any change is small enough to make the consequence reasonably predictable, or whether human history is inevitably and unalterably chaotic in every respect. It was that which, at the start, made me think that psychohistory was not... I know, but you're not letting me make my point. Whether any change would be small enough is not the issue. The point is that any change greater than the minimal is chaotic. The required minimum may be 0, but if it is not 0, then it is still very small, and it would be a major problem to find some change that is small enough and yet is significantly greater than 0. Now that, I gather, is what you mean by the necessity of minimalism. More or less, said Seldon. Of course, as always, the matter is expressed more compactly and more rigorously in the language of mathematics. See, here... Save me, said Doris. Since you know this about psychohistory, Harry, you ought to know it about Demerzel, too. You have the knowledge, but not the understanding, because it apparently doesn't occur to you to apply the rules of psychohistory to the laws of robotics. To which Seldon replied faintly, Now, I don't see what you're getting at. He requires minimality too, doesn't he, Harry? By the first law of robotics, a robot can't harm a human being. That is the prime rule for the usual robot. But Demerzel is something quite unusual, and for him the Zeroff law is a reality, and it takes precedence even over the first law. The Zeroff law states that a robot can't harm humanity as a whole. But that puts Demerzel into the same bind in which you exist when you labor at psychohistory. Do you see? I'm beginning to. I hope so. If Demerzel has the ability to change minds, he has to do so without bringing about side effects he does not wish. And since he is the Emperor's first minister, the side effects he must worry about are numerous indeed. And the application to the present case? Think about it. You can't tell anyone, except me, of course, that Demerzel is a robot, because he has adjusted you so that you can't. But how much adjustment did that take? Do you want to tell people that he is a robot? Do you want to ruin his effectiveness when you depend on him for protection, for support of your grants, for influence quietly exerted on your behalf? Of course not. The change he had to make then was a very tiny one, just enough to keep you from blurting it out in a moment of excitement or carelessness. It is so small a change that there are no particular side effects. That is how Demerzel tries to run the Empire generally. And the case of Joranum is obviously completely different from yours. He is, for whatever motives, unalterably opposed to Demerzel. Undoubtedly, Demerzel could change that. But it would be at the price of introducing a considerable wrench in Joranum's makeup that would bring about results Demerzel could not predict. Rather than take the chance of harming Joranum, of producing side effects that would harm others, and possibly all of humanity, he must leave Joranum alone until he can find some small change that will save the situation without harm. That is why Hugo is right, and why Demerzel is vulnerable. Seldon had listened, but did not respond. He seemed lost in thought. Minutes passed before he said, "If Demerzel can do nothing in this matter, then I must." "If he can do nothing, what can you do?" "The case is different. I am not bound by the laws of robotics. I need not concern myself obsessively with minimalism. And to begin with, I must see Demerzel." Doris looked faintly anxious. "Must you? Surely it wouldn't be wise to advertise a connection between the two of you." "We have reached a time where we can't make a fetish of pretending there is no connection. Naturally, I won't go to see him behind a flourish of trumpets and an announcement on Holovision, but I must see him." Chapter 5. Seldon found himself raging at the passage of time. 8 years ago, when he had first arrived on Trantor, he could take instant action. He had only a hotel room and its contents to forsake, and he could range through the sectors of Trantor at will. Now he found himself with department meetings, with decisions to make, with work to do. It was not so easy to dash off at will to see Demerzel. And if he could, Demerzel also had a full schedule of his own. To find a time when they both could meet would not be easy. Nor was it easy to have Doris shake her head at him. "I don't know what you intend to do, Harry." And he answered impatiently, "I don't know what I intend to do either, Doris. I hope to find out when I see Demerzel." "Your first duty is to psychohistory. He'll tell you so." "Perhaps. I'll find out." And then, just as he had arranged a time for the meeting with the First Minister, 8 days hence, he received a message on his department office wall screen in slightly archaic lettering. And to match that was the more than slightly archaic message, "I crave an audience with Professor Harry Seldon." Seldon stared at it with astonishment. Even the Emperor was not addressed in quite that centuries-old turn of phrase. Nor was the signature printed, as it usually was for clarity. It was scripted, with a flourish that left it perfectly legible, and yet gave it the aura of a careless work of art dashed off by a master. The signature was Laskin Joranum. It was Jojo himself, craving an audience. Seldon found himself chuckling. It was clear why the choice of words, and why the script. It made what was a simple request a device for stimulating curiosity. Seldon had no great desire to meet the man, or would have had none ordinarily. But what was worth the archaism and the artistry? He wanted to find out. He had his secretary set the time and the place of the appointment. It would be in his office, certainly not in his apartment. A business conversation, nothing social. And it would come before the projected meeting with Demerzel. Doris said, "It's no surprise to me, Harry. You hurt 2 of his people, one of them his chief aide. You spoiled a little rally he was holding, and you made him, in the person of his representatives, seem foolish. He wants to take a look at you, and I think I had better be with you." Seldon shook his head. "I'll take Rach. He knows all the tricks I know, and he's a strong and active 20-year-old. Although I'm sure there'll be no need for protection." "How can you be sure?" "Joranum is coming to see me on the university grounds. There will be any number of youngsters in the vicinity. I'm not exactly an unpopular figure with the student body, and I suspect that Joranum is the kind of man who does his homework and knows that I'll be safe on home territory. I'm sure that he will be perfectly polite, completely friendly." "Humph," said Doris, with a light twist of one corner of her lip. "And quite deadly," Seldon finished. Chapter 6. Harry Seldon kept his face expressionless, and bent his head just sufficiently to allow a sense of reasonable courtesy. He had taken the trouble to look up a variety of holographs of Joranum, but, as is often the case, the real thing, unguarded, shifting constantly in response to changing conditions, is never quite the same as a holograph, however carefully prepared. Perhaps, thought Seldon, it is the response of the viewer to the real thing that makes it different. Joranum was a tall man, as tall as Seldon at any rate, but larger in other directions. It was not due to a muscular physique, for he gave the impression of softness without quite being fat. A rounded face, a thick head of hair that was sandy rather than yellow, light blue eyes. He wore a subdued coverall, and his face bore a half-smile that gave the illusion of friendliness, while making it clear somehow that it was only an illusion. "Professor Seldon." His voice was deep and under strict control, an orator's voice. "I am delighted to meet you. It is kind of you to permit this meeting. I trust you are not offended that I have brought a companion, my right-hand man, with me, although I have not cleared that with you in advance. He is Gamble Dean Namarty. 3 names, you notice. I believe you have met him." "Yes, I have. I remember the incident well." Seldon looked at Namarty with a touch of the sardonic. At the previous encounter, Namarty had been speaking at the university field. Seldon viewed him carefully now under relaxed conditions. Namarty was of moderate height, with a thin face, sallow complexion, dark hair, and a wide mouth. He did not have Joranum's half-smile or any noticeable expression, except for a sense of cautious wariness. "My friend Dr. Namarty, his degree is in ancient literature, has come at his own request," said Joranum, his smile intensifying a bit, "to apologize." Joranum glanced quickly at Namarty, and Namarty, his lips tightening just at first, said in a colorless voice, "I am sorry, Professor, for what happened at the field. I was not quite aware of the strict rules governing university rallies, and I was a little carried away by my own enthusiasm." "Understandably so," said Joranum. "Nor was he entirely aware of your identity. I think we may all now forget the matter." "I assure you, gentlemen," said Seldon, "that I have no great desire to remember it. This is my son, Rach Seldon, so you see I have a companion, too." Raich had grown a mustache, black and abundant, the masculine mark of the Dalite. He had had none when he first met Seldon 8 years before, when he was a street boy, ragged and hungry. He was short but lithe and sinewy, and his expression was the haughty one he had adopted in order to add a few spiritual inches to his physical height. "Good morning, young man," said Joranum. "Good morning, sir," said Raich. "Please sit down, gentlemen," said Seldon. "May I offer you something to eat or drink?" Joranum held up his hands in polite refusal. "No, sir. This is not a social call." He seated himself in the place indicated, "though I hope there will be many such calls in the future." "If this is to be about business, then let's begin." "The news reached me, Professor Seldon, of the little incident that you have so kindly agreed to forget, and I wondered why you took the chance of doing what you did. It was a risk, you must admit." "I didn't think so, actually." "But I did. So I took the liberty of finding out everything I could about you, Professor Seldon. You're an interesting man. From Helicon, I discovered." "Yes, that's where I was born. The records are clear." "And you've been here on Trantor for 8 years." "That is also a matter of public record." "And you made yourself quite famous at the start by delivering a mathematical paper on, what do you call it, psychohistory?" Seldon shook his head very slightly. How often he had regretted that indiscretion. Of course, he had had no idea at the time that it was an indiscretion. He said, "A youthful enthusiasm. It came to nothing." "Is that so?" Joranum looked around him with an air of pleased surprise. "Yet here you are, the head of the mathematics department at one of Trantor's greatest universities, and only 40 years old, I believe. I'm 42, by the way, so I don't look upon you as very old at all. You must be a very competent mathematician to be in this position." Seldon shrugged. "I wouldn't care to make a judgment in that matter." "Or you must have powerful friends." "We would all like to have powerful friends, Mr. Joranum, but I think you will find none here. University professors rarely have powerful friends, or, I sometimes think, friends of any kind." He smiled. And so did Joranum. "Wouldn't you consider the Emperor a powerful friend, Professor Seldon?" "I certainly would. But what has that to do with me?" "I am under the impression that the Emperor is a friend of yours." "I'm sure the records will show, Mr. Joranum, that I had an audience with His Imperial Majesty 8 years ago. It lasted perhaps an hour or less, and I saw no signs of any great friendliness in him at the time. Nor have I spoken to him since, or even seen him, except on holovision, of course." "But, Professor, it is not necessary to see or speak to the Emperor to have him as a powerful friend. It is sufficient to see or speak to Ato Demerzel, the Emperor's first minister. Demerzel is your protector, and since he is, we may as well say the Emperor is." "Do you find First Minister Demerzel's supposed protection of me anywhere in the records? Or anything at all in the records from which you can deduce that protection?" "Why search the records when it is well known that there is a connection between the two of you? You know it, and I know it. Let us take it then as given, and continue. And please," he raised his hands, "do not take the trouble to give me any heartfelt denials. It is a waste of time." "Actually," said Seldon, "I was going to ask why you should think that he would want to protect me. To what end?" Professor, are you trying to hurt me by pretending to think I am a monster of naivete? I mentioned your psychohistory, which Demerzel wants. And I told you that it was a youthful indiscretion that came to nothing. You may tell me a great many things, Professor. I am not compelled to accept what you tell me. Come, let me speak frankly. I have read your original paper and have tried to understand it with the help of some mathematicians on my staff. They tell me it is a wild dream and quite impossible. I quite agree with them, said Seldon. But I have the feeling that Demerzel is waiting for it to be developed and put to use. And if he can wait, so can I. It would be more useful to you, Professor Seldon, to have me wait. Why so? Because Demerzel will not endure in his position for much longer. Public opinion is turning against him steadily. It may be that when the Emperor wearies of an unpopular First Minister who threatens to drag the throne down with him, he will find a replacement. It may even be my poor self whom the Emperor's fancy will seize upon. And you will still need a protector, someone who can see to it that you can work in peace, and with ample funds for whatever you need in the way of equipment and assistance. And would you be that protector? Of course, and for the same reason that Demerzel is. I want a successful psychohistoric technique so that I can rule the Empire more efficiently. Seldon nodded thoughtfully, waited a moment, then said, But in that case, Mr. Joranum, why must I concern myself in this? I am a poor scholar, living a quiet life, engaged in out-of-the-way mathematical and pedagogical activities. You say that Demerzel is my present protector, and that you will be my future protector. I can go quietly about my business then. You and the First Minister may fight it out. Whoever prevails, I have a protector still, or at least so you tell me. Joranum's fixed smile seemed to fade a bit. Namarti, at his side, turned his dour face toward Joranum and made as though to say something. But Joranum's hand moved slightly, and Namarti coughed and did not speak. Joranum said, Dr. Seldon, are you a patriot? Why, of course. The Empire has given humanity millennia of peace, mostly peace at any rate, and fostered steady advancement. So it has, but at a slower pace in the last century or two. Seldon shrugged. I have not studied such matters. You don't have to. You know that, politically, the last century or two has been a time of turmoil. Imperial reigns have been short, and sometimes have been shortened further by assassination. Even mentioning that, put in Seldon, is close to treason. I'd rather you didn't. Well, there. Joranum threw himself back in his seat. See how insecure you are. The Empire is decaying. I'm willing to say so openly. Those who follow me do so because they know only too well it is. We need someone at the Emperor's right hand who can control the Empire, subdue the rebellious impulses that seem to be arising everywhere, give the armed forces the natural leadership they should have, lead the economy. Seldon made an impatient stopping motion with his arm. And you're the one to do it, are you? I intend to be the one. It won't be an easy job, and I doubt there would be many volunteers, for good reason. Certainly Demerzel can't do it. Under him, the decline of the Empire is accelerating to a total breakdown. But you can stop it. Yes, Dr. Seldon, with your help. with psychohistory. Perhaps Demerzel could stop the breakdown with psychohistory, if psychohistory existed. Joranum said calmly, "It exists. Let us not pretend it does not. But its existence does not help Demerzel. Psychohistory is only a tool. It needs a brain to understand it, and an arm to wield it." "And you have those, I take it?" "Yes. I know my own virtues. I want psychohistory." Seldon shook his head. "You may want it all you please. I don't have it." "You do have it. I will not argue the point." Joranum leaned closer, as though wishing to insinuate his voice into Seldon's ear, rather than allowing the sound waves to carry it there. "You say you are a patriot. I must replace Demerzel to avoid imperial destruction. However, the manner of replacement might itself weaken the Empire desperately. I do not wish that. You can advise me how to achieve the end smoothly, subtly, without harm or damage, for the sake of the Empire." Seldon said, "I cannot. You accuse me of knowledge I do not possess. I would like to be of assistance, but I cannot." Joranum stood up suddenly. "Well, you know my mind and what it is I want of you. Think about it. And I ask you to think about the Empire. You may feel you owe Demerzel, this despoiler of all the millions of planets of humanity, your friendship. Be careful. What you do may shake the very foundation of the Empire. I ask you to help me in the name of the quadrillions of human beings who fill the galaxy. Think of the Empire." His voice had dropped to a thrilling and powerful half-whisper. Seldon felt himself almost trembling. "I will always think of the Empire," he said. Joranum said, "Then that is all I ask right now. Thank you for consenting to see me." Seldon watched Joranum and his companion leave, as the office doors slid open noiselessly and the men strode out. He frowned. Something was bothering him, and he was not sure what it was. Chapter 7. Namarti's dark eyes remained fixed on Joranum as they sat in their carefully shielded office in the Streeling sector. It was not an elaborate headquarters. They were as yet weak in Streeling, but they would grow stronger. It was amazing how the movement was growing. It had started from nothing 3 years back, and now its tentacles stretched, in some places more thickly than others, of course, throughout Trantor. The outer worlds were as yet largely untouched. Demerzel had labored mightily to keep them content, but that was his mistake. It was here on Trantor that rebellions were dangerous. Elsewhere they could be controlled. Here, Demerzel could be toppled. Odd that he should not realize that, but Joranum had always held to the theory that Demerzel's reputation was overblown, that he would prove an empty shell if anyone dared oppose him, and that the Emperor would destroy him quickly if his own security seemed at stake. So far, at least, all of Joranum's predictions had come to pass. He had never once lost his way, except in minor matters, such as that recent rally at Streeling University, in which this Seldon fellow had interfered. That might be why Joranum had insisted on the interview with him. Even a minor toe stub must be taken care of. Joranum enjoyed the feeling of infallibility, and Namarti had to admit that the vision of a constant string of successes was the surest way of ensuring the continuation of success. People tended to avoid the humiliation of failure by joining the obviously winning side, even against their own opinions. But had the interview with this Seldon been a success, or was it a second stub of the toe to be added to the first? Namarti had not enjoyed having been brought along in order to be made to humbly apologize, and he didn't see that it had done any good. Now Joranum sat there, silent, obviously lost in thought, gnawing at the edge of one thumb, as though trying to draw some sort of mental nourishment from it. "Jojo," said Namarti softly. He was one of the very few people who could address Joranum by the diminutive that the crowds shouted out endlessly in public. Joranum solicited the love of the mob in this way, among others, but he demanded respect from individuals in private, except for those special friends who had been with him from the start. "Jojo," he said again. Joranum looked up. "Yes, GD, what is it?" He sounded a little testy. "What are we going to do about this Seldon fellow, Jojo?" "Do? Nothing right now. He may join us." "Why wait? We can put pressure on him. We can pull a few strings at the university and make life miserable for him." "No, no. So far, Demerzel has been letting us go our way. The fool is overconfident. The last thing we want to do, though, is to push him into action before we are quite ready. And a heavy-handed move against Seldon may do it. I suspect Demerzel places enormous importance on Seldon." "Because of this psychohistory you two talked about?" "Indeed." "What is it? I have never heard of it." "Few people have. It's a mathematical way of analyzing human society that ends by predicting the future." Namarti frowned and felt his body move slightly away from Joranum. Was this a joke of Joranum's? Was this intended to make him laugh? Namarti had never been able to work out when or why people expected him to laugh. He had never had an urge to. He said, "Predict the future? How?" "Ah, if I knew that, what need would I have of Seldon?" "Frankly, I don't believe it, Jojo. How can you foretell the future? It's fortune-telling." "I know. But after this Seldon broke up your little rally, I had him looked into. All the way. 8 years ago, he came to Trentor and presented a paper on psychohistory at a convention of mathematicians. And then the whole thing died. It was never referred to again by anyone. Not even by Seldon." "It sounds as though there were nothing to it, then." "Oh, no, just the reverse. If it had faded slowly, if it had been subjected to ridicule, I would have said there was nothing to it. But to be cut off suddenly and completely means that the whole thing has been placed in the deepest of freezes. That is why Demerzel may have been doing nothing to stop us. Perhaps he is not being guided by a foolish overconfidence. Perhaps he is being guided by psychohistory, which must be predicting something that Demerzel plans to take advantage of at the right time. If so, we might fail, unless we can make use of psychohistory ourselves." "Seldon claims it doesn't exist." "Wouldn't you, if you were he?" "I still say we ought to put pressure on him." "It would be useless, GD. Didn't you ever hear the story of the Axe of Ven?" "No." "You would if you were from Nishaya. It's a famous folk tale back home. In brief, Then was a woodcutter who had a magic axe that with a single light blow could chop down any tree. It was enormously valuable, but he never made any effort to hide it or preserve it, and yet it was never stolen, because no one could lift or swing the axe but Venn himself. Well, at the present moment, no one can handle psychohistory but Seldon himself. If he were on our side only because we had forced him, we could never be certain of his loyalty. Might he not urge a course of action that would seem to work in our favor, but would be so subtly drawn that after a while we found ourselves quite suddenly destroyed? No, he must come to our side voluntarily, and labor for us because he wishes us to win. But how can we bring him around? There's Seldon's son. Raich, I think he's called. Did you observe him? Not particularly. G.D., you miss points if you don't observe everything. That young man listened to me with his heart in his eyes. He was impressed. I could tell. If there's one thing I can tell, it is just how I impress others. I know when I have shaken a mind, when I have edged someone toward conversion. Geronum smiled. It was not the pseudo-warm ingratiating smile of his public demeanor. It was a genuine smile this time. Cold somehow, and menacing. We'll see what we can do with Raich, he said, and if through him we can reach Seldon. Chapter 8. Raich looked at Harry Seldon after the two politicians had gone and fingered his mustache. It gave him satisfaction to stroke it. Here in the Strehling sector, some men wore mustaches, but they were usually thin, despicable things of uncertain color. Thin, despicable things, even if dark. Most men did not wear them at all, and suffered with naked upper lips. Seldon didn't, for instance, and that was just as well. With his color of hair, a mustache would have been a travesty. He watched Seldon closely, waiting for him to cease being lost in thought, and then found he could wait no longer. "Dad," he said. Seldon looked up and said, "What?" He sounded a little annoyed at having his thoughts interrupted, Raich decided. Raich said, "I don't think it was right for you to see those two guys." "Oh? Why not?" "Well, the thin guy, whatever his name is, was the guy you made trouble for at the field. He can't have liked it." "But he apologized." "He didn't mean it." "But the other guy, Geronum, he can be dangerous. What if they had had weapons?" "What? Here in the university? In my office? Of course not. This isn't Billy Button. Besides, if they had tried anything, I could have handled both of them together. Easily." "I don't know, Dad," said Raich dubiously. "You're getting—" "Don't say it, you ungrateful monster," said Seldon, lifting an admonishing finger. "You'll sound just like your mother, and I have enough of that from her. I am not getting old. Or at least not that old. Besides, you were with me, and you're almost as skilled a twister as I am." Raich's nose wrinkled. "Twisting ain't much good." It was no use. Raich heard himself speak, and knew that, even 8 years out of the morass of Dahl, he still slipped into using the Dahlite accent that marked him firmly as a member of the lower class. And he was short, too, to the point where he sometimes felt stunted. But he had his mustache, and no one ever patronized him twice. He said, "What are you going to do about Geronum?" "For now, nothing." "Well, look, Dad, I saw Geronum on Trantorvision a couple of times. I even made some holotapes of his speeches. Everyone is talking about him, so I thought I would see what he has to say. And you know, he makes some kind of sense. I don't like him, and I don't trust him, but he does make some kind of sense. He wants all sectors to have equal rights and equal opportunities, and there ain't nothing wrong with that, is there? Certainly not. All civilized people feel that way. So why don't we have that sort of stuff? Does the Emperor feel that way? Does Demerzel? The Emperor and the First Minister have an entire empire to worry about. They can't concentrate all their efforts on Trantor itself. It's easy for Joranum to talk about equality. He has no responsibilities. If he were in the position to rule, he would find that his efforts would be greatly diluted by an empire of 25 million planets. Not only that, but he would find himself stopped at every point by the sectors themselves. Each one wants a great deal of equality for itself, but not much equality for others. Tell me, Rach, are you of the opinion that Joranum ought to have a chance to rule, just to show what he can do? Rach shrugged. I don't know. I wonder. But if he had tried anything on you, I would have been at his throat before he could move 2 centimeters. Your loyalty to me, then, exceeds your concern for the Empire. Sure. You're my dad. Seldon looked at Rach fondly, but behind that look he felt a trace of uncertainty. How far could Joranum's nearly hypnotic influence go? Chapter 9. Harry Seldon sat back in his chair, the vertical back giving as he did so, and allowing him to assume a half-reclining position. His hands were behind his head, and his eyes were unfocused. His breathing was very soft indeed. Doris Venabile was at the other end of the room, with her viewer turned off and the microfilms back in place. She had been through a rather concentrated period of revision of her opinions on the Florina incident in early Trantorian history, and she found it rather restful to withdraw for a few moments and to speculate on what it was that Seldon was considering. It had to be psychohistory. It would probably take him the rest of his life, tracking down the byways of this semi-chaotic technique, and he would end with it incomplete, leaving the tasks to others, to Amaryl, if that young man had not also worn himself out on the matter, and breaking his heart at the need to do that. Yet it gave him a reason for living. He would live longer with the problem filling him from end to end, and that pleased her. Someday she would lose him, she knew, and she found that the thought afflicted her. It had not seemed it would at the start, when her task had been the simple one of protecting him for the sake of what he knew. When had it become a matter of personal need? How could there be so personal a need? What was there about the man that caused her to feel uneasy when he was not in her sight, even when she knew he was safe, so that the deeply ingrained orders within her were not called into action? His safety was all that she had been ordered to be concerned with. How did the rest intrude itself? She had spoken of it to Demerzel long before, when the feeling had made itself unmistakable. He had regarded her gravely and said, "You are complex, Dors, and there are no simple answers. In my life there have been several individuals whose presence made it easier for me to think, pleasanter to make my responses. I have tried to judge the ease of my responses in their presence, and the unease of my responses in their final absence, to see whether I was the net gainer or loser. In the process, one thing became plain. The pleasantness of their company outweighed the regret of their passing. On the whole, then, it is better to experience what you experience now than not to." she thought. Harry will someday leave a void, and each day that someday is closer, and I must not think of it. It was to rid herself of the thought that she finally interrupted him. What are you thinking of, Harry? What? Seldon focused his eyes with an apparent effort. Psychohistory, I assume. I imagine you've traced another blind pathway. Well now, that's not on my mind at all. He laughed suddenly. Do you want to know what I'm thinking of? Hair. Hair? Whose? Right now, yours. He was looking at her fondly. Is there something wrong with it? Should I dye it another color? Or perhaps, after all these years, it should go gray. Come. Who needs or wants gray in your hair? But it's led me to other things. Nishaya, for instance. Nishaya? What's that? It was never part of the pre-imperial kingdom of Trantor, so I'm not surprised you haven't heard of it. It's a world, a small one, isolated, unimportant, overlooked. I only know anything at all about it because I've taken the trouble to look it up. Very few worlds out of 25 million can really make much of a sustained splash. But I doubt that there's another one as insignificant as Nishaya, which is very significant, you see. Doris shoved her reference material to one side and said, What is this new penchant you have for paradox, which you always tell me you detest? What is the significance of insignificance? Oh, I don't mind paradoxes when I perpetrate them. You see, Joranum comes from Nishaya. Ah, it's Joranum you're concerned with. Yes, I've been viewing some of his speeches, at Rach's insistence. They don't make very much sense, but the total effect can be almost hypnotic. Rach is very impressed by him. I imagine that anyone of Dalite origins would be, Harry. Joranum's constant call for sector equality would naturally appeal to the downtrodden heat-sinkers. You remember when we were in Dal? I remember it very well, and of course I don't blame the lad. It just bothers me that Joranum comes from Nishaya. Doris shrugged. Well, Joranum has to come from somewhere, and conversely, Nishaya, like any other world, must send its people out at times, even to Trantor. Yes, but as I've said, I've taken the trouble to investigate Nishaya. I've even managed to make hyperspatial contact with some minor official, which cost a considerable quantity of credits that I cannot in good conscience charge to the department. And did you find anything that was worth the credits? I rather think so. You know, Joranum is always telling little stories to make his points, stories that are legends on his home planet of Nishaya. That serves a good purpose for him here on Trantor, since it makes him appear to be a man of the people, full of homespun philosophy. Those tales litter his speeches. They make him appear to be from a small world, to have been brought up on an isolated farm surrounded by an untamed ecology. People like it, especially Trantorians, who would rather die than be trapped somewhere in an untamed ecology, but who love to dream about one just the same. But what of it all? The odd point is that not one of the stories was familiar to the person I spoke to on Nishaya. Well, that's not significant, Harry. It may be a small world, but it's a world. What is current in Joranum's birth section of the world may not be current in whatever place your official came from. No. Folktales in one form or another are usually worldwide. But aside from that, I had considerable trouble in understanding the fellow. He spoke Galactic Standard with a thick accent. I spoke to a few others on the world just to check, and they all had the same accent. And what of that? Joronum doesn't have it. He speaks a fairly good Trantorian. It's a lot better than mine, actually. I have the Heliconian stress on the letter R. He doesn't. According to the records, he arrived on Trantor when he was 19. It's just impossible, in my opinion, to spend the first 19 years of your life speaking that barbarous Nishayan version of Galactic Standard, and then come to Trantor and lose it. However long he's been here, some trace of the accent would have remained. Look at Rach, and the way he lapses into his doll-like way of speaking on occasion. What do you deduce from all this? What I deduce, what I've been sitting here all evening deducing like a deduction machine, is that Joronum didn't come from Nishaya at all. In fact, I think he picked Nishaya as the place to pretend to come from simply because it is so backwoodsy, so out of the way that no one would think of checking it. He must have made a thorough computer search to find the one world least likely to allow him to be caught in a lie. But that's ridiculous, Harry. Why should he want to pretend to be from a world he did not come from? It would mean a great deal of falsification of records. And that's precisely what he has probably done. He probably has enough followers in the civil service to make that possible. Probably no one person has done as much in the way of revision, and all of his followers are too fanatical to talk about it. But still, why? Because I suspect Joronum doesn't want people to know where he really comes from. Why not? All worlds in the Empire are equal, both by laws and by custom. I don't know about that. These high ideal theories are somehow never borne out in real life. Then where does he come from? Do you have any idea at all? Yes, which brings us back to this matter of hair. What about hair? I sat there with Joronum, staring at him and feeling uneasy, without knowing why I was feeling uneasy. Then, finally, I realized that it was his hair that made me uneasy. There was something about it, a life, a gloss, a perfection to it that I've never seen before. And then I knew. His hair is artificial and carefully grown on a scalp that ought to be innocent of such things. Ought to be? Dora's eyes narrowed. It was clear that she suddenly understood. Do you mean? Yes, I do mean. He is from the past-centered, mythology-ridden Mycogen Center of Trantor. That's what he's been laboring to hide. Chapter 10. Doris Van Abele thought coolly about the matter. It was her only mode of thought. Cool. Not for her the hot flashes of emotion. She closed her eyes to concentrate. It had been 8 years since she and Harry had visited Mycogen, and they hadn't been there long. There had been little to admire there except the food. The pictures arose. The harsh, puritanical, male-centered society. The emphasis on the past. The removal of all body hair. A painful process deliberately self-imposed to make themselves different so that they would know who they were. Their legends. Their memories, or fancies, of a time when they ruled the galaxy. When their lives were prolonged. When robots existed. Doris opened her eyes and said, "Why, Harry?" "Why what, dear?" Why should he pretend not to be from Mycogen? She didn't think he would remember Mycogen in greater detail than she. In fact, she knew he wouldn't. But his mind was better than hers. Different, certainly. Hers was a mind that only remembered and drew the obvious inferences in the fashion of a mathematic line of deduction. He had a mind that leaped unexpectedly. Seldon liked to pretend that intuition was solely the province of his assistant, Hugo Amaril, but Doris was not fooled by that. Seldon liked to pose as the unworldly mathematician who stared at the world out of perpetually wondering eyes. But she was not fooled by that either. Why should he pretend not to be from Mycogen? She repeated, as he sat there, his eyes lost in an inward look that Doris always associated with his attempt to squeeze one more tiny drop of usefulness and validity out of the concepts of psychohistory. Seldon said finally, "It's a harsh society, a limiting society. There are always those who chafe over its manner of dictating every action and every thought. There are always those who find they cannot entirely be broken to the harness, who want the greater liberties available in the more secular world outside. It's understandable. So they force the growth of artificial hair? No, not generally. The average breakaway, that's what the Mycogenians call the deserters, and they despise them, of course, wears a wig. It's much simpler, but much less effective. Really serious breakaways grow false hair, I'm told. The process is difficult and expensive, but is almost unnoticeable. I've never come across it before, though I've heard of it. I've spent years studying all 800 sectors of Trantor, trying to work out the basic rules and mathematics of psychohistory. I have little enough to show for it, unfortunately, but I have learned a few things. But why, then, do the breakaways have to hide the fact that they're from Mycogen? They're not persecuted that I know of. No, they're not. In fact, there's no general impression that Mycogenians are inferior. It's worse than that. The Mycogenians aren't taken seriously. They're intelligent, everyone admits that. Highly educated, dignified, cultured, wizards with food, almost frightening in their capacity to keep their sector prosperous. But no one takes them seriously. Their beliefs strike people outside Mycogen as ridiculous, humorous, unbelievably foolish. And that view clings even to Mycogenians who are breakaways. A Mycogenian attempt to seize power in the government would be crushed by laughter. Being feared is nothing. Being despised even can be lived with. But being laughed at, that's fatal. Joranum wants to be first minister, so he must have hair. And to be comfortable, he must represent himself as having been brought up on some obscure world as far from Mycogen as he could possibly manage. Surely there are some people who are naturally bald. Never as completely depilated as Mycogenians force themselves to be. On the outer worlds, it wouldn't matter much. But Mycogen is a distant whisper to the outer worlds. The Mycogenians keep themselves so much to themselves that it is a rare one indeed who has ever left Trantor. Here on Trantor, though, it's different. People might be bald, but they usually have a fringe of hair that advertises them as non-Mycogenian, or they grow facial hair. Those very few who are completely hairless, usually a pathological condition, are out of luck. I imagine they have to go around with a doctor's certificate to prove they are not Mycogenians. Doris, frowning slightly, said, "Does this help us any?" "I'm not sure." Couldn't you let it be known that he is a Mycogenian? I'm not sure that could be done easily. He must have covered his tracks well, and even if it could be done... Yes? Seldon shrugged. I don't want to invite an appeal to bigotry. The social situation on Trantor is bad enough without running the risk of loosing passions that neither I nor anyone else could then control. If I do have to resort to the matter of mycogen, it will only be as a last resort. Then you want minimalism, too? Of course. Then what will you do? I made an appointment with Demerzel. He may know what to do. Doris looked at him sharply. Harry, are you falling into the trap of expecting Demerzel to solve every problem for you? No, but perhaps he'll solve this one. And if he doesn't, then I'll have to think of something else, won't I? Like what? A look of pain crossed Seldon's face. Doris, I don't know. Don't expect me to solve every problem either. Chapter 11. Ato Demerzel was not frequently seen, except by the Emperor Cleon. It was his policy to remain in the background for a variety of reasons, one of which was that his appearance changed so little with time. Harry Seldon had not seen him over a period of some years, and had not spoken to him truly in private since the days of his early time on Trantor. In light of Seldon's recent unsettling meeting with Laskin Joranum, both Seldon and Demerzel felt it would be best not to advertise their relationship. A visit by Harry Seldon to the First Minister's office at the Imperial Palace would not go unnoticed, and so, for reasons of security, they had decided to meet in a small yet luxuriously appointed suite at the Dome's Edge Hotel, just outside the palace grounds. Seeing Demerzel now brought back the old days achingly. The mere fact that Demerzel still looked exactly as he always had made the ache sharper. His face still had its strong, regular features. He was still tall and sturdy-looking, with the same dark hair with the hint of blonde. He was not handsome, but was gravely distinguished. He looked like someone's ideal picture of what an imperial first minister ought to look like, not at all like any such official in history before his time ever had. It was his appearance, Seldon thought, that gave him half his power over the Emperor, and therefore over the imperial court, and therefore over the Empire. Demerzel advanced toward him, a gentle smile curving his lips without altering in any way the gravity of his countenance. Harry, he said, it is pleasant to see you. I was half afraid you would change your mind and cancel. I was more than half afraid you would, First Minister. Ato, if you fear using my real name. I couldn't. It won't come out of me. You know that. It will to me. Say it. I would rather like to hear it. Seldon hesitated, as though he couldn't believe his lips could frame the words, or his vocal cords sound them. Daniil, he said at length. Daniil Oliva, said Demerzel. Yes, you will dine with me, Harry. If I dine with you, I won't have to eat, which will be a relief. Gladly, though one-way eating is not my idea of a convivial time, surely a bite or two. To please you. Just the same, said Seldon, I can't help but wonder if it is wise to spend too much time together. It is. Imperial orders. His Imperial Majesty wants me to. Why, Daniil? In 2 more years, the decennial convention will be meeting again. You look surprised. Have you forgotten? Not really. I just haven't thought about it. Were you not going to attend? You were a hit at the last one. Yes, with my psychohistory. Some hit. You attracted the attention of the emperor. No other mathematician did. It was you who were initially attracted, not the emperor. Then I had to flee and stay out of the imperial notice until such time as I could assure you that I had made a start on my psychohistorical research, after which you allowed me to remain in safe obscurity. Being the head of a prestigious mathematics department is scarcely obscurity. Yes, it is, since it hides my psychohistory. Ah, the food is arriving. For a while, let's talk about other things as befits friends. How is Doors? Wonderful. A true wife. Hounds me to death with her worries over my safety. That is her job. So she reminds me, frequently. Seriously, Daniil, I can never be sufficiently grateful to you for bringing us together. Thank you, Harry. But to be truthful, I did not foresee married happiness for either of you, especially not Doors. Thank you for the gift just the same, however short of the actual consequences your expectations were. I'm delighted. But it is a gift you will find that may be of dubious further consequence, as is my friendship. To this, Seldon could make no reply, and so, at a gesture from Demerzel, he turned to his meal. After a while, he nodded at the morsel of fish on his fork and said, I don't actually recognize the organism, but this is mycogenian cooking. Yes, it is. I know you are fond of it. It's the mycogenians' excuse for existence. Their only excuse. But they have special meaning to you. I mustn't forget that. The special meaning has come to an end. Their ancestors, long, long ago, inhabited the planet of Aurora. They lived 300 years and more, and were the lords of the 50 worlds of the galaxy. It was an Auroran who first designed and produced me. I don't forget that. I remember it far more accurately, and with less distortion, than their mycogenian descendants do. But then, long, long ago, I left them. I made my choice as to what the good of humanity must be, and I have followed it as best I could all this time. Seldon said with sudden alarm, Can we be overheard? Demerzel seemed amused. If you have only thought of that now, it is far too late. But fear not, I have taken the necessary precautions. Nor have you been seen by too many eyes when you came. Nor will you be seen by too many when you leave. And those who do see you will not be surprised. I am well known to be an amateur mathematician of great pretensions, but of little ability. That is a source of amusement to those at the court who are not entirely my friends, and it would not surprise anyone here that I should be concerned about laying the groundwork for the forthcoming decennial convention. It is about the convention that I wish to consult you. I don't know that I can help. There is only one thing I could possibly talk about at the convention, and I can't talk about it. If I attend at all, it will only be as part of the audience. I do not intend to present any papers. I understand. Still, if you would like to hear something curious, His Imperial Majesty remembers you. Because you have kept me in his mind, I suppose. No, I have not labored to do so. However, His Imperial Majesty occasionally surprises me. He is aware of the forthcoming convention, and he apparently remembers your talk at the earlier one. He remains interested in the matter of psychohistory, and more may come of it, I must warn you. It is not beyond the bounds of possibility that he may ask to see you. The court will surely consider it a great honor to receive the imperial call twice in a single lifetime. You're joking. What could be served by my seeing him? In any case, if you are called to an audience, you can scarcely refuse. How are your young protégés, Hugo and Rach? Surely you know. I imagine you keep a close eye on me. Yes, I do. On your safety, but not on every aspect of your life. I am afraid my duties fill much of my time, and I am not all-seeing. Doesn't Doris report? She would, in a crisis, not otherwise. She is reluctant to play the role of spy in non-essentials. Again, the small smile. Seldon grunted. My boys are doing well. Hugo is increasingly difficult to handle. He's more of a psychohistorian than I am, and I think he feels I hold him back. As for Rach, he's a lovable rascal, always was. He won me over when he was a dreadful street urchin, and what's more surprising is that he won over Doris. I honestly believe, Daniil, that if Doris grew sick of me and wanted to leave me, she would stay on anyway for her love of Rach. Demerzel nodded, and Seldon continued somberly. If Rachel of Y hadn't found him lovable, I would not be here today. I would have been shot down. He stirred uneasily. I hate to think of that, Daniil. It was such an entirely accidental and unpredictable event. How could psychohistory have helped in any way? Have you not told me that, at best, psychohistory can deal only in probabilities and with vast numbers, not with individuals? But if the individual happens to be crucial, I suspect you will find that no individual is ever truly crucial, not even I, or you. Perhaps you're right. I find that no matter how I work away under these assumptions, I nevertheless think of myself as crucial, in a kind of supernormal egotism that transcends all sense. And you are crucial, too, which is something I have come here to discuss with you, as frankly as possible. I must know. Know what? The remains of the meal had been cleared away by a porter, and the room's lighting dimmed somewhat, so that the walls seemed to close in and give a feeling of great privacy. Seldon said, Joranum. He bit off the word, as though feeling the mention of the name alone should be sufficient. Ah, yes. You know about him? Of course. How could I not know? Well, I want to know about him, too. What do you want to know? Come, Daniil, don't play with me. Is he dangerous? Of course he is dangerous. Do you have any doubt of that? I mean, to you, to your position as First Minister. That is exactly what I mean. That is how he is dangerous. And you allow it? Demerzel leaned forward, placing his left elbow on the table between them. There are things that don't wait for my permission, Harry. Let us be philosophical about it. His Imperial Majesty, Cleon, first of that name, has now been on the throne for 18 years, and for all that time I have been his Chief of Staff, and then his First Minister, having served in scarcely lesser capacities during the last years of the reign of his father. It is a long time, and First Ministers rarely remain that long in power. You are not the ordinary First Minister, Daniil, and you know it. You must remain in power while psychohistory is being developed. Don't smile at me. It's true. When we first met 8 years ago, you told me the Empire was in a state of decay and decline, Have you changed your mind about that? No, of course not. In fact, the decline is more marked now, isn't it? Yes, it is, though I labor to prevent that. And without you, what would happen? Joranum is raising the Empire against you. Trantor, Harry. Trantor. The outer worlds are solid and reasonably contented with my deeds so far, even in the midst of a declining economy and lessening trade. But Trantor is where it counts. Trantor, the imperial world we're living on, the capital of the empire, the core, the administrative center, is what can overthrow you. You cannot keep your post if Trantor says no. I agree. And if you go, who will then take care of the outer worlds? And what will keep the decline from being precipitate and the empire from degenerating rapidly into anarchy? That is a possibility, certainly. See, you must be doing something about it. Hugo is convinced that you are in deadly danger and can't maintain your position. His intuition tells him so. Doris says the same thing, and explains it in terms of the 3 laws, or 4, of robotics, put in Demerzel. Young Rach seems attracted to Joranum's doctrines, being of Dalite origin, you see. And I am uncertain, so I come to you for comfort, I suppose. Tell me that you have the situation well in hand. I would do so if I could. However, I have no comfort to offer. I am in danger. Are you doing nothing? No. I'm doing a great deal to contain discontent and blunt Joranum's message. If I had not done so, then perhaps I would be out of office already. But what I'm doing is not enough. Seldon hesitated. Finally, he said, I believe that Joranum is actually a Mycogenian. Is that so? It is my opinion. I had thought we might use that against him, but I hesitate to unleash the forces of bigotry. You are wise to hesitate. There are many things that might be done that have side effects we do not want. You see, Harry, I don't fear leaving my post if some successor could be found who would continue those principles that I have been using to keep the decline as slow as possible. On the other hand, if Joranum himself were to succeed me, then that, in my opinion, would be fatal. Then anything we can do to stop him would be suitable. Not entirely. The Empire can grow anarchic, even if Joranum is destroyed and I stay. I must not, then, do something that will destroy Joranum and allow me to stay, if that very deed promotes the fall of the Empire. I have not yet been able to think of anything I might do that would surely destroy Joranum, and just as surely avoid anarchy. Minimalism, whispered Seldon. Pardon me? Doris explained that you would be bound by minimalism. And so I am. Then my visit with you is a failure, Daniil. You mean that you came for comfort and didn't get it? I'm afraid so. But I saw you because I sought comfort as well. From me? From psychohistory, which should envision the route to safety that I cannot. Seldon sighed heavily. Daniil, psychohistory has not yet been developed to that point. The First Minister looked at him gravely. You've had 8 years, Harry. It might be 8 or 800, and it might not be developed to that point. It is an intractable problem. Demerzel said, I do not expect the technique to have been perfected, but you may have some sketch, some skeleton, some principle that you can use as guidance. Imperfectly, perhaps, but better than mere guesswork. "No more than I had 8 years ago," said Seldon mournfully. "Here's what it amounts to, then. You must remain in power, and Joranum must be destroyed in such a way that imperial stability is maintained as long as possible, so that I may have a reasonable chance to work out psychohistory. This cannot be done, however, unless I work out psychohistory first. Is that it?" "It would seem so, Harry." "Then we argue in a useless circle, and the Empire is destroyed." "Unless something unforeseen happens. Unless you make something unforeseen happen." "I? Daniil, how can I do it without psychohistory?" "I don't know, Harry." And Seldon rose to go, in despair. Chapter 12. For days thereafter, Harry Seldon neglected his departmental duties to use his computer in its news-gathering mode. There were not many computers capable of handling the daily news from 25 million worlds. There were a number of them at Imperial headquarters, where they were absolutely necessary. Some of the larger outer world capitals had them as well, though most were satisfied with hyperconnection to the central news post on Trantor. A computer at an important mathematics department could, if it were sufficiently advanced, be modified as an independent news source, and Seldon had been careful to do that with his computer. It was, after all, necessary for his work on psychohistory, though the computer's capabilities were carefully ascribed to other, exceedingly plausible reasons. Ideally, the computer would report anything that was out of the ordinary on any world of the Empire. A coded and unobtrusive warning light would make itself evident, and Seldon could track it down easily. Such a light rarely showed, for the definition of out of the ordinary was tight and intense, and dealt with large-scale and rare upheavals. What one did in its absence was to ring in various worlds at random. Not all 25 million, of course, but some dozens. It was a depressing and even debilitating task, for there were no worlds that didn't have their daily, relatively minor catastrophes. A volcanic eruption here, a flood there, an economic collapse of one sort or another yonder, and, of course, riots. There had not been a day in the last 1,000 years that there had not been riots over something or other on each of 100 or more different worlds. Naturally, such things had to be discounted. One could scarcely worry about riots any more than one could about volcanic eruptions, when both were constants on inhabited worlds. Rather, if a day should come in which not one riot was reported anywhere, that might be a sign of something so unusual as to warrant the gravest concern. Concern was what Seldon could not make himself feel. The outer worlds, with all their disorders and misfortunes, were like a great ocean on a peaceful day, with a gentle swell and minor heavings, but no more. He found no evidence of any overall situation that clearly showed a decline in the last 8 years, or even in the last 80. Yet Demerzel, in Demerzel's absence, Seldon could no longer think of him as Daniil, said the decline was continuing, and he had his finger on the Empire's pulse from day to day in ways that Seldon could not duplicate, until such time as he would have the guiding power of psychohistory at his disposal. It could be that the decline was so small that it was unnoticeable till some crucial point was reached, like a domicile that slowly wears out and deteriorates, showing no signs of that deterioration until one night when the roof collapses. When would the roof collapse? That was the problem, and Seldon had no answer. And on occasion, Seldon would check on Trantor itself. There, the news was always considerably more substantial. For one thing, Trantor was the most highly populated of all the worlds, with its 40 billion people. For another, its 800 sectors formed a mini-empire all its own. For a third, there were the tedious rounds of governmental functions and the doings of the imperial family to follow. What struck Seldon's eyes, however, was in the Dahl sector. The elections for the Dahl Sector Council had placed 5 Joranumites into office. This was the first time, according to the commentary, that Joranumites had achieved sector office. It was not surprising. Dahl was a Joranumite stronghold, if any sector was. But Seldon found it a disturbing indication of the progress being made by the demagogue. He ordered a microchip of the item and took it home with him that evening. Raich looked up from his computer as Seldon entered and apparently felt the need to explain himself. "I'm helping Mom on some reference material she needs," he said. "What about your own work?" "Done, Dad. All done." "Good. Look at this." He showed Raich the chip in his hand before slipping it into the microprojector. Raich glanced at the news item hanging in the air before his eyes and said, "Yes, I know." "You do?" "Sure. I usually keep track of Dahl. You know, home sector and all." "And what do you think about it?" "I'm not surprised. Are you? The rest of Trantor treats Dahl like dirt. Why shouldn't they go for Joranum's views?" "Do you go for them also?" "Well," Raich twisted his face thoughtfully. "I got to admit, some things he says appeal to me. He says he wants equality for all people. What's wrong with that?" "Nothing at all, if he means it. If he's sincere. If he isn't just using it as a ploy to get votes." "True enough, Dad. But most Dahlites probably figure, what's there to lose? We don't have equality now, though the laws say we do." "It's a hard thing to legislate." "That's not something to cool you off when you're sweating to death." Seldon was thinking rapidly. He had been thinking since he had come across this item. He said, "Raich, you haven't been in Dahl since your mother and I took you out of the sector, have you?" "Sure I was, when I went with you to Dahl 5 years ago on your visit there." Yes. Seldon waved a hand in dismissal. "But that doesn't count. We stayed at an intersector hotel, which was not Dahlite in the least. And as I recall, Doris never once let you out on the streets alone. After all, you were only 15. How would you like to visit Dahl now, alone, in charge of yourself, now that you're fully 20? Raich chuckled. "Mom would never allow that." "I don't say that I enjoy the prospect of facing her with it, but I don't intend to ask her permission. The question is, would you be willing to do this for me?" "Out of curiosity? Sure. I'd like to see what's happened to the old place." "Can you spare the time from your studies?" "Sure. I'll never miss a week or so. Besides, you can tape the lectures, and I'll catch up when I get back. I can get permission. After all, my old man's on the faculty. Unless you've been fired, Dad." "Not yet. But I'm not thinking of this as a fun vacation." "I'd be surprised if you did. I don't think you know what a fun vacation is, Dad. I'm surprised you know the phrase." "Don't be impertinent. When you go there, I want you to meet with Laskin Joranum." Raich looked startled. "How do I do that? I don't know where he's going to be." "He's going to be in Dahl. He's been asked to speak to the Dahl Sector Council with its new Joranumite members. We'll find out the exact day, and you can go a few days earlier. And how do I get to see him, Dad? I don't figure he keeps open house. I don't either, but I'll leave that up to you. You would have known how to do it when you were 12. I hope your keen edge hasn't blunted too badly in the intervening years. Rach smiled. I hope not. But suppose I do see him. What then? Well, find out what you can, what he's really planning, what he's really thinking. Do you really think he's going to tell me? I wouldn't be surprised if he does. You have the trick of inspiring confidence, you miserable youngster. Let's talk about it. And so they did, several times. Seldon's thoughts were painful. He was not sure where all this was leading to, but he dared not consult Hugo Amaril or Demerzel, or, most of all, Dors. They might stop him. They might prove to him that his idea was a poor one, and he didn't want that proof. What he planned seemed the only gateway to salvation, and he didn't want it blocked. But did the gateway exist at all? Rach was the only one, it seemed to Seldon, who could possibly manage to worm himself into Joranum's confidence. But was Rach the proper tool for the purpose? He was a Dalite, and sympathetic to Joranum. How far could Seldon trust him? Horrible. Rach was his son, and Seldon had never had occasion to mistrust Rach before. Chapter 13. If Seldon doubted the efficacy of his notion, if he feared that it might explode matters prematurely or move them desperately in the wrong direction, if he was filled with an agonizing doubt as to whether Rach could be entirely trusted to fulfill his part suitably, he nevertheless had no doubt whatever, as to what Dora's reaction would be when presented with the fait accompli. And he was not disappointed, if that was quite the word to express his emotion. Yet, in a manner, he was disappointed, for Doris did not raise her voice in horror, as he had somehow thought she would, as he had prepared himself to withstand. But how was he to know? She was not as other women were, and he had never seen her truly angry. Perhaps it was not in her to be truly angry, or what he would consider to be truly angry. She was merely cold-eyed, and spoke with low-voiced, bitter disapproval. You sent him to Dal alone? Very softly, questioningly. For a moment, Seldon quailed at the quiet voice. Then he said firmly, I had to. It was necessary. Let me understand. You sent him to that den of thieves, that haunt of assassins, that conglomeration of all that is criminal? Dors, you anger me when you speak like that. I would expect only a bigot to use those stereotypes. You deny that Dal is as I have described? Of course. There are criminals and slums in Dal. I know that very well. We both know that. But not all of Dal is like that. And there are criminals and slums in every sector, even in the imperial sector and in Streeling. There are degrees, are there not? One is not 10. If all the worlds are crime-ridden, if all the sectors are crime-ridden, Dal is among the worst, is it not? You have the computer. Check the statistics. I don't have to. Dal is the poorest sector on Trantor, and there is a positive correlation between poverty, misery, and crime. I grant you that. You grant me that? And you sent him alone? You might have gone with him, or asked me to go with him, or sent half a dozen of his schoolmates with him. They would have welcomed a respite from their work, I'm sure. What I need him for requires that he be alone. And what do you need him for? But Seldon was stubbornly silent about that. Doris said, "Has it come to this? You don't trust me?" "It's a gamble. I alone dare take the risk. I can't involve you or anyone else." "But it's not you taking the risk. It's poor Rach." "He's not taking any risk," said Seldon impatiently. "He's 20 years old, young and vigorous and as sturdy as a tree. And I don't mean the saplings we have here under glass on Trentor. I'm talking about a good, solid tree in the Heliconian forests. And he's a twister, which the Dallites aren't." "You and your twisting," said Doris, her coldness not thawing one whit. "You think that's the answer to everything. The Dallites carry knives, every one of them. Blasters, too, I'm sure." "I don't know about blasters. The laws are pretty strict when it comes to blasters. As for knives, I'm positive Rach carries one. He even carries a knife on campus here, where it's strictly against the law. Do you think he won't have one in Dal?" Doris remained silent. Seldon was also silent for a few minutes, then decided it might be time to placate her. He said, "Look, I'll tell you this much. I'm hoping he'll see Joranum, who will be visiting Dal." "Oh? And what do you expect Rach to do? Fill him with bitter regrets over his wicked politics and send him back to Mycogen?" "Come, really. If you're going to take this sardonic attitude, there's no use discussing it." He looked away from her, out the window at the blue-gray sky under the dome. "What I expect him to do," and his voice faltered for a moment, "is save the Empire." "To be sure. That would be much easier." Seldon's voice firmed. "It's what I expect. You have no solution. Demerzel himself has no solution. He as much as said that the solution rests with me. That's what I'm striving for, and that's what I need Rach for in Dal. After all, you know that ability of his to inspire affection. It worked with us, and I'm convinced it will work with Joranum. If I am right, all may be well." Dora's eyes widened a trifle. "Are you now going to tell me that you are being guided by psychohistory?" "No, I am not going to lie to you. I have not reached the point where I can be guided in any way by psychohistory. But Hugo is constantly talking about intuition, and I have mine." "Intuition? What's that? Define it." "Easily. Intuition is the art, peculiar to the human mind, of working out the correct answer from data that is in itself incomplete, or even perhaps misleading." "And you've done it?" And Seldon said with firm conviction, "Yes, I have." But to himself he thought what he dared not share with Doris. What if Rach's charm were gone? Or, worse, what if the consciousness of being a Dalite became too strong for him? Chapter 14. Billy Button was Billy Button. Dirty, sprawling, dark, sinuous Billy Button. Exuding decay, and yet full of a vitality that Rach was convinced was to be found nowhere else on Trentor. Perhaps it was to be found nowhere else in the Empire, though Raich knew nothing firsthand of any world but Trentor. He had last seen Billy Button when he was not much more than 12, but even the people seemed to be the same, still a mixture of the hangdog and the irreverent, filled with a synthetic pride and a grumbling resentment. The men marked by their dark, rich mustaches, and the women by their sack-like dresses that now looked tremendously slatternly to Rach's older and more worldly-wise eyes. How could women with dresses like that attract men? But it was a foolish question. Even when he was 12, he had had a pretty clear idea of how easily and quickly they could be removed. So he stood there, lost in thought and memory, passing along a street of store windows and trying to convince himself that he remembered this particular place or that, and wondering if, among them all, there were people he did remember who were now 8 years older. Those perhaps who had been his boyhood friends. And he thought uneasily of the fact that, while he remembered some of the nicknames they had pinned on each other, he could not remember any real names. In fact, the gaps in his memory were enormous. It was not that 8 years was such a long time, but it was 2/5 of the lifetime of a 20-year-old, and his life since leaving Billy Button had been so different that all before it had faded like a misty dream. But the smells were there. He stopped outside a bakery, low and dingy, and smelled the coconut icing that reeked through the air, that he had never quite smelled elsewhere. Even when he had stopped to buy tarts with coconut icing, even when they were advertised as doll style, they had been faint imitations, no more. He felt strongly tempted. Well, why not? He had the credits, and Doris was not there to wrinkle her nose and wonder aloud how clean, or more likely not clean, the place might be. Who worried about clean in the old days? The shop was dim, and it took a while for Rach's eyes to acclimate. There were a few low tables in the place, with a couple of rather insubstantial chairs at each, undoubtedly where people might have a light repast, the equivalent of mocha and tarts. A young man sat at one of the tables, an empty cup before him, wearing a once white T-shirt that probably would have looked even dirtier in a better light. The baker, or in any case a server, stepped out from a room in the rear and said in a rather surly fashion, "What do you have?" "A Coke Icer," said Raich in just as surly a fashion. He would not be a Billy Bottoner if he displayed courtesy, using the slang term he remembered well from the old days. The term was still current, for the server handed him the correct item, using his bare fingers. The boy Raich would have taken that for granted, but now the man Raich felt taken slightly aback. "You want a bag?" "No," said Raich. "I'll eat it here." He paid the server and took the Coke Icer from the other's hand and bit into its richness, his eyes half closing as he did so. It had been a rare treat in his boyhood. Sometimes when he had scrounged the necessary credit to buy one with, sometimes when he had received a bite from a temporarily wealthy friend, most often when he had lifted one when nobody was watching. Now he could buy as many as he wished. "Hey," said a voice. Raich opened his eyes. It was the man at the table scowling at him. Raich said gently, "Are you speaking to me, bub?" "Yeah. What you doing?" "Eatin' a Coke Icer. What's it to you?" Automatically, he had assumed the Billy Botton way of talking. It was no strain at all. What you doing in Billy Button? Born here? Raised here. In a bed, not in a street like you. The insult came easily, as though he had never left home. That's so? You dress pretty good for a Billy Buttoner. Pretty fancy-dancy. Got a perfume stink about you. And he held up a little finger to imply effeminacy. I won't talk about your stink. I went up in the world. Up in the world? La-dee-da. Two other men stepped into the bakery. Raich frowned slightly, for he wasn't sure whether they had been summoned or not. The man at the table said to the newcomers, "This guy's gone up in the world. Says he's a Billy Buttoner." One of the two newcomers shambled a mock salute and grinned with no appearance of amiability. His teeth were discolored. "Ain't that nice? It's always good to see a Billy Buttoner go up in the world. Gives 'em a chance to help their poor, unfortunate sector people, like credits. You can always spare a credit or two for the poor, eh?" "How many you got, mister?" said the other, the grin disappearing. "Hey," said the man behind the counter. "All you guys get out of my store. I don't want no trouble in here." "There'll be no trouble," said Raich. "I'm leaving." He made to go, but the seated man put a leg in his way. "Don't go, pal. We'd miss your company." The man behind the counter, clearly fearing the worst, disappeared into the rear. Raich smiled. He said, "One time when I was in Billy Button, guys, I was with my old man and old lady, and there were 10 guys who stopped us. 10. I counted them. We had to take care of them." "Yeah?" said the one who had been speaking. "Your old man took care of 10? "My old man? Nah. He wouldn't waste his time. My old lady did, and I can do it better than she can. And there are only 3 of you, so if you don't mind, out of the way." "Sure, just leave all your credits, some of your clothes, too." The man at the table rose to his feet. There was a knife in his hand. "There you are," said Raich. "Now you're going to waste my time." He had finished his Coke icer, and he half-turned. Then, as quickly as thought, he anchored himself to the table, while his right leg shot out, and the point of his toe landed unerringly in the groin of the man with the knife. Down he went with a loud cry. Up went the table, driving the second man toward the wall and keeping him there, while Raich's right arm flashed out, with the edge of the palm striking hard against the larynx of the third, who coughed and went down. It had taken 2 seconds, and Raich now stood there with a knife in each hand and said, "Now, which one of you wants to move?" They glared at him, but remained frozen in place, and Raich said, "In that case, I will now leave." But the server, who had retreated to the back room, must have summoned help, for 3 more men had now entered the store, while the server screeched, "Troublemakers! Nothing but troublemakers!" The newcomers were dressed alike in what was obviously a uniform, but one that Raich had never seen. Trousers were tucked into boots, loose green T-shirts were belted, and odd semi-spherical hats that looked vaguely comic were perched on top of their heads. On the front of the left shoulder of each T-shirt were the letters J.G. They had the dollite look about them, but not quite the dollite mustache. The mustaches were black and thick, but they were carefully trimmed at lip level and were kept from luxuriating too widely. Raich allowed himself an internal sneer. They lacked the vigor of his own wild mustache, but he had to admit they looked neat and clean. The leader of these three men said, "I'm Corporal Quinmer. What's been going on here?" The defeated Billy Bottoners were scrambling to their feet, clearly the worse for wear. One was still doubled over, one was rubbing his throat, and the third acted as though one of his shoulders had been wrenched. The corporal stared at them with a philosophic eye, while his two men blocked the door. He turned to Rach, the one man who seemed untouched. "Are you a Billy Bottoner boy?" "Born and bred, but I've lived elsewhere for 8 years." He let the Billy Botton accent recede, but it was still there, at least to the extent that it existed in the corporal's speech as well. There were other parts of Doll aside from Billy Botton, and some parts with considerable aspirations to gentility. Rach said, "Are you security officers? I don't seem to recall the uniform." "We're not security officers. You won't find security officers in Billy Botton much. We're the Joranum Guard, and we keep the peace here. We know these three, and they've been warned. We'll take care of them. You're our problem, Buster. Name, reference number." Rach told them. "And what happened here?" Rach told them. "And your business here?" Rach said, "Look here, do you have the right to question me? If you're not security officers—" "Listen," said the corporal in a hard voice, "don't you question rights. We're all there is in Billy Botton, and we have the right because we take the right. You say you beat up these three men, and I believe you. But you won't beat us up. We're not allowed to carry blasters." And with that, the corporal slowly pulled out a blaster. "Now, tell me your business here." Rach sighed. If he had gone directly to a sector hall as he should have done, if he had not stopped to drown himself in nostalgia for Billy Botton and Coke icers. He said, "I have come on important business to see Mr. Joranum, and since you seem to be part of his organ—" "To see the leader?" "Yes, Corporal." "With 2 knives on you?" "For self-defense. I wasn't going to have them on me when I saw Mr. Joranum." "So you say. We're taking you into custody, mister. We'll get to the bottom of this. It may take time, but we will." "But you don't have the right. You're not the legally "Well, find someone to complain to. Till then, you're ours." And the knives were confiscated, and Rach was taken into custody. Chapter 15. Cleon was no longer quite the handsome young monarch that his holographs portrayed. Perhaps he still was, in the holographs, but his mirror told a different story. His most recent birthday had been celebrated with the usual pomp and ritual, but it was his 40th just the same. The Emperor could find nothing wrong with being 40. His health was perfect. He had gained a little weight, but not much. His face would perhaps look older, if it were not for the micro-adjustments that were made periodically, and that gave him a slightly enameled look. He had been on the throne for 18 years, already one of the longer reigns of the century, and he felt there was nothing that might necessarily keep him from reigning another 40 years, and perhaps having the longest reign in imperial history as a result. Cleon looked at the mirror again, and thought he looked a bit better if he did not actualize the third dimension. Now take Demerzel. Faithful, reliable, necessary, unbearable Demerzel. No change in him. He maintained his appearance, and as far as Cleon knew, there had been no micro-adjustments either. Of course, Demerzel was so close-mouthed about everything. And he had never been young. There had been no young look about him when he first served Cleon's father, and Cleon had been the boyish Prince Imperial. And there was no young look about him now. Was it better to have looked old at the start and to avoid change afterward? Change. It reminded him that he had called Demerzel in for a purpose, and not just so that he might stand there while the Emperor ruminated. Demerzel would take too much imperial rumination as a sign of old age. "Demerzel," he said. "Sire?" "This fellow Joranum, I tire of hearing of him." "There is no reason you should hear of him, sire. He is one of those phenomena that are thrown to the surface of the news for a while and then disappears." "But he doesn't disappear." "Sometimes it takes a while, sire." "What do you think of him, Demerzel?" "He is dangerous, but has a certain popularity. It is the popularity that increases the danger." "If you find him dangerous, and if I find him annoying, why must we wait? Can't he simply be imprisoned or executed or something?" "The political situation on Trantor, sire, is delicate." "It is always delicate. When have you told me that it is anything but delicate?" "We live in delicate times, sire. It would be useless to move strongly against him if that would but exacerbate the danger." "I don't like it. I may not be widely read. An emperor doesn't have the time to be widely read, but I know my imperial history at any rate. There have been a number of cases of these populists, as they are called, that have seized power in the last couple of centuries. In every case, they reduced the reigning emperor to a mere figurehead. I do not wish to be a figurehead, Demerzel." "It is unthinkable that you would be, sire." "It won't be unthinkable if you do nothing." "I am attempting to take measures, sire, but cautious ones." "There's one fellow at least who isn't cautious. A month or so ago, a university professor, a professor, stopped a potential Joranumite riot single-handedly. He stepped right in and put a stop to it." "So he did, sire. How did you come to hear of it?" "Because he is a certain professor in whom I am interested. How is it that you didn't speak to me of this?" Demerzel said, almost obsequiously, "Would it be right for me to trouble you with every insignificant detail that crosses my desk?" "Insignificant? This man who took action was Harry Seldon." "That was indeed his name." "And the name was a familiar one. Did he not present a paper some years ago at the last decennial convention that interested us?" "Yes, sire." Cleon looked pleased. "As you see, I do have a memory. I need not depend on my staff for everything. I interviewed this Seldon fellow on the matter of his paper, did I not?" "Your memory is indeed flawless, sire." "What happened to his idea? It was a fortune-telling device. My flawless memory does not bring to mind what he called it." "Psychohistory, sire. It was not precisely a fortune-telling device, but a theory as to ways of predicting general trends in future human history." "And what happened to it?" "Nothing, sire. As I explained at the time, the idea turned out to be wholly impractical. It was a colorful idea, but a useless one." "Yet he is capable of taking action to stop a potential riot. Would he have dared do this if he didn't know in advance he would succeed? Isn't that evidence that this, psychohistory is working? It is merely evidence that Harry Seldon is foolhardy, sire. Even if the psychohistoric theory were practical, it would not have been able to yield results involving a single person or a single action. You're not the mathematician, demoiselle. He is. I think it is time I questioned him again. After all, it is not long before the decennial convention is upon us once more. It would be a useless... Demoiselle, I desire it. See to it. Yes, sire. Chapter 16. Rache was listening with an agonized impatience that he was trying not to show. He was sitting in an improvised cell, deep in the warrens of Billybottom, having been accompanied through alleys he no longer remembered. He, who in the old days could have threaded those same alleys unerringly and lost any pursuer. The man with him, clad in the green of the Joranumite Guard, was either a missionary, a brainwasher, or a kind of theologian manqué. At any rate, he had announced his name to be Sander Nee, and he was delivering a long message in a thick Dalite accent that he had clearly learned by heart. If the people of Dal want to enjoy equality, they must show themselves worthy of it. Good rule, quiet behavior, seemly pleasures are all requirements. Aggressiveness and the bearing of knives are the accusations others make against us to justify their intolerance. We must be clean in word and... Rache broke in. I agree with you, Guardsman Nee, every word, but I must see Mr. Joranum. Slowly the guardsman shook his head. You can't, less you got some appointment, some permission. Look, I'm the son of an important professor at Streeling University, a mathematics professor. Don't know no professor. I thought you said you was from Dal. Of course I am. Can't you tell the way I talk? And you got an old man who's a professor at a big university. That don't sound likely. Well, he's my foster father. The guardsman absorbed that and shook his head. You know anyone in Dal? There's Mother Rita. She'll know me. She had been very old when she had known him. She might be senile by now, or dead. Never heard of her. Who else? He had never known anyone likely to penetrate the dim consciousness of this man facing him. His best friend had been another youngster named Smudgy, or at least that was the only name he knew him by. Even in his desperation, Rache could not see himself saying, Do you know someone my age named Smudgy? Finally, he said, There's Hugo Amaryl. A dim spark seemed to light Nee's eyes. Who? Hugo Amaryl, said Rache eagerly. He works for my foster father at the university. He a Dalite, too? Everyone at the university Dalites? Just he and I. He was a heat-sinker. What's he doing at the university? My father took him out of the heat sinks 8 years ago. Well, I'll send someone. Rache had to wait. Even if he escaped, where would he go in the intricate alleyways of Billybottom without being picked up instantly? 20 minutes passed before Nee returned with the corporal who had arrested Rache in the first place. Rache felt a little hope. The corporal, at least, might conceivably have some brains. The corporal said, Who is this Dalite you know? Hugo Amaryl, Corporal, a heat-sinker whom my father found here in Dal 8 years ago and took to Streeling University with him. Why did he do that? My father thought Hugo could do more important things than heat sink, Corporal. Like what? Mathematics. The corporal held up his hand. What heat sink did he work in? Raich thought for a moment. I was only a kid then, but it was at C2, I think. Close enough. C3. Then you know about him, Corporal? Not personally, but the story is famous in the heat sinks, and I've worked there too. And maybe that's how you've heard of it. Have you any evidence that you really know Hugo Amaryl? Look, let me tell you what I'd like to do. I'm going to write down my name on a piece of paper and my father's name. Then I'm going to write down one word. Get in touch, any way you want, with some official in Mr. Joranum's group. Mr. Joranum will be here in Dahl tomorrow. And just read him my name, my father's name, and the one word. If nothing happens, then I'll stay here till I rot, I suppose, but I don't think that'll happen. In fact, I'm sure that they will get me out of here in 3 seconds, and that you'll get a promotion for passing along the information. If you refuse to do this, when they find out I'm here, and they will be in the deepest possible trouble. After all, if you know that Hugo Amaryl went off with a big-shot mathematician, just tell yourself that same big-shot mathematician is my father. His name is Harry Seldon. The corporal's face showed clearly that the name was not unknown to him. He said, "What's the one word you're going to write down?" Psychohistory. The corporal frowned. "What's that?" "That doesn't matter. Just pass it along and see what happens." The corporal handed him a small sheet of paper torn out of a notebook. "All right, write it down, and we'll see what happens." Raich realized that he was trembling. He wanted very much to know what would happen. It depended entirely on who it was that the corporal would talk to, and what magic the word would carry with it. Chapter 17. Harry Seldon watched the raindrops form on the wraparound windows of the Imperial ground car, and a sense of nostalgia stabbed at him unbearably. It was only the second time in his 8 years on Trantor that he had been ordered to visit the Emperor in the only open land on the planet. And both times the weather had been bad. The first time, shortly after he had arrived on Trantor, the bad weather had merely irritated him. He had found no novelty in it. His homeworld of Helicon had its share of storms, after all, particularly in the area where he had been brought up. But now he had lived for 8 years in make-believe weather, in which storms consisted of computerized cloudiness at random intervals, with regular light rains during the sleeping hours. Raging winds were replaced by zephyrs, and there were no extremes of heat and cold, merely little changes that made you unzip the front of your shirt once in a while, or throw on a light jacket. And he had heard complaints about even so mild a deviation. But now Harry was seeing real rain coming down drearily from a cold sky, and he had not seen such a thing in years. And he loved it, that was the thing. It reminded him of Helicon, of his youth, of relatively carefree days, and he wondered if he might persuade the driver to take the long way to the palace. Impossible. The Emperor wanted to see him, and it was a long enough trip by ground car, even if one went in a straight line with no interfering traffic. The Emperor, of course, would not wait. It was a different Cleon from the one Seldon had seen 8 years before. He had put on about 10 pounds, and there was a sulkiness about his face. Yet the skin around his eyes and cheeks looked pinched, and Harry recognized the results of one too many micro-adjustments. In a way, Seldon felt sorry for Cleon. For all his might and imperial sway, the Emperor was powerless against the passage of time. Once again, Cleon met Harry Seldon alone, in the same lavishly furnished room of their first encounter. As was the custom, Seldon waited to be addressed. After briefly assessing Seldon's appearance, the Emperor said in an ordinary voice, "Glad to see you, Professor. Let us dispense with formalities, as we did on the former occasion on which I met you." "Yes, sire," said Seldon stiffly. It was not always safe to be informal, merely because the Emperor ordered you to be so in an effusive moment. Cleon gestured imperceptibly, and at once the room came alive with automation, as the table set itself and dishes began to appear. Seldon, confused, could not follow the details. The Emperor said casually, "You will dine with me, Seldon?" It had the formal intonation of a question, but the force, somehow, of an order. "I would be honored, sire," said Seldon. He looked around cautiously. He knew very well that one did not, or at any rate should not, ask questions of the Emperor, but he saw no way out of it. He said rather quietly, trying to make it not sound like a question, "The First Minister will not dine with us?" "He will not," said Cleon. "He has other tasks at this moment, and I wish in any case to speak to you privately." They ate quietly for a while, Cleon gazing at him fixedly, and Seldon smiling tentatively. Cleon had no reputation for cruelty, or even for irresponsibility, but he could in theory have Seldon arrested on some vague charge, and if the Emperor wished to exert his influence, the case might never come to trial. It was always best to avoid notice, and at the moment Seldon couldn't manage it. Surely it had been worse 8 years ago, when he had been brought to the palace under armed guard. This fact did not make Seldon feel relieved, however. Then Cleon spoke. "Seldon," he said, "the First Minister is of great use to me, yet I feel that at times people may think I do not have a mind of my own. Do you think that?" "Never, sire," said Seldon calmly. "No use protesting too much." "I don't believe you. However, I do have a mind of my own, and I recall that when you first came to Trantor, you had this psychohistory thing you were playing with." "I'm sure you also remember, sire," said Seldon softly, "that I explained at the time it was a mathematical theory without practical application." "So you said. Do you still say so?" "Yes, sire." "Have you been working on it since?" "On occasion I toy with it, but it comes to nothing. Chaos unfortunately interferes, and predictability is not—" The Emperor interrupted. "There is a specific problem I wish you to tackle. Do help yourself to the dessert, Seldon. It is very good." "What is the problem, sire?" "This man, Joranum. Demerzel tells me, oh so politely, that I cannot arrest this man, and I cannot use armed force to crush his followers. He says it will simply make the situation worse." "If the First Minister says so, I presume it is so." "But I do not want this man Joranum. At any rate, I will not be his puppet. Demerzel does nothing." "I am sure that he is doing what he can, sire." "If he is working to alleviate the problem, he certainly is not keeping me informed." "That may be, sire. out of a natural desire to keep you above the fray. The First Minister may feel that if Joranum should, take over, said Cleon, with a tone of infinite distaste. Yes, sire. It would not be wise to have it appear that you were personally opposed to him. You must remain untouched for the sake of the stability of the Empire. I would much rather assure the stability of the Empire without Joranum. What do you suggest, Seldon? I, sire? You, Seldon, said Cleon impatiently. Let me say that I don't believe you when you say that psychohistory is just a game. Demerzel stays friendly with you. Do you think I am such an idiot as not to know that? He expects something from you. He expects psychohistory from you, and since I am no fool, I expect it too. Seldon, are you for Joranum? The truth. No, sire, I am not for him. I consider him an utter danger to the Empire. Very well, I believe you. You stopped a potential Joranumite riot at your university grounds single-handedly, I understand. It was pure impulse on my part, sire. Tell that to fools, not to me. You had it worked out by psychohistory. Sire, don't protest. What are you doing about Joranum? You must be doing something if you are on the side of the Empire. Sire, said Seldon cautiously, uncertain as to how much the Emperor knew, I have sent my son to meet with Joranum in the Dahl sector. Why? My son is a Dahlite, and shrewd. He may discover something of use to us. May? Only may, sire. You'll keep me informed? Yes, sire. And Seldon, do not tell me that psychohistory is just a game, that it does not exist. I do not want to hear that. I expect you to do something about Joranum. What it might be, I can't say, but you must do something. I will not have it otherwise. You may go. Seldon returned to Streeling University in a far darker mood than when he had left. Cleon had sounded as though he would not accept failure. It all depended on Rach now. Chapter 18. Rach sat in the anteroom of a public building in Dahl, into which he had never ventured, never could have ventured as a ragamuffin youth. He felt, in all truth, a little uneasy about it now, as though he were trespassing. He tried to look calm, trustworthy, lovable. Dad had told him that this was a quality he carried around with him, but he had never been conscious of it. If it came about naturally, he would probably spoil it by trying too hard to seem to be what he really was. He tried relaxing while keeping an eye on the official who was manipulating a computer at the desk. The official was not a Dahlite. He was, in fact, Gamble Dean Namarty, who had been with Joranum at the meeting with Dad that Rach had attended. Every once in a while, Namarty would look up from his desk and glance at Rach with a hostile glare. This Namarty wasn't buying Rach's lovability. Rach could see that. Rach did not try to meet Namarty's hostility with a friendly smile. It would have seemed too artificial. He simply waited. He had gotten this far. If Joranum arrived as he was expected to, Rach would have a chance to speak to him. Joranum did arrive, sweeping in, smiling his public smile of warmth and confidence. Namarty's hand came up, and Joranum stopped. They spoke together in low voices while Rach watched intently, and tried in vain to seem as if he wasn't. It seemed plain to Rach that Namarti was arguing against the meeting, and Rach bridled a bit at that. Then Joranum looked at Rach, smiled, and pushed Namarti to one side. It occurred to Rach that, while Namarti was the brains of the team, it was Joranum who clearly had the charisma. Joranum strode toward him and held out a plump, slightly moist hand. "Well, well, Professor Seldon's young man, how are you?" "Fine, thank you, sir." "You had some trouble getting here, I understand." "Not too much, sir." "And you've come with a message from your father, I trust. I hope he is reconsidering his decision and has decided to join me in my great crusade." "I don't think so, sir." Joranum frowned slightly. "Are you here without his knowledge?" "No, sir. He sent me." "I see. Are you hungry, lad?" "Not at the moment, sir." "Then would you mind if I eat? I don't get much time for the ordinary amenities of life," he said, smiling broadly. "It's all right with me, sir." Together they moved to a table and sat down. Joranum unwrapped a sandwich and took a bite. His voice slightly muffled, he said, "And why did he send you, son?" Rach shrugged. "I think he thought I might find out something about you that he could use against you. He's heart and soul with First Minister Demerzel." "And you're not?" "No, sir. I'm a Dalite." "I know you are, Mr. Seldon, but what does that mean?" "It means I'm oppressed. So I'm on your side, and I want to help you. Of course, I wouldn't want my father to know." "There's no reason he should know. How do you propose to help me?" He glanced quickly at Namarti, who was leaning against his desk, listening, with his arms folded and his expression lowering. "Do you know anything about psychohistory?" "No, sir. My father don't talk to me about that. And if he did, I wouldn't get it. I don't think he's getting anywhere with that stuff." "Are you sure?" "Sure, I'm sure. There's a guy there, Hugo Emeril, also a Dalite, who talks about it sometimes. I'm sure nothing is happening." "Ah. And can I see Hugo Emeril sometime, do you suppose?" "I don't think so. He ain't much for Demerzel, but he's all for my father. He wouldn't cross him." "But you would?" Rach looked unhappy, and he muttered stubbornly, "I'm a Dalite." Joranum cleared his throat. "Then let me ask you again. How do you propose to help me, young man?" "I've got something to tell you that maybe you won't believe." "Indeed? Try me. If I don't believe it, I will tell you so." "It's about First Minister Ato Demerzel." "Well?" Rach looked around uneasily. "Can anyone hear me?" "Just Namarti and myself." "All right, then listen. This guy Demerzel ain't a guy. He's a robot." "What?" exploded Joranum. Rach felt moved to explain. "A robot is a mechanical man, sir. He ain't human. He's a machine." Namarti broke out passionately. "Jojo, don't believe that. It's ridiculous." But Joranum held up an admonitory hand. His eyes were gleaming. "Why do you say that?" "My father was in Mycogen once. He told me all about it. In Mycogen, they talk about robots a lot." "Yes, I know. At least I have heard so." the Mycogenians believed that robots were once very common among their ancestors, but they were wiped out. Namarti's eyes narrowed. But what makes you think that Demerzel is a robot? From what little I have heard of these fantasies, robots are made out of metal, aren't they? That's so, said Raich earnestly. But what I heard is that there were a few robots that look just like human beings, and they live forever. Namarti shook his head violently. Legends. Ridiculous legends. Jojo, why are we listening? But Joranum cut him off quickly. No, GD, I want to listen. I've heard these legends, too. But it's nonsense, Jojo. Don't be in such a rush to say nonsense. And even if it were, people live and die by nonsense. It's not what is so much as what people think is. Tell me, young man, putting legends to one side, what makes you think Demerzel is a robot? Let's suppose that robots exist. What is it then about Demerzel that makes you say he is a robot? Did he tell you so? No, sir, said Raich. Did your father tell you so? Asked Joranum. No, sir. It's just my own idea, but I'm sure of it. Why? What makes you so sure? It's just something about him. He doesn't change. He doesn't get older. He doesn't show emotions. Something about him looks like he's made of metal. Joranum sat back in his chair and looked at Raich for an extended time. It was almost possible to hear his thoughts buzzing. Finally he said, Suppose he is a robot, young man. Why should you care? Does it matter to you? Of course it matters to me, said Raich. I'm a human being. I don't want no robot in charge of running the Empire. Joranum turned to Namarti with a gesture of eager approval. Do you hear that, GD? I'm a human being. I don't want no robot in charge of running the Empire. Put him on holovision and have him say it. Have him repeat it over and over till it's drummed into every person on Trantor. Hey, said Raich, finally catching his breath. I can't say that on holovision. I can't let my father find out. No, of course not, said Joranum quickly. We couldn't allow that. We'll just use the words. We'll find some other Dalite, someone from each of the sectors, each in his own dialect, but always the same message. I don't want no robot in charge of running the Empire. Namarti said, And what happens when Demerzel proves he's not a robot? Really, said Joranum, how will he do that? It would be impossible for him to do so, psychologically impossible. What? The great Demerzel, the power behind the throne, the man who has twitched the strings attached to Cleon the First all these years, and those attached to Cleon's father before him, will he climb down now and whine to the public that he is too a human being? That would be almost as destructive to him as being a robot. GD, we have the villain in a no-win situation, and we owe it all to this fine young man here. Raich flushed. Joranum said, Raich is your name, isn't it? Once our party is in a position to do so, we won't forget. Dal will be treated well, and you will have a good position with us. You're going to be Dal's sector leader someday, Raich, and you're not going to regret you've done this, are you now? Not on your life, said Raich fervently. In that case, we'll see that you get back to your father. You let him know that we intend him no harm, that we value him greatly. You can tell him you found that out in any way you please. And if you find anything else you think we might be able to use, about psychohistory in particular, you let us know. You bet. But do you mean it when you say you'll see to it that Dahl gets some breaks? Absolutely. Equality of sectors, my boy. Equality of worlds. We'll have a new empire, with all the old villainies of privilege and inequality wiped out. And Raich nodded his head vigorously. That's what I want. Chapter 19. Cleon, Emperor of the Galaxy, was walking hurriedly through the arcade that led from his private quarters in the small palace to the offices of the rather tremendous staff that lived in the various annexes of the Imperial Palace, which served as the nerve center of the Empire. Several of his personal attachés walked after him, with looks of the deepest concern on their faces. The Emperor did not walk to others. He summoned them, and they came to him. If he did walk, he never showed signs of haste or emotional trauma. How could he? He was the Emperor, and as such, far more a symbol of all the worlds than a human being. Yet now he seemed to be a human being. He motioned everyone aside with an impatient wave of his right hand. In his left hand he held a gleaming hologram. "The First Minister," he said in an almost strangled voice, not at all like the carefully cultivated tones he had painstakingly assumed along with the throne. "Where is he?" And all the high functionaries who were in his way fumbled and gasped and found it impossible to manage coherence. He brushed past them angrily, making them all feel undoubtedly as though they were living through a waking nightmare. Finally, he burst into Demerzel's private office, panting slightly, and shouted, literally shouted, "Demerzel!" Demerzel looked up with a trace of surprise and rose smoothly to his feet, for one did not sit in the presence of the Emperor unless specifically invited to. "Sire," he said. And the Emperor slammed the hologram down on Demerzel's desk and said, "What is this? Will you tell me that?" Demerzel looked at what the Emperor had given him. It was a beautiful hologram, sharp and alive. One could almost hear the little boy, perhaps 10 years old, speaking the words that were included in the caption. "I don't want no robot in charge of running the Empire." Demerzel said quietly, "Sire, I have received this too." "And who else has?" "I am under the impression, sire, that it is a flyer that is being widely spread over Trentor." "Yes. And do you see the person at whom that brat is looking?" He tapped his imperial forefinger at it. "Isn't that you?" "The resemblance is striking, sire." "Am I wrong in supposing that the whole intent of this flyer, as you call it, is to accuse you of being a robot?" "That does seem to be its intention, sire." "And stop me if I'm wrong, but aren't robots the legendary mechanical human beings one finds in thrillers and children's stories?" "The Mycogenians have it as an article of faith, sire, that robots—" "I'm not interested in the Mycogenians and their articles of faith. Why are they accusing you of being a robot?" "Merely a metaphorical point, I'm sure, sire. They wish to portray me as a man of no heart, whose views are the conscienceless calculations of a machine." "That's too subtle, Demerzel. I'm no fool." He tapped the hologram again. They're trying to make people believe you are really a robot. We can scarcely prevent it, sire, if people choose to believe that. We cannot afford it. It detracts from the dignity of your office. Worse than that, it detracts from the dignity of the Emperor. The implication is that I would choose as my first minister a mechanical man. That is impossible to endure. See here, demoiselle. Aren't there laws that forbid the denigration of public officers of the Empire? Yes, there are, and quite severe ones, sire, dating back to the great law codes of Aberamis. And to denigrate the Emperor himself is a capital offense, is it not? Death is the punishment, sire. Yes. Well, this not only denigrates you, it denigrates me. And whoever did it should be executed forthwith. It was this Joranum, of course, who is behind it. Undoubtedly, sire, but proving it might be rather difficult. Nonsense. I have proof enough. I want an execution. The trouble is, sire, that the laws of denigration are virtually never enforced. Not in this century, certainly. And that is why society is becoming so unstable, and the Empire is being shaken to its roots. The laws are still in the books, so enforce them. Demoiselle said, "Consider, sire, if that would be wise. It would make you appear to be a tyrant and a despot. Your rule has been a most successful one, through kindness and mildness." Yes, and see where that got me. Let's have them fear me for a change, rather than love me in this fashion. I strongly recommend that you do not do so, sire. It may be the spark that will start a rebellion. What would you do then? Go before the people and say, "Look at me, I am no robot"? No, sire, for as you say, that would destroy my dignity, and worse yet, yours. Then, I am not certain, sire. I have not yet thought it through. Not yet thought it through? Get in touch with Seldon. Sire? What is so difficult to understand about my order? Get in touch with Seldon. You wish me to summon him to the palace, sire? No, there's no time for that. I presume you can set up a sealed communication line between us that cannot be tapped. Certainly, sire. Then do so, now. Chapter 20. Seldon lacked Demoiselle's self-possession, being, as he was, only flesh and blood. The summons to his office, and the sudden faint glow and tingle of the scrambler field, was indication enough that something unusual was taking place. He had spoken by sealed lines before, but never to the full extent of imperial security. He expected some government official to clear the way for Demoiselle himself. Considering the slowly mounting tumult of the robot flyer, he could expect nothing less. But he did not expect anything more either, and when the image of the Emperor himself, with the faint glitter of the scramble field outlining him, stepped into his office, so to speak, Seldon fell back in his seat, mouth wide open, and could make only ineffectual attempts to rise. Cleon motioned him impatiently to keep his seat. "You must know what's going on, Seldon." "Do you mean about the robot flyer, sire?" "That's exactly what I mean. What's to be done?" Seldon, despite the permission to remain seated, finally rose. "There's more, sire. Joranum is organizing rallies all over Trantor on the robot issue. At least, that's what I hear on the newscasts." "It hasn't reached me yet. Of course not. Why should the Emperor know what is going on? It is not for the Emperor to be concerned, sire. I'm sure that the First Minister... The First Minister will do nothing, not even keep me informed. I turn to you and your psychohistory. Tell me what to do. Sire? I'm not going to play your game, Seldon. You've been working on psychohistory for 8 years. The First Minister tells me I must not take legal action against Joranum. What then do I do? Seldon stuttered. Sire, nothing. You have nothing to tell me? No, sire, that is not what I mean. I mean you must do nothing. Nothing. The First Minister is quite right if he tells you that you must not take legal action. It will make things worse. Very well. What will make things better? For you to do nothing. For the First Minister to do nothing. For the government to allow Joranum to do just as he pleases. How will that help? And Seldon said, trying to suppress the note of desperation in his voice, that will soon be seen. The Emperor seemed to deflate suddenly, as though all the anger and indignation had been drawn out of him. He said, Ah, I understand. You have the situation well in hand. Sire, I have not said that. You need not say, I have heard enough. You have the situation well in hand, but I want results. I still have the Imperial Guard and the armed forces. They will be loyal. And if it comes to actual disorders, I will not hesitate. But I will give you your chance first. His image flashed out, and Seldon sat there, simply staring at the empty space where the image had been. Ever since the first unhappy moment when he had mentioned psychohistory at the decennial convention 8 years before, he had had to face the fact that he didn't have what he had incautiously talked about. All he had was the wild ghost of some thoughts, and what Hugo Emmeril called intuition. Chapter 21. In 2 days, Joranum had swept Trentor, partly by himself, mostly through his lieutenants. As Harry muttered to Dors, it was a campaign that had all the marks of military efficiency. He was born to be a war admiral in the old days, he said. He's wasted on politics. And Dors said, Wasted? At this rate, he's going to make himself First Minister in a week. And, if he wishes, Emperor in 2 weeks. There are reports that some of the military garrisons are cheering him. Seldon shook his head. It will collapse, Dors. What? Joranum's party or the Empire? Joranum's party. The story of the robot has created an instant stir, especially with the effective use of that flyer. But a little thought, a little coolness, and the public will see it for the ridiculous accusation it is. But, Harry, said Dors tightly, you needn't pretend with me. It is not a ridiculous story. How could Joranum possibly have found out that Demerzel is a robot? Oh, that. Why, Rach told him so. Rach? That's right. He did his job perfectly and got back safely with the promise of being made Dahl's sector leader someday. Of course he was believed. I knew he would be. You mean you told Rach that Demerzel was a robot and had him pass on the news to Joranum? Dors looked utterly horrified. No, I couldn't do that. You know I couldn't tell Rach, or anyone, that Demerzel was a robot. I told Rach as firmly as I could that Demerzel was not a robot. And even that much was difficult. But I did ask him to tell Joranum that he was. He is under the firm impression that he lied to Joranum. But why, Harry? Why? It's not psychohistory, I'll tell you that. Don't you join the Emperor in thinking I'm a magician. I just wanted Joranum to believe that Demerzel was a robot. He's a Mycogenian by birth, so he was filled from youth with his culture's tales of robots. Therefore, he was predisposed to believe, and he was convinced that the public would believe with him. Well, won't they? Not really. After the initial shock is over, they will realize that it's madcap fiction, or they will think so. I've persuaded Demerzel that he must give a talk on subetheric holovision to be broadcast to key portions of the Empire and to every sector on Trantor. He is to talk about everything but the robot issue. There are enough crises we all know to fill such a talk. People will listen and will hear nothing about robots. Then, at the end, he will be asked about the flyer, and he need not answer a word. He need only laugh. Laugh? I've never known Demerzel to laugh. He almost never smiles. This time, Doris, he'll laugh. It is the one thing that no one ever visualizes a robot doing. You've seen robots in holographic fantasies, haven't you? They're always pictured as literal-minded, unemotional, inhuman. That's what people are sure to expect. So Demerzel need merely laugh. And on top of that, do you remember Sunmaster 14, the religious leader of Mycogen? Of course I do. Literal-minded, unemotional, inhuman. He's never laughed either. And he won't this time. I've done a lot of work on this Joranum matter since I had that little set-to at the field. I know Joranum's real name. I know where he was born, who his parents were, where he had his early training, and all of it, with documentary proof, has gone to Sunmaster 14. I don't think Sunmaster likes breakaways. But I thought you said you don't wish to spark off bigotry. I don't. If I had given the information to the Holovision people, I would have. But I've given it to Sunmaster, where, after all, it belongs. And he'll start off the bigotry. Of course he won't. No one on Trantor would pay any attention to Sunmaster, whatever he might say. Then what's the point? Well, that's what we'll see, Doris. I don't have a psychohistorical analysis of the situation. I don't even know if one is possible. I just hope that my judgment is right. Chapter 22. Ato Demerzel laughed. It was not the first time. He sat there with Harry Seldon and Doris Van Abely in a tap-free room, and every once in a while, at a signal from Harry, he would laugh. Sometimes he leaned back and laughed uproariously, but Seldon shook his head. That would never sound convincing. So Demerzel smiled and then laughed with dignity, and Seldon made a face. "I'm stumped," he said. "It's no use trying to tell you funny stories. You get the point only intellectually. You will simply have to memorize the sound." Doris said, "Use a holographic laugh track." No, that would never be Demerzel. That's a bunch of idiots being paid to yak. It's not what I want. Try again, Demerzel. Demerzel tried again until Seldon said, "All right, then. Memorize that sound and reproduce it when you're asked the question. You've got to look amused. You can't make the sound of laughing, however proficient, with a grave face. Smile a little. Just a little. Pull back the corner of your mouth. Slowly, Demerzel's mouth widened into a grin. Not bad. Can you make your eyes twinkle? What do you mean, twinkle? Said Doris indignantly. No one makes their eyes twinkle. That's a metaphorical expression. No, it's not, said Seldon. There's the hint of tears in the eye. Sadness, joy, surprise, whatever. And the reflection of light from that hint of fluid is what does it. Well, do you seriously expect Demerzel to produce tears? And Demerzel said, matter-of-factly, My eyes do produce tears for general cleansing, never in excess. Perhaps, though, if I imagine my eyes to be slightly irritated. Try it, said Seldon. It can't hurt. And so it was that when the talk on subetheric holovision was over, and the words were streaking out to millions of worlds at thousands of times the effective speed of light, words that were grave, matter-of-fact, informative, and without rhetorical embellishment, and that discussed everything but robots, Demerzel declared himself ready to answer questions. He did not have to wait long. The very first question was, Mr. First Minister, are you a robot? Demerzel simply stared calmly and let the tension build. Then he smiled, his body shook slightly, and he laughed. It was not a loud, uproarious laugh, but it was a rich one, the laugh of someone enjoying a moment of fantasy. It was infectious. The audience tittered and then laughed along with him. Demerzel waited for the laughter to die down, and then, eyes twinkling, said, Must I really answer that? Is it necessary to do so? He was still smiling as the screen darkened. Chapter 23. I'm sure it worked, said Seldon. Naturally, we won't have a complete reversal instantly. It takes time. But things are moving in the right direction now. I noticed that when I stopped Namarty's talk at the university field, the audience was with him until I faced him and showed spunk against odds. The audience began to change sides at once. Do you think this is an analogous situation? Asked Doris dubiously. Of course. If I don't have psychohistory, I can use analogy, and the brains I was born with, I suppose. There was the First Minister, beleaguered on all sides with the accusation, and he faced it down with a smile and a laugh, the most non-robot thing he could have done. So that in itself was an answer to the question. Of course, sympathy began to slide to his side. Nothing would stop that. But that's only the beginning. We have to wait for Sunmaster 14 and hear what he has to say. Are you confident there, too? Absolutely. Chapter 24. Tennis was one of Harry's favorite sports, but he preferred to play rather than watch others. He watched with impatience, therefore, as the Emperor Cleon, dressed in sports fashion, loped across the court to return the ball. It was imperial tennis, actually, so called because it was a favorite of emperors, a version of the game in which a computerized racket was used that could alter its angle slightly with appropriate pressures on the handle. Harry had tried to develop the technique on several occasions, but found that mastering the computerized racket would take a great deal of practice, and Harry Seldon's time was far too precious for what was clearly a trivial pursuit. Cleon placed the ball in a non-returnable position and won the game. He trotted off the court to the careful applause of the functionaries who were watching, and Seldon said to him, Congratulations, sire. You played a marvelous game. Cleon said indifferently, Do you think so, Seldon? They're all so careful to let me win. I get no pleasure out of it. Seldon said, In that case, sire, you might order your opponents to play harder. It wouldn't help. They'd be careful to lose anyway. And if they did win, I would get even less pleasure out of losing than out of winning meaninglessly. Being an emperor has its woes, Seldon. Joranum would have found that out if he had ever succeeded in becoming one. He disappeared into his private shower facility and emerged in due time, scrubbed and dried and dressed rather more formally. And now, Seldon, he said, waving all the others away, the tennis court is as private a place as we can find, and the weather is glorious, so let us not go indoors. I have read the Mycogenian message of this Sunmaster 14. Will it do? Entirely, sire. As you have read, Joranum was denounced as a Mycogenian breakaway and is accused of blasphemy in the strongest terms. And does that finish him? It diminishes his importance fatally, sire. There are few who accept the mad story of the First Minister's robothood now. Furthermore, Joranum is revealed as a liar and a poseur, and worse, one who was caught at it. Caught at it, yes, said Cleon thoughtfully. You mean that merely to be underhanded is to be sly, and that may be admirable, while to be caught is to be stupid, and that is never admirable. You put it succinctly, sire. Then Joranum is no longer a danger? We can't be certain of that, sire. He may recover even now. He still has an organization, and some of his followers will remain loyal. History yields examples of men and women who have come back after disasters as great as this one, or greater. In that case, let us execute him, Seldon. Seldon shook his head. That would be inadvisable, sire. You would not want to create a martyr, or to make yourself appear to be a despot. Cleon frowned. Now you sound like Demerzel. Whenever I wish to take forceful action, he mutters the word despot. There have been emperors before me who have taken forceful action, and who have been admired as a result, and have been considered strong and decisive. Undoubtedly, sire, but we live in troubled times. Nor is execution necessary. You can accomplish your purpose in a way that will make you seem enlightened and benevolent. Seem enlightened? Be enlightened, sire. I misspoke. To execute Joranum would be to take revenge, which might be regarded as ignoble. As emperor, however, you have a kindly, even paternal attitude toward the beliefs of all your people. You make no distinctions, for you are the emperor of all alike. What is it you're saying? I mean, sire, that Joranum has offended the sensibilities of the Mycogenians, and you are horrified at his sacrilege, he having been born one of them. What better can you do but hand Joranum over to the Mycogenians and allow them to take care of him? You will be applauded for your proper imperial concern. And the Mycogenians will execute him then? They may, sire. Their laws against blasphemy are excessively severe. At best, they will imprison him for life at hard labor. Cleon smiled. Very good. I get the credit for humanity and tolerance, and they do the dirty work. They would, sire, if you actually handed Joranum over to them. That would, however, still create a martyr. Now you confuse me. What would you have me do? Give Joranum the choice. Say that your regard for the welfare of all the people in your empire urges you to hand him over to the Mycogenians for trial, but that your humanity fears the Mycogenians may be too severe. Therefore, as an alternative, he may choose to be banished to Nishaya, the small and secluded world from which he claimed to have come, to live the rest of his life in obscurity and peace. You'll see to it that he's kept under guard, of course. And that will take care of things? Certainly. Joranum would be committing virtual suicide if he chose to be returned to Mycogen, and he doesn't strike me as the suicidal type. He will certainly choose Nishaya, and though that is the sensible course of action, it is also an unheroic one. As a refugee in Nishaya, he can scarcely lead any movement designed to take over the empire. His following is sure to disintegrate. They could follow a martyr with holy zeal, but it would be difficult indeed to follow a coward. Astonishing! How did you manage all this, Seldon? There was a distinct note of admiration in Cleon's voice. Seldon said, Well, it seemed reasonable to suppose. Never mind, said Cleon abruptly. I don't suppose you'll tell me the truth, or that I would understand if you did. But I'll tell you this much. Demerzel is leaving office. This last crisis has proved to be too much for him, and I agree with him that it is time for him to retire. But I can't do without a first minister, and from this moment onward you are he. Sire! Exclaimed Seldon in mingled astonishment and horror. First Minister Harry Seldon, said Cleon calmly. The Emperor wishes it. Chapter 25. Don't be alarmed, said Demerzel. It was my suggestion. I've been here too long, and the succession of crises has reached the point where the consideration of the three laws paralyzes me. You are the logical successor. I am not the logical successor, said Seldon hotly. What do I know about running an empire? The Emperor is foolish enough to believe that I solved this crisis by psychohistory. Of course I didn't. That doesn't matter, Harry. If he believes you have the psychohistorical answer, he will follow you eagerly, and that will make you a good first minister. He may follow me straight into destruction. I feel that your good sense, or intuition, will keep you on target, with or without psychohistory. But what will I do without you, Daniil? Thank you for calling me that. I am Demerzel no more, only Daniil. As to what you will do without me, suppose you try to put into practice some of Joranum's ideas of equality and social justice. He may not have meant them. He may have used them only as ways of capturing allegiance. But they are not bad ideas in themselves. And find ways of having Raich help you in that. He clung to you against his own attraction to Joranum's ideas, and he must feel torn and half a traitor. Show him he isn't. In addition, you can work all the harder on psychohistory, for the Emperor will be there with you, heart and soul. But what will you do, Daniil? I have other things in the galaxy to which I must attend. There is still the Zeroth law, and I must labor for the good of humanity, insofar as I can determine what that might be. And, Harry. Yes, Daniil? You still have doors. Seldon nodded. Yes, I still have doors. He paused for a moment before grasping Daniil's firm hand with his own. Goodbye, Daniil. Goodbye, Harry, Daniil replied. And with that, the robot turned, his heavy First Minister's robe rustling as he walked away, head up, back ramrod straight, along the palace hallway. Seldon stood there for a few minutes after Daniil had gone, lost in thought. Suddenly, he began moving in the direction of the First Minister's apartment. Seldon had one more thing to tell Daniil, the most important thing of all. Seldon hesitated in the softly lit hallway before entering. But the room was empty. The dark robe was draped over a chair. The First Minister's chambers echoed Harry's last words to the robot. Goodbye, my friend. Ato Demerzel was gone. R. Daniil Olivaw had vanished. Part 2. Cleon the First. Cleon the First, though often receiving panegyrics for being the last emperor under whom the First Galactic Empire was reasonably united and reasonably prosperous, the quarter-century reign of Cleon the First was one of continuous decline. This cannot be viewed as his direct responsibility, for the decline of the empire was based on political and economic factors too strong for anyone to deal with at the time. He was fortunate in his selection of first ministers, Ato Demerzel and then Harry Seldon, in whose development of psychohistory the emperor never lost faith. Cleon and Seldon as the objects of the final Joronumite conspiracy with its bizarre climax. Encyclopedia Galactica. Chapter 1. Mandel Gruber was a happy man. He seemed so to Harry Seldon, certainly. Seldon stopped his morning constitutional to watch him. Gruber, perhaps in his late 40s, a few years younger than Seldon, was a bit gnarled from his continuing work in the Imperial Palace grounds. But he had a cheerful, smoothly shaven face, topped by a pink skull, not much of which was hidden by his thin, sandy hair. He whistled softly to himself as he inspected the leaves of the bushes for any signs of insect infestation. He was not the chief gardener, of course. The chief gardener of the Imperial Palace grounds was a high functionary who had a palatial office in one of the buildings of the enormous imperial complex, with an army of men and women under him. The chances are he did not inspect the palace grounds more often than once or twice a year. Gruber was but one of that army. His title, Seldon knew, was Gardener First Class, and it had been well earned, with 30 years of faithful service. Seldon called to him as he paused on the perfectly level crushed gravel walk. "Another marvelous day, Gruber." Gruber looked up, and his eyes twinkled. "Yes, indeed, First Minister, and it's sorry I am for those who be cooped up indoors." "You mean as I am about to be." "There's not much about you, First Minister, for people to sorrow over. But if you're disappearing into those buildings on a day like this, it's a bit of sorrow that we fortunate few can feel for you." "I thank you for your sympathy, Gruber, but you know we have 40 billion Trantorians under the dome. Are you sorry for all of them?" "Indeed I am. I am grateful I am not of Trantorian extraction myself, so that I could qualify as a gardener. There be few of us on this world that work in the open. But here I be, one of the fortunate few." "The weather isn't always this ideal." "That is true. and I have been out here in the sluicing rains and the whistling winds. Still, as long as you dress fittingly. Look." And Gruber spread his arms open, wide as his smile, as if to embrace the vast expanse of the palace grounds. "I have my friends, the trees and the lawns, and all the animal life forms to keep me company, and growth to encourage in geometric form even in the winter. Have you ever seen the geometry of the grounds, First Minister?" "I am looking at it right now, am I not?" "I mean the plans spread out so you can really appreciate it all, and marvelous it is, too. It was planned by Tapper Savant over 100 years ago, and it has been little changed since. Tapper was a great horticulturist, the greatest, and he came from my planet." "That was Anacreon, wasn't it?" "Indeed, a far-off world near the edge of the galaxy, where there is still wilderness, and life can be sweet. I came here when I was still an ear-wet lad, when the present chief gardener took power under the old emperor. Of course, now they're talking of redesigning the grounds." Gruber sighed deeply and shook his head. "That would be a mistake. They are just right as they are now, properly proportioned, well-balanced, pleasing to the eye and spirit. But it is true that in history the grounds have occasionally been redesigned. Emperors grow tired of the old, and are always seeking the new, as if new is somehow always better. Our present emperor, may he live long, has been planning the redesign with the chief gardener. At least, that is the word that runs from gardener to gardener." This last he added quickly, as if abashed at spreading palace gossip. "It might not happen soon." "I hope not, First Minister. Please, if you have the chance to take some time from all the heart-stopping work you must be after doing, study the design of the grounds. It is a rare beauty, and if I have my way, there should not be a leaf moved out of place, nor a flower, nor a rabbit, anywhere in all these hundreds of square kilometers." Seldon smiled. "You are a dedicated man, Gruber. I would not be surprised if someday you were chief gardener." "May fate protect me from that. The chief gardener breathes no fresh air, sees no natural sights, and forgets all he has learned of nature. He lives there." Gruber pointed scornfully. "And I think he no longer knows a bush from a stream, unless one of his underlings leads him out and places his hand on one or dips it into the other." For a moment it seemed as though Gruber would expectorate his scorn, but he could not find any place on which he could bear to spit. Seldon laughed quietly. "Gruber, it's good to talk to you. When I am overcome with the duties of the day, it is pleasant to take a few moments to listen to your philosophy of life." "Ah, First Minister, it is no philosopher I am. My schooling was very sketchy." "You don't need schooling to be a philosopher. Just an active mind and experience with life. Take care, Gruber. I just might have you promoted." "If you but leave me as I am, First Minister, you will have my total gratitude." Seldon was smiling as he moved on, but the smile faded as his mind turned once more to his current problems. 10 years as First Minister, and if Gruber knew how heartily sick Seldon was of his position, his sympathy would rise to enormous heights. Could Gruber grasp the fact that Seldon's progress in the techniques of psychohistory showed the promise of facing him with an unbearable dilemma? Chapter 2. Seldon's thoughtful stroll across the grounds was the epitome of peace. It was hard to believe, here in the midst of the Emperor's immediate domain, that he was on a world that, except for this area, was totally enclosed by a dome. Here, in this spot, he might be on his home world of Helicon, or on Gruber's home world of Anacreon. Of course, the sense of peace was an illusion. The grounds were guarded, thick with security. Once, 1,000 years ago, the imperial palace grounds, much less palatial, much less differentiated from a world only beginning to construct domes over individual regions, had been open to all citizens, and the emperor himself could walk along the paths unguarded, nodding his head in greeting to his subjects. No more. Now security was in place, and no one from Trantor itself could possibly invade the grounds. That did not remove the danger, however, for that, when it came from discontented imperial functionaries and from corrupt and suborned soldiers. It was within the grounds that the emperor and his staff were most in danger. What would have happened if on that occasion nearly 10 years before, Seldon had not been accompanied by Dors Venabili? It had been in his first year as First Minister, and it was only natural, he supposed, after the fact, that there would be jealous heartburning over his unexpected choice for the post. Many others, far better qualified in training, in years of service, and most of all in their own eyes, could view the appointment with anger. They did not know of psychohistory or of the importance the emperor attached to it. And the easiest way to correct the situation was to corrupt one of the sworn protectors of the First Minister. Dors must have been more suspicious than Seldon himself was. Or else, with Demerzel's disappearance from the scene, her instructions to guard Seldon had been strengthened. The truth was that for the first few years of his first ministership, she was at his side more often than not. And on the late afternoon of a warm, sunny day, Dors noted the glint of the westering sun, a sun never seen under Trantor's dome, on the metal of a blaster. "Down, Harry!" she cried suddenly, and her legs crushed the grass as she raced toward the sergeant. "Give me that blaster, Sergeant," she said tightly. The would-be assassin, momentarily immobilized by the unexpected sight of a woman running toward him, now reacted quickly, raising the drawn blaster. But she was already at him, her hand enclosing his right wrist in a steely grip and lifting his arm high. "Drop it," she said through clenched teeth. The sergeant's face twisted as he attempted to yank his arm loose. "Don't try, Sergeant," said Dors. "My knee is 3 inches from your groin, and if you so much as blink, your genitals will be history, so just freeze." "That's right. Okay, now open your hand. If you don't drop the blaster right now, I will shatter your arm." A gardener came running up with a rake. Dors motioned him away. The sergeant dropped the blaster to the ground. Seldon had arrived. "I'll take over, Dors." "You will not. Get in among those trees and take the blaster with you. Others may be involved and ready to act." Dors had not loosened her grip on the sergeant. She said, "Now, Sergeant, I want the name of whoever it was who persuaded you to make an attempt on the First Minister's life, and the name of everyone else who is in this with you." The sergeant was silent. "Don't be foolish," said Dors. "Speak." She twisted his arm, and he sank down to his knees. She put her shoe on his neck. "If you think silence becomes you, I can crush your larynx and you will be silent forever. And even before that, I'm going to damage you badly. I won't leave one bone unbroken. You had better talk." The sergeant talked. Later, Seldon had said to her, "How could you do that, Dors? I never believed you capable of such violence." Doris said coolly, "I did not actually hurt him much, Harry. The threat was sufficient. In any case, your safety was paramount. You should have let me take care of him." "Why? To salvage your masculine pride? You wouldn't have been fast enough, for one thing. Secondly, no matter what you would have succeeded in doing, you are a man, and it would have been expected. I am a woman, and women, in popular thought, are not considered as ferocious as men, and most, in general, do not have the strength to do what I did. The story will improve in the telling, and everyone will be terrified of me. No one will dare to try to harm you, for fear of me." "For fear of you, and for fear of execution. The sergeant and his cohorts are to be killed, you know." At this, an anguished look clouded Dora's usually composed visage, as if she could not stand the thought of the traitorous sergeant being put to death, even though he would have cut down her beloved Harry without a second thought. "But," she exclaimed, "there is no need to execute the conspirators. Exile will do the job." "No, it won't," said Seldon. "It's too late. Cleon will hear of nothing but executions. I can quote him, if you wish." "You mean he's already made up his mind?" "At once. I told him that exile or imprisonment would be all that was necessary, but he said no. He said, 'Every time I try to solve a problem by direct and forceful action, first Demerzel and then you talk of despotism and tyranny. But this is my palace. These are my grounds. These are my guardsmen. My safety depends on the security of this place and the loyalty of my people. Do you think that any deviation from absolute loyalty can be met with anything but instant death? How else would you be safe? How else would I be safe?' I said there would have to be a trial. 'Of course,' he said, 'a short military trial. And I don't expect a single vote for anything but execution. I shall make that quite clear.' Doris looked appalled. 'You're taking this very quietly. Do you agree with the Emperor?' Reluctantly, Seldon nodded. 'I do.' 'Because there was an attempt on your life. Have you abandoned your principles for mere revenge?' 'Now, Doris, I'm not a vengeful person. However, it was not myself alone at risk, or even the Emperor. If there is anything that the recent history of the Empire shows us, it is that emperors come and go. It is psychohistory that must be protected. Undoubtedly, even if something happens to me, psychohistory will someday be developed. But the Empire is falling fast, and we cannot wait. And only I have advanced far enough to obtain the necessary techniques in time.' 'Then you should teach what you know to others,' said Doris gravely. 'I'm doing so. Hugo Amaral is a reasonable successor, and I have gathered a group of technicians who will someday be useful. But they won't be as—' He paused. 'They won't be as good as you, as wise, as capable? Really?' 'I happen to think so,' said Seldon. 'And I happen to be human. Psychohistory is mine, and if I can possibly manage it, I want the credit.' 'Human,' sighed Doris, shaking her head almost sadly. The executions went through. No such purge had been seen in over a century. 2 ministers, 5 officials of lower ranks, and 4 soldiers, including the hapless sergeant, met their deaths. Every guardsman who could not withstand the most rigorous investigation was relieved of duty and exiled to the remote outer worlds. Since then, there had been no whisper of disloyalty, and so notorious had become the care with which the First Minister was guarded, to say nothing of the terrifying woman, called the Tiger Woman by many, who watched over him, that it was no longer necessary for Doris to accompany him everywhere. Her invisible presence was an adequate shield, and the Emperor Cleon enjoyed nearly 10 years of quiet and absolute security. Now, however, psychohistory was finally reaching the point where predictions of a sort could be made, and as Seldon crossed the grounds in his passage from his office, First Minister, to his laboratory, Psychohistorian, he was uneasily aware of the likelihood that this era of peace might be coming to an end. Chapter 3. Yet even so, Harry Seldon could not repress the surge of satisfaction that he felt as he entered his laboratory. How things had changed. It had begun 20 years earlier with his own doodlings on his second-rate Heliconian computer. It was then that the first hint of what was to become parachaotic math came to him in a cloudy fashion. Then there were the years at Streeling University, when he and Hugo Amaril, working together, attempted to renormalize the equations, get rid of the inconvenient infinities, and find a way around the worst of the chaotic effects. They made very little progress indeed. But now, after 10 years as First Minister, he had a whole floor of the latest computers, and a whole staff of people working on a large variety of problems. Of necessity, none of his staff, except for Hugo and himself, of course, could really know much more than the immediate problem they were dealing with. Each of them worked with only a small ravine or outcropping on the gigantic mountain range of psychohistory that only Seldon and Amaril could see as a mountain range. And even they could see it only dimly, its peaks hidden in clouds, its slopes veiled by mist. Doris Van Avely was right, of course. He would have to begin initiating his people into the entire mystery. The technique was getting well beyond what only 2 men could handle. And Seldon was aging. Even if he could look forward to some additional decades, the years of his most fruitful breakthroughs were surely behind him. Even Amaril would be 39 within a month, and though that was still young, it was perhaps not overly young for a mathematician, and he had been working on the problem almost as long as Seldon himself. His capacity for new and tangential thinking might be dwindling too. Amaril had seen him enter and was now approaching. Seldon watched him fondly. Amaril was as much a Dalite as Seldon's foster son Rach was, and yet Amaril, despite his muscular physique and short stature, did not seem Dalite at all. He lacked the mustache, he lacked the accent, he lacked, it would seem, Dalite consciousness of any kind. He had even been impervious to the lure of Jojo Joranum, who had appealed so thoroughly to the people of Dal. It was as though Amaril recognized no sectoral patriotism, no planetary patriotism, not even imperial patriotism. He belonged completely and entirely to psychohistory. Seldon felt a twinge of insufficiency. He himself remained conscious of his first 2 decades on Helicon, and there was no way he could keep from thinking of himself as a Heliconian. He wondered if that consciousness was not sure to betray him by causing him to skew his thinking about psychohistory. Ideally, to use psychohistory properly, one should be above worlds and sectors and deal only with humanity in the faceless abstract, and this was what Amaril did. And Seldon didn't, he admitted to himself, sighing silently. Amaril said, "We are making progress, Harry, I suppose." "You suppose, Hugo? Merely suppose?" "I don't want to jump into outer space without a suit." He said this quite seriously. He did not have much of a sense of humor, Seldon knew, and they moved into their private office. It was small, but it was also well shielded. Amaryl sat down and crossed his legs. He said, "Your latest scheme for getting around chaos may be working in part. At the cost of sharpness, of course." "Of course. What we gain in the straightaway, we lose in the roundabouts. That's the way the universe works. We've just got to fool it somehow." "We fooled it a little bit. It's like looking through frosted glass." "Better than the years we spent trying to look through lead." Amaryl muttered something to himself, then said, "We can catch glimmers of light and dark." "Explain." "I can't. But I have the prime radiant, which I've been working on like a Try-Lamech. That's an animal. A beast of burden we have on Helicon. It doesn't exist on Trantor. If the Lamech works hard, then that is what my work on the prime radiant has been like." He pressed the security keypad on his desk, and a drawer unsealed and slid open noiselessly. He took out a dark, opaque cube that Seldon scrutinized with interest. Seldon himself had worked out the prime radiant circuitry, but Amaryl had put it together. A clever man with his hands was Amaryl. The room darkened, and equations and relationships shimmered in the air. Numbers spread out beneath them, hovering just above the desk surface, as if suspended by invisible marionette strings. Seldon said, "Wonderful. Someday, if we live long enough, we'll have the prime radiant produce a river of mathematical symbolism that will chart past and future history. In it, we can find currents and rivulets, and work out ways of changing them in order to make them follow other currents and rivulets that we would prefer." "Yes," said Amaryl dryly, "if we can manage to live with the knowledge that the actions we take, which we will mean for the best, may turn out to be for the worst." "Believe me, Hugo, I never go to bed at night without that particular thought gnawing at me. Still, we haven't come to it yet. All we have is this, which, as you say, is no more than seeing light and dark fuzzily through frosted glass." "True enough." "And what is it you think you see, Hugo?" Seldon watched Amaryl closely, a little grimly. He was gaining weight, getting just a bit pudgy. He spent too much time bent over the computers, and now over the prime radiant, and not enough in physical activity. And though he saw a woman now and then, Seldon knew, he had never married. A mistake. Even a workaholic is forced to take time off to satisfy a mate, to take care of the needs of children. Seldon thought of his own still trim figure, and of the manner in which Doors strove to make him keep it that way. Amaryl said, "What do I see? The Empire is in trouble." "The Empire is always in trouble." "Yes, but it's more specific. There's a possibility that we may have trouble at the center." "At Trantor?" "I presume. Or at the periphery. Either there will be a bad situation here, perhaps civil war, or the outlying outer worlds will begin to break away." Surely it doesn't take psychohistory to point out these possibilities. The interesting thing is that there seems to be a mutual exclusivity, one or the other. The likelihood of both together is very small. Here, look, it's your own mathematics. Observe. They bent over the prime radiant display for a long time. Seldon said finally, "I fail to see why the two should be mutually exclusive." "So do I, Harry. But where's the value of psychohistory if it shows us only what we would see anyway? This is showing us something we wouldn't see. What it doesn't show us is, first, which alternative is better, and second, what to do to make the better come to pass and depress the possibility of the worse. Seldon pursed his lips, then said slowly, I can tell you which alternative is preferable. Let the periphery go and keep Trantor. Really? No question. We must keep Trantor stable, if for no other reason than that we're here. Surely our own comfort isn't the decisive point. No, but psychohistory is. What good will it do us to keep the periphery intact if conditions on Trantor force us to stop work on psychohistory? I don't say that we'll be killed, but we may be unable to work. The development of psychohistory is on what our fate will depend. As for the Empire, if the periphery secedes, it will only begin a disintegration that may take a long time to reach the core. Even if you're right, Harry, what do we do to keep Trantor stable? To begin with, we have to think about it. A silence fell between them, and then Seldon said, Thinking doesn't make me happy. What if the Empire is altogether on the wrong track, and has been for all its history? I think of that every time I talk to Gruber. Who's Gruber? Mandel Gruber, a gardener. Oh, the one who came running up with the rake to rescue you at the time of the assassination attempt? Yes. I've always been grateful to him for that. He had only a rake against possibly other conspirators with blasters. That's loyalty. Anyhow, talking to him is like a breath of fresh air. I can't spend all my time talking to court officials and to psychohistorians. Thank you. You know what I mean. Gruber likes the open. He wants the wind and the rain and the biting cold and everything else that raw weather can bring to him. I miss it myself sometimes. I don't. I wouldn't care if I never go out there. You were brought up under the dome. But suppose the Empire consisted of simple, unindustrialized worlds, living by herding and farming, with thin populations and empty spaces. Wouldn't we all be better off? It sounds horrible to me. I found some spare time to check it as best I could. It seems to me it's a case of unstable equilibrium. A thinly populated world of the type I describe either grows moribund and impoverished, falling off into an uncultured near-animal level, or it industrializes. It is standing on a narrow point and topples over in either direction. And, as it just so happens, almost every world in the galaxy has fallen over into industrialization. Because that's better. Maybe. But it can't continue forever. We're watching the results of the overtoppling now. The Empire cannot exist for much longer because it has overheated. I can't think of any other expression. What will follow, we don't know. If, through psychohistory, we manage to prevent the fall, or, more likely, force a recovery after the fall, is that merely to ensure another period of overheating? Is that the only future humanity has, to push the boulder like Sisyphus up to the top of the hill, only to see it roll to the bottom again? Who's Sisyphus? A character in a primitive myth. Hugo, you must do more reading. Emerald shrugged. So I can learn about Sisyphus? Not important. Perhaps psychohistory will show us a path to an entirely new society, one altogether different from anything we have seen, one that would be stable and desirable. I hope so, sighed Seldon. I hope so, but there's no sign of it yet. For the near future, we will just have to labor to let the periphery go. That will mark the beginning of the fall of the Galactic Empire. Chapter 4. "And so I said," said Harry Seldon, "that will mark the beginning of the fall of the Galactic Empire. And so it will, Doris." Doris listened, tight-lipped. She accepted Seldon's first ministership as she accepted everything, calmly. Her only mission was to protect him and his psychohistory. But that task, she well knew, was made harder by his position. The best security was to go unnoticed, and as long as the spaceship and sun, the symbol of the Empire, shone down upon Seldon, all of the physical barriers in existence would be unsatisfactory. The luxury in which they now lived, the careful shielding from spy beams as well as from physical interference, the advantages to her own historical research of being able to make use of nearly unlimited funds, did not satisfy her. She would gladly have exchanged it all for their old quarters at Streeling University, or, better yet, for a nameless apartment in a nameless sector where no one knew them. "That's all very well, Harry, dear," she said, "but it's not enough." "What's not enough?" "The information you're giving me. You say we might lose the periphery. How? Why?" Seldon smiled briefly. "How nice it would be to know, Doris. But psychohistory is not yet at the stage where it could tell us." "In your opinion, then, is it the ambition of local, faraway governors to declare themselves independent?" "Well, that's a factor, certainly. It's happened in past history, as you know far better than I, but never for long. Maybe this time it will be permanent." "Because the Empire is weaker?" "Yes, because trade flows less freely than it once did, because communications are stiffer than they once were, because the governors in the periphery are, in actual fact, closer to independence than they have ever been. If one of them arises with particular ambitions—" "Can you tell which one it might be?" "Not in the least. All we can force out of psychohistory at this stage is the definite knowledge that if a governor of unusual ability and ambition arises, he would find conditions more suitable for his purposes than he would have in the past. It could be other things, too. Some great natural disaster, or some sudden civil war between two distant outer world coalitions. None of that can be precisely predicted as of now, but we can tell that anything of the sort that happens will have more serious consequences than it would have had a century ago." "But if you don't know a little more precisely what will happen in the periphery, how can you so guide actions as to make sure the periphery goes rather than Trantor?" "By keeping a close eye on both, and trying to stabilize Trantor, and not trying to stabilize the periphery. We can't expect psychohistory to order events automatically, without much greater knowledge of its workings. So we have to make use of constant manual control, so to speak. In days to come, the technique will be refined, and the need for manual control will decrease." "But that," said Doris, "is in days to come, right?" "Right. And even that is only a hope." "And just what kind of instabilities threaten Trantor if we hang on to the periphery?" "The same possibilities. Economic and social factors, natural disasters, ambitious rivalries among high officials. And something more. I have described the Empire to Hugo as being overheated, and Trantor is the most overheated portion of all. It seems to be breaking down. The infrastructure, water supply, heating, waste disposal, fuel lines, everything seems to be having unusual problems. And that's something I've been turning my attention to more and more lately." "What about the death of the Emperor?" Seldon spread his hands. "That happens inevitably, but Cleon is in good health. He's only my age, which I wish was younger, but he isn't too old. His son is totally inadequate for the succession, but there will be enough claimants. More than enough to cause trouble and make his death distressing. But it might not prove a total catastrophe in the historic sense. Let's say his assassination, then. Seldon looked up nervously. Don't say that. Even if we're shielded, don't use the word. Harry, don't be foolish. It's an eventuality that must be reckoned with. There was a time when the Joranumites might have taken power, and if they had, the Emperor, one way or another... Probably not. He would have been more useful as a figurehead. And in any case, forget it. Joranum died last year on Nishaya, a rather pathetic figure. He had followers. Of course. Everyone has followers. Did you ever come across the globalist party on my native world of Helicon in your studies of the early history of the Kingdom of Trantor and of the Galactic Empire? No, I haven't. I don't want to hurt your feelings, Harry, but I don't recall coming across any piece of history in which Helicon played a role. I'm not hurt, Dors. Happy the world without a history, I always say. In any case, about 2,400 years ago, there arose a group of people on Helicon who were quite convinced that Helicon was the only inhabited globe in the universe. Helicon was the universe, and beyond it there was only a solid sphere of sky speckled with tiny stars. How could they believe that? Said Dors. They were part of the Empire, I presume. Yes. But globalists insisted that all evidence to the effect that the Empire existed was either illusion or deliberate deceit, that imperial emissaries and officials were Heliconians playing a part for some reason. They were absolutely immune to reason. And what happened? I suppose it's always pleasant to think that your particular world is the world. At their peak, the globalists may have persuaded 10% of the population of the planet to be part of the movement. Only 10%, but they were a vehement minority that drowned out the indifferent majority and threatened to take over. But they didn't, did they? No, they didn't. What happened was that globalism caused a diminishing of imperial trade, and the Heliconian economy slid into the doldrums. When the belief began to affect the pocketbooks of the population, it lost popularity rapidly. The rise and fall puzzled many at the time, but psychohistory, I'm sure, would have shown it to be inevitable, and would have made it unnecessary to give it any thought. I see. But Harry, what is the point of this story? I presume there's some connection with what we were discussing. The connection is that such movements never completely die, no matter how ridiculous their tenets may seem to sane people. Right now, on Helicon, right now, there are still globalists. Not many, but every once in a while, 70 or 80 of them get together in what they call a global congress, and take enormous pleasure in talking to each other about globalism. Well, it is only 10 years since the Joranumite movement seemed such a terrible threat on this world, and it would not be at all surprising if there weren't still some remnants left. There may still be some remnants 1,000 years from now. Isn't it possible that a remnant may be dangerous? I doubt it. It was Jojo's charisma that made the movement dangerous, and he's dead. He didn't even die a heroic death, or one that was in any way remarkable. He just withered away and died in exile, a broken man. Dors stood up and walked the length of the room quickly, swinging her arms at her sides and clenching her fists. She returned and stood before the seated Seldon. Harry, she said, let me speak my mind. If psychohistory points to the possibility of serious disturbances on Trantor, Then if there are Joranumites still left, they may still be plotting the Emperor's death. Seldon laughed nervously. You jump at shadows, Doors. Relax. But he found that he could not dismiss what she had said quite that easily. Chapter 5. The Y sector had a tradition of opposition to the Entun dynasty of Cleon I that had been ruling the empire for over 2 centuries. The opposition dated back to a time when the line of mayors of Y had contributed members who had served as emperor. The Huayan dynasty had neither lasted long nor had it been conspicuously successful. But the people and rulers of Y found it difficult to forget that they had once been, however imperfectly and temporarily, supreme. The brief period when Rochelle, as the self-appointed mayor of Y, had challenged the empire 18 years earlier, had added both to Y's pride and to its frustration. All this made it reasonable that the small band of leading conspirators should feel as safe in Y as they would feel anywhere on Trentor. 5 of them sat around a table in a room in a run-down portion of the sector. The room was poorly furnished, but well shielded. In a chair, which, by its marginal superiority in quality to the others, sat the man who might well be judged to be the leader. He had a thin face, a sallow complexion, and a wide mouth with lips so pale as to be nearly invisible. There was a touch of gray in his hair, but his eyes burned with an inextinguishable anger. He was staring at the man seated exactly opposite him, distinctly older and softer, his hair almost white, his plump cheeks tending to quiver when he spoke. The leader said sharply, "Well, it is quite apparent that you have done nothing. Explain that." The older man said, "I am an old Joranumite, Namarti. Why do I have to explain my actions?" Gambol Dean Namarti, once the right-hand man of Laskin Jojo Joranum, said, "There are many old Joranumites. Some are incompetent, some are soft, some have forgotten. Being an old Joranumite may mean no more than that one is an old fool." The older man sat back in his chair. "Are you calling me an old fool? Me, Kaspal Kaspalov? I was with Jojo when you had not yet joined the party, when you were a ragged nothing in search of a cause." "I am not calling you a fool," said Namarti sharply. "I say simply that some old Joranumites are fools. You have a chance now to show me that you are not one of them." "My association with Jojo? Forget that. He's dead. I should think his spirit lives on. If that thought will help us in our fight, then his spirit lives on. But to others, not to us. We know he made mistakes." "I deny that." "Don't insist on making a hero out of a mere man who made mistakes. He thought he could move the empire by the strength of oratory alone, by words. History shows that words have moved mountains in the past. Not Joranum's words, obviously, because he made mistakes. He hid his Mycogenian origins far too clumsily. Worse, he let himself be tricked into accusing First Minister Ato Demerzel of being a robot. I warned him against that accusation, but he wouldn't listen, and it destroyed him. Now let's start fresh, shall we? Whatever use we make of Joranum's memory for outsiders, let us not ourselves be transfixed by it." Kaspalov sat silent. The other 3 transferred their gaze from Namarti to Kaspalov and back, content to let Namarti carry the weight of the discussion. With Joranum's exile to Nishaya, the Joranumite movement fell apart and seemed to vanish, said Namarti harshly. It would indeed have vanished, but for me. Bit by bit, and rubble by rubble, I rebuilt it into a network that extends over all of Trantor. You know this, I take it. I know it, Chief, mumbled Kasparov. The use of the title made it plain that Kasparov was seeking reconciliation. Namarti smiled tightly. He did not insist on the title, but he always enjoyed hearing it used. He said, "You're part of this network, and you have your duties." Kasparov stirred. He was clearly debating with himself internally, and finally he said slowly, "You tell me, Chief, that you warned Joranum against accusing the old First Minister of being a robot. You say he didn't listen, but at least you had your say. May I have the same privilege of pointing out what I think is a mistake, and have you listen to me as Joranum listened to you, even if, like him, you don't take the advice given you?" "Of course you can speak your piece, Kasparov. You are here in order that you might do so. What is your point?" "These new tactics of ours, Chief, are a mistake. They create disruption and do damage." "Of course. They are designed to do that." Namarti stirred in his seat, controlling his anger with an effort. "Joranum tried persuasion. It didn't work. We will bring Trantor down by action." "For how long, and at what cost?" "For as long as it takes, and at very little cost actually. A power stoppage here, a water break there, a sewage backup, an air conditioning halt. Inconvenience and discomfort, that's all it means." Kasparov shook his head. "These things are cumulative." "Of course, Kasparov, and we want public dismay and resentment to be cumulative too. Listen, Kasparov. The Empire is decaying. Everyone knows that. Everyone capable of intelligent thought knows that. The technology will fail here and there, even if we do nothing. We're just helping it along a little." "It's dangerous, Chief. Trantor's infrastructure is incredibly complicated. A careless push may bring it down in ruins. Pull the wrong string, and Trantor may topple like a house of cards." "It hasn't so far." "It may in the future. And what if the people find out that we are behind it? They would tear us apart. There would be no need to call in the security establishment or the armed forces. Mobs would destroy us." "How would they ever learn enough to blame us? The natural target for the people's resentment will be the government, the Emperor's advisors. They will never look beyond that." "And how do we live with ourselves, knowing what we have done?" This last was asked in a whisper, the old man clearly moved by strong emotion. Kasparov looked pleadingly across the table at his leader, the man to whom he had sworn allegiance. He had done so in the belief that Namarti would truly continue to bear the standard of freedom passed on by Jojo Joranum. Now Kasparov wondered if this is how Jojo would have wanted his dream to come to pass. Namarti clucked his tongue, much as a reproving parent does when confronting an errant child. "Kasparov, you can't seriously be turning sentimental on us, are you? Once we are in power, we will pick up the pieces and rebuild. We will gather in the people with all of Joranum's old talk of popular participation in government, with greater representation. And when we are firmly in power, we will establish a more efficient and forceful government. We will then have a better Trantor and a stronger empire. We will set up some sort of discussion system whereby representatives of other worlds can talk themselves into a daze. But we will do the governing." Kasparov sat there irresolute. Namarty smiled joylessly. You are not certain? We can't lose. It's been working perfectly, and it will continue working perfectly. The Emperor doesn't know what's going on. He hasn't the faintest notion. And his first minister is a mathematician. He ruined Joranum, true, but since then he has done nothing. He has something called... Forget it. Joranum attached a great deal of importance to it, but it was a part of his being mycogenian, like his robot mania. This mathematician has nothing. Historical psychoanalysis, or something like that. I heard Joranum once say, forget it. Just do your part. You handle the ventilation in the Anamoria sector, don't you? Very well, then. Have it misfunction in a manner of your choosing. It either shuts down so that the humidity rises, or it produces a peculiar odor or something else. None of this will kill anyone, so don't get yourself into a fever of virtuous guilt. You will simply make people uncomfortable and raise the general level of discomfort and annoyance. Can we depend on you? But what would only be discomfort and annoyance to the young and healthy may be more than that to infants, the aged, and the sick. Are you going to insist that no one at all must be hurt? Kasparov mumbled something. Namarty said, It's impossible to do anything with a guarantee that no one at all will be hurt. You just do your job. Do it in such a way that you hurt as few as possible, if your conscience insists upon it. But do it. Kasparov said, Look, I have one thing more to say, Chief. Then say it, said Namarty wearily. We can spend years poking at the infrastructure. The time must come when you take advantage of gathering dissatisfaction to seize the government. How do you intend to do that? You want to know exactly how we'll do it? Yes. The faster we strike, the more limited the damage, the more efficiently the surgery is performed. Namarty said slowly, I have not yet decided on the nature of this surgical strike, but it will come. Until then, will you do your part? Kasparov nodded his head in resignation. Yes, Chief. Well then, go, said Namarty, with a sharp gesture of dismissal. Kasparov rose, turned, and left. Namarty watched him go. He said to the man at his right, Kasparov is not to be trusted. He has sold out, and it's only so that he can betray us that he wants to know my plans for the future. Take care of him. The other nodded, and all three left, leaving Namarty alone in the room. He switched off the glowing wall panels, leaving only a lonely square in the ceiling to provide the light that would keep him from being entirely in the darkness. He thought, every chain has weak links that must be eliminated. We have had to do this in the past, and the result is that we have an organization that is untouchable. And in the dimness he smiled, twisting his face into a kind of feral joy. After all, the network extended even into the palace itself. Not quite firmly, not quite reliably, but it was there, and it would be strengthened. Chapter 6. The weather was holding up over the undomed area of the Imperial Palace grounds, warm and sunny. It didn't often happen. Harry remembered Doris telling him once how this particular area, with its cold winters and frequent rains, had been chosen as the site. It wasn't actually chosen, she said. It was a family estate of the Moravian family in the early days of the Kingdom of Trantor. When the kingdom became an empire, there were numerous sites where the emperor could live: summer resorts, winter places, sports lodges, beach properties. And as the planet was slowly domed, one reigning emperor living here liked it so much that it remained undomed. And just because it was the only area left undomed, it became special, a place apart. And that uniqueness appealed to the next emperor, and the next, and the next. And so a tradition was born. And as always, when hearing something like that, Seldon would think, and how would psychohistory handle this? Would it predict that one area would remain undomed, but be absolutely unable to say which area? Could it go even so far? Could it predict that several areas would remain undomed, or none, and be wrong? How could it account for the personal likes and dislikes of an emperor who happened to be on the throne at the crucial time, and who made a decision in a moment of whimsy and nothing more? That way lay chaos and madness. Cleon I was clearly enjoying the good weather. "I'm getting old, Seldon," he said. "I don't have to tell you that. We're the same age, you and I. Surely it's a sign of age when I don't have the impulse to play tennis or go fishing, even though they've newly restocked the lake, but am willing to walk gently over the pathways." He was eating nuts as he spoke, which resembled what on Seldon's native world of Helicon would have been called pumpkin seeds, but which were larger and a little less delicate in taste. Cleon cracked them gently between his teeth, peeled the thin shells, and popped the kernels into his mouth. Seldon did not like the taste particularly, but of course, when he was offered some by the emperor, he accepted them and ate a few. The emperor had a number of shells in his hand and looked vaguely around for a receptacle of some sort that he could use for disposal. He saw none, but he did notice a gardener standing not far away, his body at attention, as it should be in the imperial presence, and his head respectfully bowed. Cleon said, "Gardener." The gardener approached quickly. "Sire?" "Get rid of these for me," he said, tapping the shells into the gardener's hand. "Yes, sire." Seldon said, "I have a few too, Gruber." Gruber held out his hand and said almost shyly, "Yes, First Minister." He hurried away, and the Emperor looked after him curiously. "Do you know the fellow, Seldon?" "Yes, indeed, sire. An old friend." "The gardener is an old friend? What is he, a mathematical colleague fallen on hard times?" "No, sire. Perhaps you remember the story. It was the time when—" He cleared his throat, searching for the most tactful way to recall the incident. "The sergeant threatened my life shortly after I was appointed to my present post through your kindness." "The assassination attempt." Cleon looked up to heaven as though seeking patience. "I don't know why everyone is so afraid of that word." "Perhaps," said Seldon smoothly, slightly despising himself for the ease with which he had become able to flatter, "the rest of us are more perturbed at the possibility of something untoward happening to our emperor than you yourself are." Cleon smiled ironically. "I dare say. And what has this to do with Gruber? Is that his name?" "Yes, sire. Mandel Gruber. I'm sure you will recall, if you cast your mind back, that there was a gardener who came rushing up with a rake to defend me against the armed sergeant." "Ah, yes. Was that fellow the gardener who did that?" "He was the man, sire. I've considered him a friend ever since, and I meet him almost every time I am on the grounds." I think he watches for me, feels proprietary toward me, and of course I feel kindly toward him. I don't blame you. And while we're on the subject, how is your formidable lady, Dr. Venabili? I don't see her often. She's a historian, sire, lost in the past. She doesn't frighten you? She'd frighten me. I've been told how she treated that sergeant. One could almost be sorry for him. She grows savage on my behalf, sire, but has not had occasion to do so lately. It's been very quiet. The Emperor looked after the disappearing gardener. Have we ever rewarded that man? I have done so, sire. He has a wife and 2 daughters, and I have arranged that each daughter will have a sum of money put aside for the education of any children she may have. Very good. But he needs a promotion, I think. Is he a good gardener? Excellent, sire. The chief gardener, Malcomber, I'm not quite sure I remember his name, is getting on, and is perhaps not up to the job anymore. He is well into his late 70s. Do you think this Gruber might be able to take over? I'm certain he can, sire, but he likes his present job. It keeps him out in the open in all kinds of weather. A peculiar recommendation for a job. I'm sure he can get used to administration, and I do need someone for some sort of renewal of the grounds. I must think upon this. Your friend Gruber may be just the man I need. By the way, Seldon, what did you mean by saying it's been very quiet? I merely meant, sire, that there has been no sign of discord at the imperial court. The unavoidable tendency to intrigue seems to be as near a minimum as it is ever likely to get. You wouldn't say that if you were Emperor, Seldon, and had to contend with all these officials and their complaints. How can you tell me things are quiet when reports seem to reach me every other week of some serious breakdown here and there on Trantor? These things are bound to happen. I don't recall such things happening so frequently in previous years. Perhaps that was because they didn't, sire. The infrastructure grows older with time. To make the necessary repairs properly would take time, labor, and enormous expense. This is not a time when a rise in taxes will be looked on favorably. There is never any such time. I gather that the people are experiencing serious dissatisfaction over these breakdowns. It must stop, and you must see to it, Seldon. What does psychohistory say? It says what common sense says, that everything is growing older. Well, all this is quite spoiling the pleasant day for me. I leave it in your hands, Seldon. Yes, sire, said Seldon quietly. The Emperor strode off, and Seldon thought that it was all spoiling the pleasant day for him, too. This breakdown at the center was the alternative he didn't want. But how was he to prevent it and switch the crisis to the periphery? Psychohistory didn't say. Chapter 7. Rach Seldon felt extraordinarily contented, for it was the first dinner en famille that he had had in some months with the 2 people he thought of as his father and mother. He knew perfectly well that they were not his parents in any biological sense, but it didn't matter. He merely smiled at them with complete love. The surroundings were not as warm as they had been at Streeling in the old days, when their home had been small and intimate, a virtual gem in the larger setting of the university. Now, unfortunately, nothing could hide the grandeur of the First Minister's palace suite. Raich sometimes stared at himself in the mirror and wondered how it could be. He was not tall, only 163 centimeters in height, distinctly shorter than either parent. He was rather stocky but muscular, and not fat. with black hair and the distinctive doll-like mustache that he kept as dark and as thick as possible. In the mirror he could still see the street urchin he had once been before the chanciest of great chances had dictated his meeting with Harry indoors. Seldon had been much younger then, and his appearance now made it plain that Raich himself was almost as old now as Seldon had been when they met. Amazingly, Doris had hardly changed at all. She was as sleek and fit as the day Raich had first showed Harry and Doris the way to Mother Rita's in Billybotten. And he, Raich, born to poverty and misery, was now a member of the civil service, a small cog in the Ministry of Population. Seldon said, "How are things going at the ministry, Raich? Any progress?" "Some, Dad. The laws are passed, the court decisions are made, speeches are pronounced. Still, it's difficult to move people. You can preach brotherhood all you want, but no one feels like a brother. What gets me is that the Dallites are as bad as any of the others. They want to be treated as equals, they say, and so they do. But given a chance, they have no desire to treat others as equals." Doris said, "It's all but impossible to change people's minds and hearts, Raich. It's enough to try, and perhaps eliminate the worst of the injustices." "The trouble is," said Seldon, "that through most of history no one's been working on this problem. Human beings have been allowed to fester in the delightful game of I'm better than you, and cleaning up that mess isn't easy. If we allow things to follow their own bent and grow worse for 1,000 years, we can't complain if it takes, say, 100 years to work an improvement." "Sometimes, Dad," said Raich, "I think you gave me this job to punish me." Seldon's eyebrows raised. "What motivation could I have had to punish you?" "For feeling attracted to Joranum's program of sector equality, and for greater popular representation in government." "I don't blame you for that. These are attractive suggestions. But you know that Joranum and his gang were using it only as a device to gain power. Afterward—" "But you had me entrap him, despite my attraction to his views." Seldon said, "It wasn't easy for me to ask you to do that." "And now you keep me working at the implementation of Joranum's program just to show me how hard the task is in reality." Seldon said to Doris, "How do you like that, Doris? The boy attributes to me a kind of sneaky underhandedness that simply isn't part of my character." "Surely," said Doris, with the ghost of a smile playing at her lips, "you are attributing no such thing to your father?" "Not really. In the ordinary course of life, there's no one straighter than you, Dad. But if you have to, you know you can stack the cards. Isn't that what you hope to do with psychohistory?" Seldon said sadly, "So far, I've done very little with psychohistory." "Too bad. I keep thinking that there is some sort of psychohistorical solution to the problem of human bigotry." "Maybe there is, but if so, I haven't found it." When dinner was over, Seldon said, "You and I, Raich, are going to have a little talk now." "Indeed?" said Doris. "I take it I'm not invited." "Ministerial business, Doris." "Ministerial nonsense, Harry. You're going to ask the poor boy to do something I wouldn't want him to do." Seldon said firmly, "I'm certainly not going to ask him to do anything he doesn't want to do." Raich said, "It's all right, Mom. Let Dad and me have our talk. I promise I'll tell you all about it afterward." Dora's eyes rolled upward. "You two will plead state secrets. I know it." "As a matter of fact," said Seldon firmly, That's exactly what I must discuss, and of the first magnitude. I'm serious, Doris. Doris rose, her lips tightening. She left the room with one final injunction. Don't throw the boy to the wolves, Harry. And after she was gone, Seldon said quietly, I'm afraid that throwing you to the wolves is exactly what I'll have to do, Rach. Chapter 8. They faced each other in Seldon's private office, his thinking place, as he called it. There he had spent uncounted hours trying to think his way past and through the complexities of imperial and Trantorian government. He said, Have you read much about the recent breakdowns we've been having in planetary services, Rach? Yes, said Rach. But you know, Dad, we've got an old planet here. What we got to do is get everyone off it, dig the whole thing up, replace everything, add the latest computerizations, and then bring everyone back. Or at least half of everyone. Trantor would be much better off with only 20 billion people. Which 20 billion? Asked Seldon, smiling. I wish I knew, said Rach darkly. The trouble is, we can't redo the planet, so we just gotta keep patching. I'm afraid so, Rach. But there are some peculiar things about it. Now, I want you to check me out. I have some thoughts about this. He brought a small sphere out of his pocket. What's that? Asked Rach. It's a map of Trantor, carefully programmed. Do me a favor, Rach, and clear off this tabletop. Seldon placed the sphere more or less in the middle of the table and placed his hand on a keypad in the arm of his desk chair. He used his thumb to close a contact, and the light in the room went out while the tabletop glowed with a soft ivory light that seemed about a centimeter deep. The sphere had flattened and expanded to the edges of the table. The light slowly darkened in spots and took on a pattern. After some 30 seconds, Rach said in surprise, It is a map of Trantor. Of course, I told you it was. You can't buy anything like this at a sector mall, though. This is one of those gadgets the armed forces play with. It could present Trantor as a sphere, but a planar projection would more clearly show what I want to show. And what is it you want to show, Dad? Well, in the last year or two, there have been breakdowns. As you say, it's an old planet, and we've got to expect breakdowns, but they've been coming more frequently, and they would seem almost uniformly to be the result of human error. Isn't that reasonable? Yes, of course, within limits. This is true even where earthquakes are involved. Earthquakes on Trantor? I admit, Trantor is a fairly non-seismic planet, and a good thing, too, because enclosing a world in a dome when the world is going to shake itself badly several times a year and smash a section of that dome would be highly impractical. Your mother says that one of the reasons Trantor, rather than some other world, became the imperial capital is that it was geologically moribund. That's her unflattering expression. Still, it might be moribund, but it's not dead. There are occasional minor earthquakes, 3 of them in the last 2 years. I wasn't aware of that, Dad. Hardly anyone is. The dome isn't a single object. It exists in hundreds of sections, each one of which can be lifted and set ajar to relieve tensions and compressions in case of an earthquake. Since an earthquake, when one does occur, lasts for only 10 seconds to a minute, the opening endures only briefly. It comes and goes so rapidly that the Trantorians beneath are not even aware of it. They are much more aware of a mild tremor and a faint rattling of crockery than of the opening and closing of the dome overhead and the slight intrusion of the outside weather, whatever it is. That's good, isn't it? It should be. It's computerized, of course. The onset of an earthquake anywhere sets off the key controls for the opening and closing of that section of the dome, so that it opens just before the vibration becomes strong enough to do damage. Still good. But in the case of the 3 minor earthquakes over the last 2 years, the dome controls failed in each case. The dome never opened, and in each case repairs were required. It took some time, it took some money, and the weather controls were less than optimum for a considerable period of time. Now, what, Rach, are the chances that the equipment would have failed in all 3 cases? Not high? Not high at all. Less than 1 in 100. One can suppose that someone had gimmicked the controls in advance of an earthquake. Now, about once a century we have a magma leak, which is far more difficult to control, and I'd hate to think of the results if it went unnoticed until it was too late. Fortunately, that hasn't happened, and isn't likely to. But consider. Here on this map, you will find the location of the breakdowns that have plagued us over the past 2 years, and that seem to be attributable to human error, though we haven't once been able to tell to whom each might be attributed. That's because everyone is busy protecting his back. I'm afraid you're right. That's a characteristic of any bureaucracy, and Trantor's is the largest in history. But what do you think of the locations? The map had lit up with bright little red markings that looked like small pustules covering the land surface of Trantor. Well, said Rach cautiously, they seem to be evenly spread. Exactly. And that's what's interesting. One would expect that the older sections of Trantor, the longest domed sections, would have the most decayed infrastructure and would be more liable to events requiring quick human decision and laying the groundwork for possible human error. I'll superimpose the older sections of Trantor on the map in a bluish color, and you'll notice that the breakdowns don't seem to be taking place any oftener on the blue areas. And what I think it means, Rach, is that the breakdowns are not of natural origin, but are deliberately caused, and spread out in this fashion to affect as many people as possible, thus creating a dissatisfaction that is as widespread as possible. It don't seem likely. No? Then let's look at the breakdowns as spread through time rather than through space. The blue areas and the red spots disappeared, and for a time the map of Trantor was blank. And then the markings began to appear and disappear one at a time, here and there. Notice, said Seldon, that they don't appear in clumps in time either. One appears, then another, and so on, almost like the steady ticking of a metronome. Do you think that's on purpose, too? It must be. Whoever is bringing this about wants to cause as much disruption with as little effort as possible. So there's no use doing 2 at once, where one will partially cancel the other in the news and in the public consciousness. Each incident must stand out in full irritation. The map went out and the lights went on. Seldon returned the sphere, shrunken back to its original size, to his pocket. Rach said, "Who would be doing all this?" Seldon said thoughtfully, "A few days ago, I received a report of a murder in Y sector." "That's not unusual," said Rach. "Even though Y isn't one of your really lawless sectors, there must be lots of murders there every day." "Hundreds," said Seldon, shaking his head. "We've had bad days when the number of deaths by violence on Trantor as a whole approaches the 1,000,000-a-day mark. Generally, there's not much chance of finding every culprit, every murderer. The dead just enter the books as statistics. This one, however, was unusual. The man had been knifed, but unskillfully. He was still alive when found, just barely. He had time to gasp out one word before he died, and that word was chief. That roused a certain curiosity, and he was actually identified. He works in Anna Moria, and we don't know what he was doing and why. But some worthy officer managed to dig up the fact that he was an old Joranumite. His name was Kaspal Kaspalov, and he is well known to have been one of the intimates of Laskin Joranum. And now he's dead. Knifed. Rach frowned. Do you suspect another Joranumite conspiracy, Dad? There aren't any Joranumites around anymore. It wasn't long ago that your mother asked me if I thought that the Joranumites were still active, and I told her that any odd belief always retained a certain cadre, sometimes for centuries. They're usually not very important, just splinter groups that simply don't count. Still, what if the Joranumites have kept up an organization? What if they have retained a certain strength? What if they are capable of killing someone they consider a traitor in their ranks? And what if they are producing these breakdowns as a preliminary to seizing control? That's an awful lot of what-ifs, Dad. I know that, and I might be totally wrong. The murder happened in Y, and as it so happens, there have been no infrastructure breakdowns in Y. What does that prove? It might prove that the center of the conspiracy is in Y, and that the conspirators don't want to make themselves uncomfortable, only the rest of Trantor. It also might mean that it's not the Joranumites at all, but members of the old Wyan family, who still dream of ruling the Empire once again. Oh boy, Dad, you're building all this on very little. I know. Now, suppose it is another Joranumite conspiracy. Joranum had as his right-hand man Gambol Dean Namarti. We have no record of Namarti's death, no record of his having left Trantor, no record of his life over the last decade or so. That's not terribly surprising. After all, it's easy to lose one person among 40 billion. There was a time in my life when I tried to do just that. Of course, Namarti may be dead. That would be the easiest explanation. But he may not be. What do we do about it? Seldon sighed. The logical thing would be to turn to the security establishment, but I can't. I don't have Demerzel's presence. He could cow people. I can't. He had a powerful personality. I'm just a mathematician. I shouldn't be First Minister at all. I'm not cut out for it. And I wouldn't be if the Emperor weren't fixated on psychohistory to a far greater extent than it deserves. You're kind of whipping yourself, ain't you, Dad? Yes, I suppose I am. But I have a picture of myself going to the security establishment, for instance, with what I have just shown you on the map. He pointed to the now empty tabletop. And arguing that we were in great danger of some conspiracy of unknown consequence and nature. They would listen solemnly, and after I had left, they would laugh among themselves about the crazy mathematician, and then do nothing. Then what do we do about it? Said Rach, returning to the point. It's what you will do about it, Rach. I need more evidence, and I want you to find it for me. I would send your mother, but she won't leave me under any circumstances. I myself can't leave the palace grounds at this time. Next to Doors and myself, I trust you. More than Doors and myself, in fact. You're still quite young, you're strong, you're a better Heliconian twister than I ever was, and you're smart. Mind you now, I don't want you to risk your life. No heroism, no daring do. I couldn't face your mother if anything happened to you. Just find out what you can. Perhaps you'll find that Namarti is alive and operating, or dead. Perhaps you'll find out that the Joranumites are an active group, or moribund. Perhaps you'll find out that the Wyan ruling family is active, or not. Any of that would be interesting, but not vital. What I want you to find out is whether the infrastructure breakdowns are of human manufacture, as I think they are. And far more important still, if they are deliberately caused, what else the conspirators plan to do. It seems to me they must have plans for some major coup, and if so, I must know what that will be. Rach said cautiously, "Do you have some kind of plan to get me started?" "Yes, indeed, Rach. I want you to go down to the area of Y where Kaspalov was killed. Find out if you can if he was an active Joranumite, and see if you can't join a Joranumite cell yourself." "Maybe that's possible. I can always pretend to be an old Joranumite. It's true that I was pretty young when Jojo was sounding off, but I was very impressed by his ideas. It's even sort of true." "Well, yes, but there's one important catch. You might be recognized. After all, you're the son of the First Minister. You have appeared on Holovision now and then, and you have been interviewed concerning your views on sector equality." "Sure, but—" "No buts, Rach. You'll wear elevated shoes to add 3 centimeters to your height. And we'll have someone show you how to change the shape of your eyebrows and make your face fuller and change the timbre of your voice." Rach shrugged. "A lot of trouble for nothing." "And," said Seldon with a distinct quaver, "you will shave off your mustache." Rach's eyes widened, and for a moment he sat there in appalled silence. Finally, he said in a hoarse whisper, "Shave my mustache?" "Clean as a whistle. No one would recognize you without it." "But it can't be done. Like cutting off your... like castration." Seldon shook his head. "It's just a cultural curiosity. Hugo Emeril is as doll-eyed as you are, and he wears no mustache." "Hugo is a nut. I don't think he's alive at all, except for his mathematics." "He's a great mathematician, and the absence of a mustache does not alter that fact. Besides, it's not castration. Your mustache will grow back in 2 weeks." 2 weeks? It'll take 2 years to reach this... He put his hand up as though to cover and protect it. Seldon said inexorably, "Rach, you have to do it. It's a sacrifice you must make. If you act as my spy with your mustache, you may come to harm. I can't take that chance." "I'd rather die," said Rach violently. "Don't be melodramatic," said Seldon severely. "You would not rather die, and this is something you must do. However," and here he hesitated, "don't say anything about it to your mother. I will take care of that." Rach stared at his father in frustration, and then said in a low and despairing tone, "All right, Dad." Seldon said, "I will get someone to supervise your disguise, and then you will go to Y by airjet. Buck up, Rach. It's not the end of the world." Rach smiled wanly, and Seldon watched him leave, a deeply troubled look on his face. A mustache could easily be regrown, but a son could not. Seldon knew perfectly well that he was sending Rach into danger. Chapter 9. We all have our small illusions, and Cleon, Emperor of the Galaxy, King of Trantor, and a wide collection of other titles that on rare occasions could be called out in a long, sonorous roll, was convinced that he was a person of democratic spirit. It always angered him when he was warned off a course of action by Demerzel, or later by Seldon, on the grounds that such action would be looked on as tyrannical or despotic. Cleon was not a tyrant or despot by disposition, he was certain. He only wanted to take firm and decisive action. He spoke many times with nostalgic approval of the days when emperors could mingle freely with their subjects. But now, of course, when the history of coups and assassinations, actual or attempted, had become a dreary fact of life, the emperor had, of necessity, been shut off from the world. It is doubtful that Cleon, who had never in his life met with people except under the most constricted of conditions, would really have felt at home in offhand encounters with strangers, but he always imagined he would enjoy it. He was excited, therefore, for the rare chance of talking to one of the underlings on the grounds, to smile and to doff the trappings of imperial rule for a few minutes. It made him feel democratic. There was this gardener whom Seldon had spoken of, for instance. It would be fitting, even a pleasure, to reward him belatedly for his loyalty and bravery, and to do so himself, rather than leaving it to some functionary. He therefore arranged to meet the fellow in the spacious rose garden, which was in full bloom. That would be appropriate, Cleon thought. But of course they would have to bring the gardener there first. It was unthinkable for the emperor to be made to wait. It is one thing to be democratic, quite another to be inconvenienced. The gardener was waiting for him among the roses, his eyes wide, his lips trembling. It occurred to Cleon that it was possible that no one had told the man the exact reason for the meeting. Well, he would reassure him in kindly fashion, except that, now he came to think of it, he could not remember the fellow's name. He turned to one of the officials at his side and said, "What is the gardener's name?" "Sire, it is Mandel Gruber. He has been a gardener here for 30 years. The emperor nodded and said, "Ah, Gruber, how glad I am to meet a worthy and hard-working gardener." "Sire," mumbled Gruber, his teeth chattering, "I am not a man of many talents, but it is always my best I try to do on behalf of your gracious self." Of course," said the emperor, wondering if the gardener suspected him of sarcasm. These men of the lower class lacked the finer feelings that came with refinement and manners, which always made any attempt at democratic display difficult. Cleon said, "I have heard from my first minister of the loyalty with which you once came to his aid, and of your skill in taking care of the grounds. The first minister tells me that he and you are quite friendly." "Sire, the first minister is most gracious to me, but I know my place. I never speak to him unless he speaks first." "Quite, Gruber. That shows good manners on your part. But the first minister, like myself, is a man of democratic impulses, and I trust his judgment of people." Gruber bowed low. The emperor said, "As you know, Gruber, Chief Gardener Malcomber is quite old and longs to retire. The responsibilities are becoming greater than even he can bear." "Sire, the chief gardener is much respected by all the gardeners. May he be spared for many years, so that we can all come to him for the benefit of his wisdom and judgment." "Well said, Gruber," said the Emperor carelessly. "But you very well know that that is just mumbo-jumbo. He is not going to be spared, at least not with the strength and wit necessary for the position. He himself requests retirement within the year, and I have granted him that. It remains to find a replacement." "Oh, sire, there are 50 men and women in this grand place who could be chief gardener." "I dare say," said the Emperor, "but my choice has fallen upon you." The Emperor smiled graciously. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Gruber would now, he expected, fall to his knees in an ecstasy of gratitude. He did not, and the Emperor frowned. Gruber said, "Sire, it is an honor that is too great for me, entirely." "Nonsense," said Cleon, offended that his judgment should be called into question. "It is about time that your virtues are recognized. You will no longer have to be exposed to weather of all kinds at all times of the year. You will have the chief gardener's office, a fine place, which I will have redecorated for you, and where you can bring your family. You do have a family, don't you, Gruber?" "Yes, sire. A wife and 2 daughters, and a son-in-law." "Very good. You will be comfortable, and you will enjoy your new life, Gruber. You will be indoors, Gruber, and out of the weather, like a true Trantorian." "Sire, consider that I am an Anacreonian by upbringing." "I have considered, Gruber. All worlds are alike to the Emperor. It is done. The new job is what you deserved." He nodded his head and stalked off. Cleon was satisfied with this latest show of his benevolence. Of course, he could have used a little more gratitude from the fellow, a little more appreciation. But at least the task was done. And it was much easier to have this done than to settle the matter of the failing infrastructure. Cleon had, in a moment of testiness, declared that whenever a breakdown could be attributed to human error, the human being in question should forthwith be executed. "Just a few executions," he said, "and it will be remarkable how careful everyone will become." "I'm afraid, sire," Seldon had said, "that this type of despotic behavior would not accomplish what you wish. It would probably force the workers to go on strike. And if you try to force them back to work, there would then be an insurrection. And if you try to replace them with soldiers, you will find that they do not know how to control the machinery, so that breakdowns will begin to take place much more frequently." It was no wonder that Cleon turned to the matter of appointing a chief gardener with relief. As for Gruber, he gazed after the departing emperor with the chill of sheer horror. He was going to be taken from the freedom of the open air and condemned to the constriction of 4 walls. Yet, how could one refuse the emperor? Chapter 10. Raich looked in the mirror of his Y hotel room somberly. It was a pretty run-down hotel room, but Raich was not supposed to have too many credits. He did not like what he saw. His mustache was gone, his sideburns were shortened, his hair was clipped at the sides and back. He looked plucked. Worse than that, as a result of the change in his facial contours, he looked baby-faced. It was disgusting. Nor was he making any headway. Seldon had given him the security reports on Kaspal Kaspalov's death, which he had studied. There wasn't much there. Just that Kaspalov had been murdered, and that the local security officers had come up with nothing of importance in connection with that murder. It seemed quite clear that the security officers attached little or no importance to it anyway. That was not surprising. In the last century, the crime rate had risen markedly in most worlds, certainly in the grandly complex world of Trantor. And nowhere were the local security officers up to the job of doing anything useful about it. In fact, the security establishment had declined in numbers and efficiency everywhere, and, while this was hard to prove, had become more corrupt. It was inevitable this should be so, with pay refusing to keep pace with the cost of living. One must pay civil officials to keep them honest. Failing that, they would surely make up for their inadequate salaries in other ways. Seldon had been preaching this doctrine for some years now, but it did no good. There was no way to increase wages without increasing taxes, and the populace would not sit still for increased taxes. It seemed they would rather lose 10 times the credits in graft. It was all part, Seldon had said, of the general deterioration of imperial society over the previous 2 centuries. Well, what was Raich to do? He was here at the hotel where Kasparov had lived during the days immediately before his murder. Somewhere in the hotel, there might be someone who had something to do with that, or who knew someone who had. It seemed to Raich that he must make himself conspicuous. He must show an interest in Kasparov's death, and then someone would get interested in him and pick him up. It was dangerous, but if he could make himself sound harmless enough, they might not attack him immediately. Well... Raich looked at his time band. There would be people enjoying their pre-dinner aperitifs in the bar. He might as well join them and see what would happen, if anything. Chapter 11. In some respects, Y could be quite puritanical. This was true of all the sectors, though the rigidity of one sector might be completely different from the rigidity of another. Here, the drinks were not alcoholic, but were synthetically designed to stimulate in other ways. Raich did not like the taste, finding himself utterly unused to it. But it meant that he could sip his drink slowly and look around. He caught the eye of a young woman several tables away, and had difficulty in looking away. She was attractive, and it was clear that Y's ways were not puritanical in every fashion. After a few moments, the young woman smiled slightly and rose. She drifted toward Raich's table, while Raich watched her speculatively. He could scarcely, he thought with marked regret, afford a side adventure just now. She stopped for a moment when she reached Raich, and then let herself slide smoothly into an adjacent chair. "Hello," she said. "You don't look like a regular here." Raich smiled. "I'm not. Do you know all the regulars?" "Just about," she said, unembarrassed. "My name is Manila. What's yours?" Raich was more regretful than ever. She was quite tall, taller than he himself was without his heels, something he always found attractive, had a milky complexion and long, softly wavy hair that had distinct glints of dark red in it. Her clothing was not too garish, and she might, if she had tried a little harder, have passed as a respectable woman of the not-too-hard-working class. Raich said, "My name doesn't matter. I don't have many credits." "Oh, too bad." Manila made a face. "Can't you get a few?" "I'd like to. I need a job. Do you know of any?" "What kind of job?" Raich shrugged. I don't have any experience in anything fancy, but I ain't proud. Manila looked at him thoughtfully. I'll tell you what, Mr. Nameless. Sometimes it doesn't take any credits at all. Raich froze at once. He had been successful enough with women, but with his mustache. His mustache. What could she see in his baby face? He said, Tell you what, I had a friend living here a couple of weeks ago, and I can't find him. Since you know all the regulars, maybe you know him. His name is Kasparov. He raised his voice slightly. Kasparov. Manila stared at him blankly and shook her head. I don't know anybody by that name. Too bad. He was a Joranumite, and so am I. Again a blank look. Do you know what a Joranumite is? She shook her head. No. I've heard the word, but I don't know what it means. Is it some kind of job? Raich felt disappointed. He said, It would take too long to explain. It sounded like a dismissal, and after a moment of uncertainty, Manila rose and drifted away. She did not smile, and Raich was a little surprised that she had remained as long as she did. Well, Seldon had always insisted that Raich had the capacity to inspire affection, but surely not in a businesswoman of this sort. For them, payment was the thing. His eyes followed Manila automatically as she stopped at another table where a man was seated by himself. He was of early middle age, with butter-yellow hair slicked back. He was very smooth-shaven, but it seemed to Raich that he could have used a beard, his chin being too prominent and a bit asymmetric. Apparently, Manila had no better luck with this beardless one.
A few words were exchanged, and she moved on. Too bad, but surely it was impossible for her to fail often. She was unquestionably desirable. Raich found himself thinking, quite involuntarily, of what the upshot would be if he, after all, could. And then Raich realized that he had been joined by someone else. It was a man this time. It was, in fact, the man to whom Manila had just spoken. He was astonished that his own preoccupation had allowed him to be thus approached and, in effect, caught by surprise. He couldn't very well afford this sort of thing. The man looked at him with a glint of curiosity in his eyes. You were just talking to a friend of mine.
Raich could not help smiling broadly. She's a friendly person. Yes, she is, and a good friend of mine. I couldn't help overhearing what you said to her. Wasn't nothing wrong, I think. Not at all. But you called yourself a Joranumite. Raich's heart jumped. His remark to Manila had hit dead center after all. It had meant nothing to her, but it seemed to mean something to her friend. Did that mean he was on the road now? Or merely in trouble? Chapter 12. Raich did his best to size up his new companion without allowing his own face to lose its smooth naivete. The man had sharp greenish eyes, and his right hand clenched almost threateningly into a fist as it rested on the table. Raich looked owlishly at the other and waited. Again the man said, I understand you call yourself a Joranumite. Raich did his best to look uneasy. It was not difficult. He said, Why do you ask, mister? Because I don't think you're old enough. I'm old enough. I used to watch Jojo Joranum's speeches on Holovision. Can you quote them? Raich shrugged. No, but I got the idea. You're a brave young man to talk openly about being a Joranumite, Some people don't like that. I'm told there are lots of Joranumites in Y. That may be. Is that why you came here? I'm looking for a job. Maybe another Joranumite would help me. There are Joranumites in Dal, too. Where are you from? There was no question that he recognized Rach's accent. That could not be disguised. He said, I was born in Milamaru, but I lived mostly in Dal when I was growing up. Doing what? Nothing much. Going to school some. And why are you a Joranumite? Rach let himself heat up a bit. He couldn't have lived in downtrodden, discriminated against Dal without having obvious reasons for being a Joranumite. He said, because I think there should be more representative government in the Empire, more participation by the people, and more equality among the sectors and the worlds. Doesn't anyone with brains and a heart think that? And you want to see the emperorship abolished? Rach paused. One could get away with a great deal in the way of subversive statements, but anything overtly anti-emperor was stepping outside the bounds. He said, I ain't saying that. I believe in the emperor, but ruling a whole empire is too much for one man. It isn't one man. There's a whole imperial bureaucracy. What do you think of Harry Seldon, the first minister? Don't think nothing about him. Don't know about him. All you know is that people should be more represented in the affairs of government. Is that right? Rach allowed himself to look confused. That's what Jojo Joranum used to say. I don't know what you call it. I heard someone once call it democracy, but I don't know what that means. Democracy is something that some worlds have tried. Some still do. I don't know that those worlds are run better than other worlds. So you're a Democrat? Is that what you call it? Rach let his head sink as if in deep thought. I feel more at home as a Joranumite. Of course, as a Dalite. I just lived there a while. You're all for people's equalities and such things. The Dalites, being an oppressed group, would naturally think in that fashion. I hear that Y is pretty strong in Joranumite thinking. They're not oppressed. Different reason. The old Y mayors always wanted to be emperors. Did you know that? Rach shook his head. 18 years ago, said the man, Mayor Rachel nearly carried through a coup in that direction. So the Wyans are rebels, not so much Joranumite as anti-Cleon. Rach said, I don't know nothing about that. I ain't against the emperor. But you are for popular representation, aren't you? Do you think that some sort of elected assembly could run the Galactic Empire without bogging down in politics and partisan bickering, without paralysis? Rach said, Huh? I don't understand. Do you think a great many people could come to some decision quickly in times of emergency, or would they just sit around and argue? I don't know, but it doesn't seem right that just a few people should have all the say over all the worlds. Are you willing to fight for your beliefs, or do you just like to talk about them? No one asked me to do any fighting, said Rach. Suppose someone did. How important do you think your beliefs about democracy or Joranumite philosophy are? I'd fight for them, if I thought it would do any good. There's a brave lad. So, you came to Y to fight for your beliefs? No, said Rach uncomfortably. I can't say I did. I came to look for a job, sir. It ain't easy to find no jobs these days, and I ain't got no credits. A guy's got to live. I agree. What's your name? The question shot out without warning, but Rach was ready for it. Planchette, sir. First or last name? Only name, as far as I know. You have no credits, and, I gather, very little education. Afraid so. And no experience at any specialized job? I ain't worked much, but I'm willing. All right. I'll tell you what, Planchette. He took a small white triangle out of his pocket and pressed it in such a way as to produce a printed message on it. Then he rubbed his thumb across it, freezing it. I'll tell you where to go. You take this with you, and it may get you a job. Rach took the card and glanced at it. The signals seemed to fluoresce, but Rach could not read them. He looked at the other man warily. What if they think I stole it? It can't be stolen. It has my sign on it, and now it has your name. What if they ask me who you are? They won't. You say you want a job. There's your chance. I don't guarantee it, but there's your chance. He gave him another card. This is where to go. Rach could read this one. Thank you, he mumbled. The man made little dismissing gestures with his hand. Rach rose and left, and wondered what he was getting into. Chapter 13. Up and down, up and down, up and down. Gleb and Doran watched Gambaldine Namarti trudging up and down. Namarti was obviously unable to sit still under the driving force of the violence of his passion. And Doran thought, he's not the brightest man in the Empire, or even in the movement, not the shrewdest, certainly not the most capable of rational thought. He has to be held back constantly, but he's driven, as none of the rest of us are. We would give up, let go, but he won't. Push, pull, prod, kick. Well, maybe we need someone like that. We must have someone like that, or nothing will ever happen. Namarti stopped, as though he felt Andoran's eyes boring into his back. He turned around and said, If you're going to lecture me again on Kasparov, don't bother. Andoran shrugged lightly. Why bother lecturing you? The deed is done. The harm, if any, has been done. What harm, Andoran? What harm? If I had not done it, then we would have been harmed. The man was on the edge of being a traitor. Within a month he would have gone running. I know. I was there. I heard what he said. Then you understand there was no choice. No choice. You don't think I liked to have an old comrade killed, do you? I had no choice. Very well. You had no choice. Namarti resumed his tramping, then turned again. Andoran, do you believe in gods? Andoran stared. In what? In gods. I never heard the word. What is it? Namarti said, It's not galactic standard. Supernatural influences. How's that? Oh, supernatural influences. Why didn't you say so? No, I don't believe in that sort of thing. By definition, something is supernatural if it exists outside the laws of nature, and nothing exists outside the laws of nature. Are you turning into a mystic? Andoran asked it as though he were joking. but his eyes narrowed with sudden concern. Namarti stared him down. Those blazing eyes of his could stare anyone down. "Don't be a fool. I've been reading about it. Trillions of people believe in supernatural influences." "I know," said Andoran. "They always have." "They've done so since before the beginning of history. The word gods is of unknown origin. It is, apparently, a hangover from some primeval language of which no trace any longer exists except that word. Do you know how many different varieties of beliefs there are in various kinds of gods?" "Approximately as many as the variety of fools among the galactic population, I should say." Namarti ignored that. "Some people think the word dates back to the time when all humanity existed on but a single world." "Itself a mythological concept. That's just as lunatic as the notion of supernatural influences. There never was one original human world." "There would have to be, Andoran," said Namarti, annoyed. "Human beings can't have evolved on different worlds and ended as a single species." "Even so, there's no effective human world. It can't be located, it can't be defined, so it can't be spoken of sensibly. So it effectively doesn't exist." "These gods," said Namarti, continuing to follow his own line of thought, "are supposed to protect humanity and keep it safe, or at least to care for those portions of humanity that know how to make use of the gods. At a time when there was only one human world, it makes sense to suppose they would be particularly interested in caring for that one tiny world with a few people. They would care for such a world as though they were big brothers or parents." "Very nice of them. I'd like to see them try to handle the entire empire." "What if they could? What if they were infinite?" "What if the sun were frozen? What's the use of what if?" "I'm just speculating, just thinking. Haven't you ever let your mind wander freely? Do you always keep everything on a leash?" "I should imagine that's the safest way, keeping it on a leash. What does your wandering mind tell you, Chief?" Namarti's eyes flashed at the other, as though he suspected sarcasm. But Andoran's face remained good-natured and blank. Namarti said, "What my mind is telling me is this. If there are gods, they must be on our side." "Wonderful, if true. Where's the evidence?" "Evidence? Without the gods, it would just be a coincidence, I suppose, but a very useful one." Suddenly, Namarti yawned and sat down, looking exhausted. "Good," thought Andoran. His galloping mind has finally wound itself down, and he may talk sense now. "This matter of internal breakdown of the infrastructure," said Namarti, his voice distinctly lower. Andoran interrupted. "You know, Chief, Kasparov was not entirely wrong about this. The longer we keep it up, the greater the chance that Imperial forces will discover the cause. The whole program must sooner or later explode in our faces. Not yet. So far, everything is exploding in the Imperial face. The unrest on Trantor is something I can feel." He raised his hands, rubbing his fingers together. "I can feel it. And we are almost through. We are ready for the next step." Andoran smiled humorlessly. "I'm not asking for details, Chief. Kasparov did, and look where that got him. I am not Kasparov." "It's precisely because you're not Kasparov that I can tell you. and because I know something now I didn't then. I presume, said Andoran, only half believing what he was saying, that you intend a strike on the Imperial Palace grounds. Namarti looked up. Of course. What else is there to do? The problem, however, is how to penetrate the grounds effectively. I have my sources of information there, but they are only spies. I'll need men of action on the spot. To get men of action into the most heavily guarded region in all the galaxy will not be easy. Of course not. That's what has been giving me an unbearable headache till now. And then the gods intervened. Andoran said gently, it was taking all his self-restraint to keep from showing his disgust, I don't think we need a metaphysical discussion. What has happened, leaving the gods to one side? My information is that His Gracious and ever-to-be beloved Emperor Cleon I has decided to appoint a new chief gardener. This is the first new appointee in nearly a quarter of a century. And if so, do you see no significance? Andoran thought for a moment. I am not a favorite of your gods. I don't see any significance. If you have a new chief gardener, Andoran, the situation is the same as having a new administrator of any other type. The same as if you had a new first minister or a new emperor. The new chief gardener will certainly want his own staff. He will force into retirement what he considers deadwood and will hire younger gardeners by the hundreds. That's possible. It's more than possible. It's certain. Exactly that happened when the present chief gardener was appointed, and the same when his predecessor was appointed, and so on. Hundreds of strangers from the outer worlds. Why from the outer worlds? Use your brains, if you have any, Andoran. What do Trantorians know about gardening when they've lived under domes all their lives, tending potted plants, zoos, and carefully arranged crops of grains and fruit trees? What do they know about life in the wild? Ah, now I understand. So there will be these strangers flooding the grounds. They will be carefully checked, I presume, but they won't be as tightly screened as they would be if they were Trantorians. And that means, surely, that we should be able to supply just a few of our own people with false identifications and get them inside. Even if some are screened out, a few might make it. A few must make it. Our people will enter, despite the super-tight security established since the failed coup in the early days of First Minister Seldon. He virtually spat out the name, as he always did. We'll finally have our chance. Now it was Andoran who felt dizzy, as if he'd fallen into a spinning vortex. It seems odd for me to say so, Chief, but there is something to this God's business after all, because I have been waiting to tell you something that I now see fits in perfectly. Namarti stared at the other suspiciously and looked around the room, as though he suddenly feared for security. But such fear was groundless. The room was located deep in an old-fashioned residential complex and was well shielded. No one could overhear, and no one, even with detailed directions, could find it easily, nor get through the layers of protection provided by loyal members of the organization. Namarti said, "What are you talking about?" "I've found a man for you, a young man, very naive, a quite likable fellow, the kind you feel you can trust as soon as you see him. He's got an open face, wide-open eyes. He's lived in Dal. He's an enthusiast for equality. He thinks Joranum was the greatest thing since Dalite Coke icers, and I'm sure we can easily talk him into doing anything for the cause. For the cause, said Namarti, whose suspicions were not in the least alleviated. Is he one of us? Actually, he's not one of anything. He's got some vague notions in his head that Joranum wanted sector equality. That was his lure, sure. It's ours, too, but the kid believes it. He talks about equality and popular participation in government. He even mentioned democracy. Namarti sniggered. In 20,000 years, democracy has never been used for very long without falling apart. Yes, but that's not our concern. It's what drives the young man. And I tell you, Chief, I knew we had our tool just about the moment I saw him, but I didn't know how we could possibly use him. Now I know. We can get him onto the Imperial Palace grounds as a gardener. How? Does he know anything about gardening? No, I'm sure he doesn't. He's never worked at anything but unskilled labor. He's operating a hauler right now, and I think that he had to be taught how to do that. Still, if we can get him in as a gardener's helper, if he just knows how to hold a pair of shears, then we've got it. Got what? Got someone who can approach anyone we wish, and do so without raising the flutter of a suspicion, and get close enough to strike. I'm telling you, he simply exudes a kind of honorable stupidity, a kind of foolish virtue that inspires confidence. And he'll do what we tell him to do? Absolutely. How did you meet this person? It wasn't I. It was Manella who really spotted him. Who? Manella. Manella Dubanka. Oh, that friend of yours. Namarti's face twisted into a look of prissy disapproval. She's the friend of many people, said Andoran tolerantly. That's one of the things that makes her so useful. She can weigh a man quickly, and with very little to go on. She talked to this fellow because she was attracted to him at sight. And I assure you that Manella is not one who is usually attracted by anything but the bottom line. So you see, this man is rather unusual. She talked to this fellow. His name is Planchette, by the way. And then told me, I have a live one for you, Gleb. I'll trust her on the matter of live ones any day of the week. Namarti said slyly, And what do you think this wonderful tool of yours would do once he had the run of the grounds, eh, Andoran? Andoran took a deep breath. What else? If we do everything right, he will dispose of our dear Emperor Cleon, first of that name, for us. Namarti's face blazed into anger. What? Are you mad? Why should we want to kill Cleon? He's our hold on the government. He's the facade behind which we can rule. He's our passport to legitimacy. Where are your brains? We need him as a figurehead. He won't interfere with us, and we'll be stronger for his existence. Andoran's fair face turned blotchy red, and his good humor finally exploded. What do you have in mind, then? What are you planning? I'm getting tired of always having to second-guess. Namarti raised his hand. All right, calm down. I meant no harm. But think of it, will you? Who destroyed Joranum? Who destroyed our hopes 10 years ago? It was that mathematician. And it is he who rules the Empire now with his idiotic talk about psychohistory. Cleon is nothing. It is Harry Seldon we must destroy. It is Harry Seldon whom I've been turning into an object of ridicule with these constant breakdowns. The miseries they entail are placed at his doorstep. It is all being interpreted as his inefficiency, his incapacity. There was a trace of spittle in the corners of Namarti's mouth. When he's cut down, there will be a cheer from the Empire that will drown out every holovision report for hours. It won't even matter if they know who did it. He raised his hand and let it drop, as if he were plunging a knife into someone's heart. We will be looked upon as heroes of the Empire, as saviors. Eh? Eh? Do you think your youngster can cut down Harry Seldon? Andoran had recovered his sense of equanimity, at least outwardly. I'm sure he would, he said with forced lightness. For Cleon he might have some respect. The Emperor has a mystical aura about him, as you know. He stressed the you faintly, and Namarti scowled. He would have no such feelings about Seldon. Inwardly, however, Andoran was furious. This was not what he wanted. He was being betrayed. Chapter 14. Manella brushed the hair out of her eyes and smiled up at Rach. I told you it wouldn't cost you any credits. Rach blinked and scratched at his bare shoulder. But are you going to ask me for some now? She shrugged and smiled rather impishly. Why should I? Why shouldn't you? Because I'm allowed to take my own pleasure sometimes. With me? There's no one else here. There was a long pause, and then Manella said soothingly, Besides, you don't have that many credits anyway. How's the job? Rach said, Ain't much, but better than nothing. Lots better. Did you tell that guy to get me one? Manella shook her head slowly. You mean Gleb Andoran? I didn't tell him to do anything. I just said he might be interested in you. Is he going to be annoyed because you and I... Why should he? None of his business, and none of yours either. What's he do? I mean, what does he work at? I don't think he works at anything. He's rich. He's a relative of the old mayor's. Of why? Right. He doesn't like the imperial government. None of those old mayor people do. He says Cleon should... She stopped suddenly and said, I'm talking too much. Don't you go repeating anything I say. Me? I ain't heard you say nothing at all, and I ain't going to. All right. But what about Andoran? Is he high up in Joranumite business? Is he an important guy there? I wouldn't know. Don't he ever talk about that kind of stuff? Not to me. Oh, said Rach, trying not to sound annoyed. Manella looked at him shrewdly. Why are you so interested? I want to get in with them. I figure I'll get higher up that way. Better job. More credits, you know. Maybe Andoran will help you. He likes you. I know that much. Could you make him like me more? I can try. I don't know why he shouldn't. I like you. I like you more than I like him. Thank you, Manella. I like you, too. A lot. He ran his hand down the side of her body and wished ardently that he could concentrate more on her and less on his assignment. Chapter 15. Gleb Andoran, said Harry Seldon wearily, rubbing his eyes. And who is he? Asked Doris Venabili, her mood as cold as it had been every day since Rach had left. Until a few days ago, I never heard of him, said Seldon. That's the trouble with trying to run a world of 40 billion people. You never hear of anyone, except for the few who obtrude themselves on your notice. With all the computerized information in the world, Trantor remains a planet of anonymities. We can drag up people with their reference numbers and their statistics. But whom do we drag up? Add 25 million outer worlds, and the wonder is that the Galactic Empire has remained a working phenomenon for all these millennia. Frankly, I think it has existed only because it very largely runs itself. And now it is finally running down. So much for philosophizing, Harry, said Doris. Who is this Andoran? Someone I admit I ought to have known about. I managed to cajole the security establishment into calling up some files on him. He's a member of the Wyan mayoralty family, the most prominent member, in fact, so the security people have kept tabs on him. They think he has ambitions, but is too much of a playboy to do anything about them. And is he involved with the Joranumites? Seldon made an uncertain gesture. I'm under the impression that the security establishment knows nothing about the Joranumites. That may mean that the Joranumites no longer exist, or that if they do, they are of no importance. It may also mean that the security establishment just isn't interested. Nor is there any way in which I can force it to be interested. I'm only thankful the officers give me any information at all, and I am the First Minister. Is it possible that you're not a very good First Minister? Said Doris dryly. That's more than possible. It's probably been generations since there's been an appointee less suited to the job than myself. But that has nothing to do with the security establishment. It's a totally independent arm of the government. I doubt that Cleon himself knows much about it, though in theory the security officers are supposed to report to him through their director. Believe me, if we only knew more about the security establishment, we'd be trying to stick its actions into our psychohistorical equations, such as they are. Are the security officers on our side, at least? I believe so, but I can't swear to it. And why are you interested in this, what's-his-name? Gleb Andoran, because I received a roundabout message from Rach. Dora's eyes flashed. Why didn't you tell me? Is he all right? As far as I know, but I hope he doesn't try any further messages. If he's caught communicating, he won't be all right. In any case, he has made contact with Andoran. And the Joranumites, too? I don't think so. It would sound unlikely, for the connection is not something that would make sense. The Joranumite movement is predominantly lower class, a proletarian movement, so to speak. And Andoran is an aristocrat of aristocrats. What would he be doing with the Joranumites? If he's of the Wyan mayoralty family, he might aspire to the imperial throne, might he not? They've been aspiring for generations. You remember Rochelle, I trust. She was Andoran's aunt. Then he might be using the Joranumites as a stepping stone, don't you think? If they exist. And if they do, and if a stepping stone is what Andoran wants, I think he'd find himself playing a dangerous game. The Joranumites, if they exist, would have their own plans, and a man like Andoran may find he's simply riding a grati. What's a grati? Some extinct animal of a ferocious type, I think. It's just a proverbial phrase back on Helicon. If you ride a grati, you find you can't get off, or then it will eat you. Seldon paused. One more thing. Raich seems to be involved with a woman who knows Andorran, and through whom he thinks he may get important information. I'm telling you this now so that you won't accuse me afterward of keeping anything from you." Dors frowned. "A woman?" "One, I gather, who knows a great many men who will talk to her unwisely sometimes under intimate circumstances." "One of those?" Her frown deepened. "I don't like the thought of Raich." Come, come. Raich is 30 years old and undoubtedly has much experience. You can leave this woman, or any woman, I think, safely to Raich's good sense." He turned toward Dors with a look so worn, so weary, and said, "Do you think I like this? Do you think I like any of this?" And Dors could find nothing to say. Chapter 16. Gamble Dean Namarty was not, at even the best of times, noted for his politeness and suavity, and the approaching climax of a decade of planning had left his disposition sour. He rose from his chair with some agitation and said, "You've taken your time getting here, Andorran." Andorran shrugged. "But I'm here." "And this young man of yours, this remarkable tool that you're touting, where is he?" "He'll be here eventually." "Why not now?" Andorran's rather handsome head seemed to sink a bit, as though he were lost in thought or coming to a decision. And then he said abruptly, "I don't want to bring him until I know where I stand." "What does that mean?" "Simple words in Galactic Standard. How long has it been your aim to get rid of Harry Seldon?" "Always. Always. Is that so hard to understand? We deserve revenge for what he did to Jojo. Even if he hadn't done that, since he's the First Minister, we'd have to put him out of the way." "But it's Cleon who must be brought down. If not only he, then at least he in addition to Seldon." "Why does a figurehead concern you?" "You weren't born yesterday. I've never had to explain my part in this, because you're not so ignorant a fool as not to know. What can I possibly care about your plans if they don't include a replacement on the throne?" Namarty laughed. "Of course. I've known for a long time that you look upon me as your footstool, your way of climbing up to the imperial throne." "Would you expect anything else?" "Not at all. I will do the planning, take the chances, and then, when all is quite done, you gather in the reward. It makes sense, doesn't it?" "Yes, it does make sense. For the reward will be yours, too. Won't you become the First Minister? Won't you be able to count on the full support of a new emperor, one who is filled with gratitude? Won't I be—" and his face twisted with irony as he spat out the words, "the new figurehead?" "Is that what you plan to be, a figurehead?" "I plan to be the emperor. I supplied advances of credit when you had none. I supplied the cadre when you had none. I supplied the respectability you needed to build a large organization here in Y. I can still withdraw everything I've brought in." "I don't think so." "Do you want to risk it? Don't think you can treat me the way you treated Kasparov either. If anything happens to me, Y will become uninhabitable for you and yours, and you will find that no other sector will supply you with what you need." Namarty sighed. "Then you insist on having the Emperor killed?" "I didn't say killed. I said brought down. The details I leave to you." This last statement was accompanied with an almost dismissive wave of the hand, a flick of the wrist, as if Andoran were already sitting on the imperial throne. "And then you'll be emperor?" "Yes." "No, you won't. You'll be dead. And not at my hands either. Andoran, let me teach you some of the facts of life. If Cleon is killed, then the matter of the succession comes up. And to avoid civil war, the Imperial Guard will at once kill every member of the Wyan mayoral family they can find. You first of all. On the other hand, if only the First Minister is killed, you will be safe." "Why?" "A First Minister is only a First Minister. They come and go. It is possible that Cleon himself may have grown tired of him and arranged the murder. Certainly we would see to it that rumors of this sort are spread. The Imperial Guard would hesitate, and would give us a chance to put the new government into place. Indeed, it is quite possible that they themselves would be grateful for the end of Seldon." "And with the new government in place, what am I to do? Keep on waiting? Forever?" "No. Once I'm First Minister, there will be ways of dealing with Cleon. I may even be able to do something with the Imperial Guard, and even with the security establishment, and use them all as my instruments. I will then manage to find some safe way of getting rid of Cleon and replacing him with you." Andoran burst out, "Why should you?" Namarti said, "What do you mean, why should I?" "You have a personal grudge against Seldon. Once he is gone, why should you run unnecessary risks at the highest level? You will make your peace with Cleon, and I will have to retire to my crumbling estate and my impossible dreams. And perhaps, to play it safe, you will have me killed." Namarti said, "No. Cleon was born to the throne. He comes from several generations of emperors, the proud Entun dynasty. He would be very difficult to handle, a plague. You, on the other hand, would come to the throne as a member of a new dynasty, without any strong ties to tradition, for the previous Wyan emperors were, you will admit, totally undistinguished. You will be seated on a shaky throne, and will need someone to support you. Me. And I will need someone who is dependent upon me, and whom I can therefore handle. You. Come, Andoran, ours is not a marriage of love, which fades in a year. It is a marriage of convenience, which can last as long as we both live. Let us trust each other." "You swear I will be emperor?" "What good would swearing do if you couldn't trust my word? Let us say I would find you an extraordinarily useful emperor, and I would want you to replace Cleon as soon as that can safely be managed. Now, introduce me to this man you think will be the perfect tool for your purposes." "Very well. And remember what makes him different. I have studied him. He's a not very bright idealist. He will do what he's told, unconcerned by danger, unconcerned by second thoughts. And he exudes a kind of trustworthiness, so that his victim will trust him, even if he has a blaster in his hand." "I find that impossible to believe." "Wait till you meet him," said Andoran. Chapter 17. Raich kept his eyes down. He had taken a quick look at Namarti, and it was all he needed. He had met the man 10 years before, when Raich had been sent to lure Jojo Joranum to his destruction, and one look was more than enough. Namarti had changed little in 10 years. Anger and hatred were still the dominant characteristics one could see in him, or that Raich could see in him at any rate, for he realized he was not an impartial witness. And those seemed to have marinated him into leathery permanence. His face was a trifle more gaunt. His hair was flecked with gray. But his thin-lipped mouth was set in the same harsh line, and his dark eyes were as brilliantly dangerous as ever. That was enough, and Rache kept his eyes averted. Namarti, he felt, was not the type of person who would take to someone who could stare him straight in the face. Namarti seemed to devour Rache with his own eyes, but the slight sneer his face always seemed to wear remained. He turned to Andoran, who stood uneasily to one side, and said, quite as though the subject of conversation were not present, "This is the man, then?" Andoran nodded, and his lips moved in a soundless, "Yes, Chief." Namarti said to Rache abruptly, "Your name?" "Planchette, sir." "You believe in our cause?" "Yes, sir." He spoke carefully, in accordance with Andoran's instructions. "I am a Democrat, and want greater participation of the people in the governmental process." Namarti's eyes flicked in Andoran's direction. "A speechmaker." He looked back at Rache. "Are you willing to undertake risks for the cause?" "Any risk, sir." "You will do as you are told. No questions, no hanging back." "I will follow orders." "Do you know anything about gardening?" Rache hesitated. "No, sir." "You're a Trantorian, then, born under the dome?" "I was born in Millimaru, sir, and I was brought up in Dal." "Very well," said Namarti. Then to Andoran, "Take him out and deliver him temporarily to the men waiting there. They will take good care of him. Then come back, Andoran. I want to speak to you." When Andoran returned, a profound change had come over Namarti. His eyes were glittering, and his mouth was twisted into a feral grin. "Andoran," he said, "the gods we spoke of the other day are with us to an extent I couldn't have imagined." "I told you the man was suitable for our purposes." "Far more suitable than you think. You know, of course, the tale of how Harry Seldon, our revered First Minister, sent his son, or foster-son, rather, to see Joranum, and to set the trap into which Joranum, against my advice, fell." "Yes," said Andoran, nodding wearily. "I know the story." He said it with the air of one who knew the story entirely too well. "I saw that boy only that once, but his image burned into my brain. Do you suppose that 10 years' passage and false heels and a shaved mustache could fool me? That Planchette of yours is Rache, the foster-son of Harry Seldon." Andoran paled and held his breath for a moment. He said, "Are you sure of that, Chief?" "As sure as I am that you're standing here in front of me, and that you have introduced an enemy into our midst." "I had no idea." "Don't get nervous," said Namarti. "I consider it the best thing you have ever done in your idle aristocratic life. You have played the role that the gods have marked out for you. If I had not known who he was, he might have fulfilled the function for which he was undoubtedly intended, to be a spy in our midst, and an informant of our most secret plans. But since I know who he is, it won't work that way. Instead, we now have everything." Namarti rubbed his hands together in delight, and haltingly, as if he realized how far out of character it was for him, he smiled and laughed. Chapter 18. Manella said thoughtfully, I guess I won't be seeing you any more, Planchette. Raich was drying himself after his shower. Why not? Gleb Andoran doesn't want me to. Why not? Manella shrugged her smooth shoulders. He says you have important work to do, and no more time to fool around. Maybe he means you'll get a better job. Raich stiffened. What kind of work? Did he mention anything in particular? No, but he said he would be going to the Imperial sector. Did he? Does he often tell you things like that? You know how it is, Planchette. When a fellow's in bed with you, he talks a lot. I know, said Raich, who was always careful not to. What else does he say? Why do you ask? She frowned a bit. He always asks about you, too. I noticed that about men. They're curious about each other. Why is that, do you suppose? What do you tell him about me? Not much. Just that you're a very decent sort of guy. Naturally, I don't tell him that I like you better than I like him. That would hurt his feelings. And it might hurt me, too. Raich was getting dressed. So, it's goodbye, then. For a while, I suppose. Gleb may change his mind. Of course, I'd like to go to the Imperial sector, if he'd take me. I've never been there. Raich almost slipped, but he managed to cough, then said, I've never been there either. It's got the biggest buildings and the nicest places and the fanciest restaurants. And that's where the rich people live. I'd like to meet some rich people. Besides Gleb, I mean. Raich said, I suppose there's not much you can get out of a person like me. You're all right. You can't think of credits all the time. But you've got to think of them some of the time, especially since I think Gleb is getting tired of me. Raich felt compelled to say, No one could get tired of you, and then found a little to his own confusion that he meant it. Manella said, That's what men always say, but you'd be surprised. Anyway, it's been good, you and I, Planchette. Take care of yourself. And who knows, we may see each other again. Raich nodded and found himself at a loss for words. There was no way in which he could say or do anything to express his feelings. He turned his mind in other directions. He had to find out what the Namarti people were planning. If they were separating him from Manila, the crisis must be rapidly approaching. All he had to go on was that odd question about gardening. Nor could he get any further information back to Seldon. He had been kept under close scrutiny since his meeting with Namarti, and all avenues of communication were cut off. Surely another indication of an approaching crisis. But if he were to find out what was going on only after it was done, and if he could communicate the news only after it was no longer news, he would have failed. Chapter 19. Harry Seldon was not having a good day. He had not heard from Raich since his first communique. He had no idea what was happening. Aside from his natural concern for Raich's safety, surely he would hear if something really bad had happened. There was his uneasiness over what might be planned. It would have to be subtle. A direct attack on the palace itself was totally out of the question. Security there was far too tight. But if so, what else could be planned that would be sufficiently effective? The whole thing was keeping him awake at night and distracted by day. The signal light flashed. First Minister, your 2 o'clock appointment, sir. What 2 o'clock appointment is this? Mandel Gruber, the gardener. He has the necessary certification. Seldon remembered. Yes, send him in. This was no time to see Gruber, but he had agreed to it in a moment of weakness. The man had seemed distraught. A First Minister should not have such moments of weakness, but Seldon had been Seldon long before he had become First Minister. "Come in, Gruber," he said kindly. Gruber stood before him, head ducking mechanically, eyes darting this way and that. Seldon was quite certain the gardener had never been in any room as magnificent as this one, and he had the bitter urge to say, "Do you like it? Please take it. I don't want it." But he only said, "What is it, Gruber? Why are you so unhappy?" There was no immediate answer. Gruber merely smiled vacantly. Seldon said, "Sit down, man, right there in that chair." "Oh, no, First Minister. It would not be fitting. I'll get it dirty." "If you do, it will be easy to clean. Do as I say." "Good. Now, just sit there a minute or two and gather your thoughts. Then, when you are ready, tell me what's the matter." Gruber sat silent for a moment. Then the words came out in a panting rush. "First Minister, it is chief gardener I am to be. The blessed Emperor himself told me so." "Yes, I have heard of that. But that surely isn't what is troubling you. Your new post is a matter of congratulations, and I do congratulate you. I may even have contributed to it, Gruber. I have never forgotten your bravery at the time I was nearly killed, and you can be sure I mentioned it to His Imperial Majesty. It is a suitable reward, Gruber, and you would deserve the promotion in any case, for it is quite clear from your record that you are fully qualified for the post. So now that that's out of the way, tell me what is troubling you." "First Minister, it is the very post and promotion that's troubling me. It is something I cannot manage, for I am not qualified." "We are convinced you are." Gruber grew agitated. "And is it in an office I will have to sit? I can't sit in an office. I could not go out in the open air and work with the plants and animals. I would be in prison, First Minister." Seldon's eyes opened wide. "No such thing, Gruber. You needn't stay in the office longer than you have to. You could wander around the grounds freely, supervising everything. You will have all the outdoors you want, and you will merely spare yourself the hard work." "I want the hard work, First Minister, and it's no chance at all they will let me come out of the office. I have watched the present chief gardener. He couldn't leave his office though he wanted to, ever so. There is too much administration, too much bookkeeping. Sure, if he wants to know what is going on, we must go to his office to tell him. He watches things on holovision," he said with infinite contempt. "As though you can tell anything about growing, living things from pictures. It is not for me, First Minister." "Come, Gruber, be a man. It's not all that bad. You'll get used to it. You'll work your way in slowly." Gruber shook his head. "First off, at the very first, I will have to deal with all the new gardeners. I'll be buried." Then, with sudden energy, "It is a job I do not want and must not have, First Minister." "Right now, Gruber, perhaps you don't want the job, but you're not alone. I'll tell you that right now I wish I were not First Minister. This job is too much for me. I even have a notion that there are times when the Emperor himself is tired of his imperial robes. We're all in this galaxy to do our work, and the work isn't always pleasant. I understand that, First Minister, but the Emperor must be Emperor, for he was born to that. And you must be First Minister, for there is no one else who can do the job. But in my case, it is just Chief Gardener we are ruminating upon. There are 50 gardeners in the place who could do it as well as I could, and who wouldn't mind the office. You say that you spoke to the Emperor about how I tried to help you. Can't you speak to him again and explain that if he wants to reward me for what I did, he can leave me as I am? Seldon leaned back in his chair and said solemnly, Gruber, I would do that for you if I could. But I must explain something to you, and I can only hope that you will understand it. The Emperor, in theory, is absolute ruler of the Empire. In actual fact, there is very little he can do. I run the Empire right now much more than he does, and there is very little I can do, too. There are millions and billions of people at all levels of government, all making decisions, all making mistakes. Some acting wisely and heroically, some acting foolishly and thievishly. There's no controlling them. Do you understand me, Gruber? I do, but what has this to do with my case? Because there is only one place where the Emperor is really absolute ruler, and that is over the imperial grounds. Here, his word is law, and the layers of officials beneath him are few enough for him to handle. For him to be asked to rescind a decision he has made in connection with the imperial palace grounds would be to invade the only area that he would consider inviolate. If I were to say, take back your decision on Gruber, your Imperial Majesty, he would be much more likely to relieve me of my duties than to take back his decision. That might be a good thing for me, but it wouldn't help you any. Gruber said, Does that mean there's no way things can be changed? That's exactly what it means. But don't worry, Gruber. I'll help you all I can. I'm sorry, but now I have really spent all the time with you that I am able to spare. Gruber rose to his feet. In his hands he twisted his green gardening cap. There was more than a suspicion of tears in his eyes. Thank you, First Minister. I know you would like to help. You're a good man, First Minister. He turned and left, sorrowing. Seldon looked after him thoughtfully and shook his head. Multiply Gruber's woes by a quadrillion, and you would have the woes of all the people of the 25 million worlds of the Empire. And how was he, Seldon, to work out salvation for all of them, when he was helpless to solve the problem of one single man who had come to him for help? Psychohistory could not save one man. Could it save a quadrillion? He shook his head again, checked the nature and time of his next appointment, and then suddenly stiffened. He shouted into his communications wire in sudden, wild abandon, quite unlike his usually strict control. Get that gardener back. Get him back here right now. Chapter 20. What's this about new gardeners? Exclaimed Seldon. This time he did not ask Gruber to sit down. Gruber's eyes blinked rapidly. He was in a panic at having been recalled so unexpectedly. New gardeners? He stammered. You said, all the new gardeners. Those were your words. What new gardeners? Gruber was astonished. Sure, if there is a new chief gardener, there will be new gardeners. It is the custom. I have never heard of this. The last time we had a change of chief gardeners, you were not First Minister. It is likely you were not even on Trantor. But what's it all about? Well, gardeners are never discharged. Some die, some grow too old and are pensioned off and replaced. Still, by the time a new chief gardener is ready for his duties, at least half the staff is aged and beyond their best years. They are all pensioned off generously, and new gardeners are brought in. For youth. Partly, and partly because by that time there are usually new plans for the gardens, and it is new ideas and new schemes we must have. There are almost 500 square kilometers in the gardens and parklands, and it usually takes some years to reorganize it. And it is myself who will have to supervise it all. Please, First Minister, Gruber was gasping. Surely a clever man like your own self can find a way to change the blessed Emperor's mind. Seldon paid no attention. His forehead was creased in concentration. Where do the new gardeners come from? There are examinations on all the worlds. There are always people waiting to serve as replacements. They'll be coming in by the hundreds in a dozen batches. It will take me a year at the least. From where do they come? From where? From any of a million worlds. We want a variety of horticultural knowledge. Any citizen of the Empire can qualify. From Trantor too? No, not from Trantor. There is no one from Trantor in the gardens. His voice grew contemptuous. You can't get a gardener out of Trantor. The parks they have here under the dome aren't gardens. They are potted plants, and the animals are in cages. Trantorians, poor specimens that they are, know nothing about open air, free water, and the true balance of nature. All right, Gruber, I will now give you a job. It will be up to you to get me the names of every new gardener scheduled to arrive over the coming weeks. Everything about them. Name, world, reference number, education, experience, everything. I want it all here on my desk just as quickly as possible. I'm going to send people to help you, people with machines. What kind of a computer do you use? Only a simple one for keeping track of plantings and species and things like that. All right. The people I send will be able to do anything you can't do. I can't tell you how important this is. If I should do this... Gruber, this is not the time to make bargains. Fail me, and you will not be chief gardener. Instead, you will be discharged without a pension. Alone again, Seldon barked into his communication wire. Cancel all appointments for the rest of the afternoon. He then let his body flop in his chair, feeling every bit of his 50 years, and feeling his headache worsen. For years, for decades, security had been built up around the Imperial Palace grounds. Thicker, more solid, more impenetrable, as each new layer and each new device was added. And every once in a while, hordes of strangers were let into the grounds. No questions asked, probably, but one. Can you garden? The stupidity involved was too colossal to grasp, and he had barely caught it in time. Or had he? Was he even now too late? Chapter 21. Gleb Andoran gazed at Namarti through half-closed eyes. He never liked the man, but there were times when he liked him less than he usually did, and this was one of those times. Why should Andoran, a Wyan of royal birth, that's what it amounted to after all, have to work with this parvenu, this near-psychotic paranoid. Andoran knew why, and he had to endure, even when Namarti was once again in the process of telling the story of how he had built up the movement during a period of 10 years to its present pitch of perfection. Did he tell this to everyone, over and over, or was it just Andoran who was his chosen vessel? Namarti's face seemed to shine with malignant glee as he said in an odd sing-song, as though it were a matter of rote. Year after year, I worked on those lines, even through hopelessness and uselessness, building an organization, chipping away at confidence in the government, creating and intensifying dissatisfaction. When there was the banking crisis and the week of the moratorium, He paused suddenly. I've told you this many times, and you're sick of hearing it, aren't you? Andoran's lips twitched in a brief, dry smile. Namarti was not such an idiot as not to know what a bore he was. He just couldn't help it. Andoran said, You've told me this many times. He allowed the remainder of the question to hang in the air unanswered. The answer, after all, was an obvious affirmative. There was no need to face him with it. A slight flush crossed Namarti's sallow face. He said, But it could have gone on forever. The building, the chipping, without ever coming to a point, if I hadn't had the proper tool in my hands. And without any effort on my part, the tool came to me. The gods brought you Planchette, said Andoran neutrally. You're right. There will be a group of gardeners entering the Imperial Palace grounds soon. He paused and seemed to savor the thought. Men and women, enough to serve as a mask for the handful of our operatives who will accompany them. Among them will be you and Planchette. And what will make you and Planchette unusual is that you will be carrying blasters. Surely, said Andoran with deliberate malice, behind a polite expression, we'll be stopped at the gates and held for questioning. Bringing an illicit blaster onto the palace grounds. You won't be stopped, said Namarti, missing the malice. You won't be searched. That's been arranged. You will all be greeted as a matter of course by some palace official. I don't know who would ordinarily be in charge of that task. The third assistant chamberlain in charge of grass and leaves, for all I know. But in this case, it will be Seldon himself. The great mathematician will hurry out to greet the new gardeners and welcome them to the grounds. You're sure of that, I suppose? Of course I am. It's all been arranged. He will learn, at more or less the last minute, that his foster son is among those listed as new gardeners, and it will be impossible for him to refrain from coming out to see him. And when Seldon appears, Planchette will raise his blaster. Our people will raise the cry of treason. In the confusion and hurly-burly, Planchette will kill Seldon, and then you will kill Planchette. You will then drop your blaster and leave. There are those who will help you leave. It's been arranged. Is it absolutely necessary to kill Planchette? Namarti frowned. Why? Do you object to one killing and not to another? When Planchette recovers, do you wish him to tell the authorities all he knows about us? Besides, this is a family feud we are arranging. Don't forget that Planchette is, in actual fact, Rach Seldon. It will look as though the two had fired simultaneously, or as though Seldon had given orders that if his son made any hostile move, he was to be shot down. We will see to it that the family angle will be given full publicity. It'll be reminiscent of the bad old days of the bloody Emperor Manuel. The people of Trantor will surely be repelled by the sheer wickedness of the deed. That, piled on top of all the inefficiencies and breakdowns they've been witnessing and living through, will raise the cry for a new government, and no one will be able to refuse them, least of all the Emperor. And then we'll step in. Just like that. No, not just like that. I don't live in a dream world. There is likely to be some interim government, but it will fail. We'll see to it that it fails. And we'll come out in the open and revive the old Joranumite arguments that the Trantorians have never forgotten. And in time, in not too much time, I will be First Minister. And I will eventually be the Emperor. Andoran said, "The chance of all this working is small. This is arranged, that is arranged, the other thing is arranged. All of it has to come together and mesh perfectly, or it will fail. Somewhere, someone is bound to mess up. It's an unacceptable risk." Unacceptable? For whom? For you? Certainly. You expect me to make certain that Planchette will kill his father, and you expect me to then kill Planchette. Why me? Aren't there tools worth less than I who might more easily be risked? Yes, but to choose anyone else would make failure certain. Who but you has so much riding on this mission that there is no chance you will turn back in a fit of vapors at the last minute? The risk is enormous. Isn't it worth it to you? You're playing for the imperial throne. And what risk are you taking, Chief? You will remain here quite comfortable and wait to hear the news. Namarti's lip curled. What a fool you are, Andoran. What an emperor you will make. Do you suppose I take no risk because I will be here? If the gambit fails, if the plot miscarries, if some of our people are taken, do you think they won't tell everything they know? If you were somehow caught, would you face the tender treatment of the Imperial Guard without ever telling them about me? And with a failed assassination attempt at hand, do you suppose they won't comb Trantor to find me? Do you suppose that in the end they will fail to find me? And when they do find me, what do you suppose I will have to face at their hands? Risk? I run a worse risk than any of you, just sitting here doing nothing. It boils down to this, Andoran. Do you, or do you not, wish to be emperor? Andoran said in a low voice, I wish to be emperor. And so things were set in motion. Chapter 22. Reach had no trouble seeing that he was being treated with special care. The whole group of would-be gardeners was now quartered in one of the hotels in the Imperial sector, although not one of the prime hotels, of course. The gardeners were an odd lot, from 50 different worlds, but Raich had little chance to speak to any of them. Andoran, without being too obvious about it, had managed to keep him apart from the others. Raich wondered why. It depressed him. In fact, he had been feeling somewhat depressed since he had left Y. It interfered with his thinking process, and he fought it, but not with entire success. Andoran was himself wearing rough clothes and was attempting to look like a workman. He would be playing the part of a gardener as a way of running the show, whatever the show might be. Raich felt ashamed that he had not been able to penetrate the nature of that show. They had closed in on him and prevented all communication, so he hadn't even had the chance to warn his father. They might be doing this for every Trantorian who had been pushed into the group, for all he knew, just as an extreme precaution. Raich estimated that there might be 12 Trantorians among them. All of them Namarti's people, of course, men and women both. What puzzled him was that Andoran treated him with what was almost affection. He monopolized him, insisted on having all his meals with him, treated him quite differently from the way in which he treated anyone else. Could it be because they had shared Manila? Raich did not know enough about the mores of the Y sector to be able to tell whether there might not be a polyandrous touch to their society. If 2 men shared a woman, did that make them, in a way, fraternal? Did it create a bond? Raich had never heard of such a thing, but he knew better than to suppose he had a grasp of even a tiny fraction of the infinite subtleties of galactic societies, even of Trantorian societies. But now that his mind had brought him back to Manila, he dwelled on her for a while. He missed her terribly, and it occurred to him that missing her might be the cause of his depression, though, to tell the truth, what he was feeling now, as he was finishing lunch with Andoran, was almost despair, though he could think of no cause for it. Manila. She had said she wanted to visit the Imperial sector, and presumably she could wheedle Andoran to her liking. He was desperate enough to ask a foolish question. "Mr. Andoran, I keep wondering if maybe you brought Miss Dubanka along with you, here to the Imperial sector." Andoran looked utterly astonished. Then he laughed gently. "Manila, do you see her doing any gardening, or even pretending she could? No, no, Manila is one of those women invented for our quiet moments. She has no function at all otherwise." Then, "Why do you ask, Planchette?" Raich shrugged. "I don't know. It's sort of dull around here. I sort of thought—" His voice trailed away. Andoran watched him carefully. Finally he said, "Surely you're not of the opinion that it matters much which woman you are involved with? I assure you, it doesn't matter to her which man she's involved with. Once this is over, there will be other women, plenty of them." "When will this be over?" "Soon, and you're going to be part of it in a very important way." Andoran watched Raich narrowly. Raich said, "How important? Aren't I gonna be just a gardener?" His voice sounded hollow, and he found himself unable to put a spark in it. "You'll be more than that, Planchette. You'll be going in with a blaster." "With a what?" "A blaster." "I never held a blaster, not in my whole life." "There's nothing to it. You lift it, you point it, you close the contact, and someone dies." "I can't kill anyone." "I thought you were one of us, that you would do anything for the cause." "I didn't mean kill." Raich couldn't seem to collect his thoughts. Why must he kill? What did they really have in mind for him? And how would he be able to alert the Imperial Guard before the killing would be carried out? Andoran's face hardened suddenly, an instant conversion from friendly interest to stern decision. He said, "You must kill." Raich gathered all his strength. "No, I ain't gonna kill nobody. That's final." Andoran said, "Planchette, You will do as you are told. Not murder. Even murder. How you gonna make me? I shall simply tell you to. Raich felt dizzy. What made Andoran so confident? He shook his head. No. Andoran said, We've been feeding you, Planchette, ever since you left Y. I made sure you ate with me. I supervised your diet, especially the meal you just ate. Raich felt the horror rise within him. He suddenly understood. Desperance. Exactly, said Andoran. You're a sharp devil, Planchette. It's illegal. Yes, of course. So's murder. Raich knew about desperance. It was a chemical modification of a perfectly harmless tranquilizer. The modified form, however, did not produce tranquility, but despair. It had been outlawed because of its use in mind control, though there were persistent rumors that the Imperial Guard used it. Andoran said, as though it were not hard to read Raich's mind, It's called desperance because that's an old word meaning hopelessness. I think you're feeling hopeless. Never, whispered Raich. Very resolute of you, but you can't fight the chemical. And the more hopeless you feel, the more effective the drug. No chance. Think about it, Planchette. Namati recognized you at once, even without your mustache. He knows you are Raich Seldon, and at my direction you are going to kill your father. Raich muttered, Not before I kill you. He rose from his chair. There should be no problem at all in this. Andoran might be taller, but he was slender and clearly no athlete. Raich would break him in two with one arm. But he swayed as he rose. He shook his head, but it wouldn't clear. Andoran rose too and backed away. He drew his right hand from where it had been resting within his left sleeve. He was holding a weapon. He said pleasantly, I came prepared. I have been informed of your prowess as a Heliconian twister, and there will be no hand-to-hand combat. He looked down at his weapon. This is not a blaster, he said. I can't afford to have you killed before you accomplish your task. It's a neuronic whip, much worse in a way. I will aim at your left shoulder, and believe me, the pain will be so excruciating that the world's greatest stoic would not be able to endure it. Raich, who had been advancing slowly and grimly, stopped abruptly. He had been 12 years old when he had had a taste, a small one, of a neuronic whip. Once struck, no one ever forgets the pain however long he lives, however full of incidents his life is. Andoran said, Moreover, I will use full strength, so that the nerves in your upper arms will be stimulated first into unbearable pain and then damaged into uselessness. You will never use your left arm again. I will spare the right so you can handle the blaster. Now if you sit down and accept matters as you must, you may keep both arms. Of course, you must eat again, so your desperance level increases. Your situation will only worsen. Raich felt the drug-induced despair settle over him, and that despair served in itself to deepen the effect. His vision was turning double, and he could think of nothing to say. Raich only knew that he would have to do what Andoran would tell him to do. He had played the game, and he had lost. Chapter 23. No. Harry Seldon was almost violent. I don't want you out there, Doris. Doris Venebile stared back at him with an expression as firm as his own. "Then I won't let you go either, Harry. I must be there. It is not your place. It is the gardener first class who must greet these new people." "So it is. But Gruber can't do it. He's a broken man." "He must have an assistant of some sort. Or let the old chief gardener do it. He holds the office till the end of the year." "The old chief gardener is too ill. Besides—" Seldon hesitated. "There are ringers among the gardeners, Trantorians. They're here for some reason. I have the names of every one of them." "Have them taken into custody, then, every last one of them. It's simple. Why are you making it so complex?" "Because we don't know why they're here. Something's up. I don't see what 12 gardeners can do, but— No, let me rephrase that. I can see a dozen things they can do, but I don't know which one of those things they've planned. We will indeed take them into custody, but I must know more about everything before it's done. We have to know enough to winkle out everyone in the conspiracy from top to bottom, and we must know enough of what they're doing to be able to make the proper punishment stick. I don't want to get 12 men and women on what is essentially a misdemeanor charge. They'll plead desperation, the need for a job. They'll complain that it isn't fair for Trantorians to be excluded. They'll get plenty of sympathy, and we'll be left looking like fools. We must give them a chance to convict themselves of more than that. Besides—" There was a long pause, and Doris said wrathfully, "Well, what's the new besides?" Seldon's voice lowered. "One of the 12 is Rach, using the alias Planchette." "What?" "Why are you surprised? I sent him to Y to infiltrate the Joranumite movement, and he's succeeded in infiltrating something. I have every faith in him. If he's there, he knows why he's there, and he must have some sort of plan to put a spoke in the wheel. But I want to be there too. I want to see him. I want to be in a position to help him if I can." "If you want to help him, have 50 guards of the palace standing shoulder to shoulder on either side of your gardeners." "No. Again, we'll end up with nothing. The Imperial Guard will be in place, but not in evidence. The gardeners in question must think they have a clear hand to do whatever it is they plan to do. Before they can do so, but after they have made it quite plain what they intend, we'll have them." "That's risky. It's risky for Reach." "Risks are something we have to take. There's more riding on this than individual lives." "That is a heartless thing to say." "You think I have no heart? Even if it broke, my concern would have to be with Psycho—" "Don't say it." She turned away, as if in pain. "I understand," said Seldon, "but you mustn't be there. Your presence would be so inappropriate that the conspirators will suspect we know too much and will abort their plan. I don't want their plan aborted." He paused, then said softly, "Doris, you say your job is to protect me. That comes before protecting Rach, and you know that. I wouldn't insist on it. But to protect me is to protect psychohistory and the entire human species. That must come first. What I have of psychohistory tells me that I, in turn, must protect the center at all costs, and that is what I am trying to do. Do you understand?" Doris said, "I understand," then turned away from him. Seldon thought, "And I hope I'm right." If he weren't, she would never forgive him. Far worse, he would never forgive himself, psychohistory or not. Chapter 24. They were lined up beautifully, feet spread apart, hands behind their backs, every one in a natty green uniform, loosely fitted and with wide pockets. There was very little gender differential, and one could only guess that some of the shorter ones were women. The hoods covered whatever hair they had. But then, gardeners were supposed to clip their hair quite short, either sex, and there could be no facial hair. Why that should be, one couldn't say. The word tradition covered it all, as it covered so many things, some useful, some foolish. Facing them was Mandel Gruber, flanked on either side by an assistant. Gruber was trembling, his wide-opened eyes glazed. Harry Seldon's lips tightened. If Gruber could but manage to say, "The Emperor's gardeners greet you all," that would be enough. Seldon himself would then take over. His eyes swept over the new contingent, and he located Rach. His heart jumped a bit. It was the mustacheless Rach in the front row, standing more rigid than the rest, staring straight ahead. His eyes did not move to meet Seldon's. He showed no sign of recognition, however subtle. Good, thought Seldon. He's not supposed to. He's giving nothing away. Gruber muttered a weak welcome, and Seldon jumped in. He advanced with an easy stride, putting himself immediately before Gruber, and said, "Thank you, Gardener First Class. Men and women, gardeners of the Emperor, you are to undertake an important task. You will be responsible for the beauty and health of the only open land on our great world of Trantor, capital of the Galactic Empire. You will see to it that if we don't have the endless vistas of open, undomed worlds, we will have a small jewel here that will outshine anything else in the Empire. You will all be under Mandel Gruber, who will shortly become Chief Gardener. He will report to me when necessary, and I will report to the Emperor. This means, as you can all see, that you will be only 3 levels removed from the Imperial presence, and you will always be under his benign watch. I am certain that even now he is surveying us from the small palace, his personal home, which is the building you see to the right, the one with the opal-layered dome, and that he is pleased with what he sees. Before you start work, of course, you will all undertake a course of training that will make you entirely familiar with the grounds and its needs. You will—" He had by this time moved almost stealthily to a point directly in front of Rach, who still remained motionless, unblinking. Seldon tried not to look unnaturally benign, and then a slight frown crossed his face. The person directly behind Rach looked familiar. He might have gone unrecognized if Seldon had not studied his hologram. Wasn't that Gleb Andoran of Y? Rach's patron in Y, in fact? What was he doing here? Andoran must have noticed Seldon's sudden regard, for he muttered something between scarcely opened lips. And Rach's right arm, moving forward from behind his back, plucked a blaster out of the wide pocket of his green doublet. So did Andoran. Seldon felt himself going into near shock. How could blasters have been allowed onto the grounds? Confused, he barely heard the cries of treason and the sudden noise of running and shouting. All that really occupied Seldon's mind was Rach's blaster pointing directly at him, and Rach looking at him without any sign of recognition. Seldon's mind filled with horror as he realized that his son was going to shoot, and that he himself was only seconds from death. Chapter 25. A blaster, despite its name, does not blast in the proper sense of the term. It vaporizes and blows out an interior, and if anything, causes an implosion. There is a soft sighing sound, leaving what appears to be a blasted object. Harry Seldon did not expect to hear that sound. He expected only death. It was, therefore, with surprise that he heard the distinctive soft sighing sound, and he blinked rapidly as he looked down at himself, slack-jawed. He was alive? He thought it as a question, not a statement. Raich was still standing there, his blaster pointing forward, his eyes glazed. He was absolutely motionless, as though some motive power had ceased. Behind him was the crumpled body of Andoran, fallen in a pool of blood. And standing next to him, blaster in hand, was a gardener. The hood had slipped away. The gardener was clearly a woman with freshly clipped hair. She allowed herself a glance at Seldon and said, "Your son knows me as Manella Dubanka. I'm a security officer. Do you want my reference number, First Minister?" "No," said Seldon faintly. Imperial Guard had converged on the scene. "My son. What's wrong with my son?" "Desperance, I think," said Manella. "That can be washed out eventually." She reached forward to take the blaster out of Raich's hand. "I'm sorry I didn't act sooner. I had to wait for an overt move, and when it came, it almost caught me napping." "I had the same trouble. We must take Raich to the Palace Hospital." A confused noise suddenly emanated from the small palace. It occurred to Seldon that the Emperor was indeed watching the proceedings, and if so, he must be grandly furious indeed. "Take care of my son, Miss Dubanka," said Seldon. "I must see the Emperor." He set off at an undignified run through the chaos on the great lawns, and dashed into the small palace without ceremony. Cleon could scarcely grow any angrier over that. And there, with an appalled group watching in stupor, there on the semicircular stairway was the body of His Imperial Majesty, Cleon I, smashed all but beyond recognition. His rich imperial robes now served as a shroud. Cowering against the wall, staring stupidly at the horrified faces surrounding him, was Mandel Gruber. Seldon felt he could take no more. He took in the blaster lying at Gruber's feet. It had been Andoran's, he was sure. He asked softly, "Gruber, what have you done?" Gruber, staring at him, babbled, "Everyone screaming and yelling. I thought, who would know? They would think someone else had killed the Emperor. But then I couldn't run." "But, Gruber, why?" "So I wouldn't have to be chief gardener." And he collapsed. Seldon stared in shock at the unconscious Gruber. Everything had worked out by the narrowest of margins. He himself was alive, Raich was alive, Andoran was dead, and the Joranumite conspiracy would now be hunted down to the last person. The center would have held, just as psychohistory had dictated. And then one man, for a reason so trivial as to defy analysis, had killed the Emperor. And now, thought Seldon in despair, what do we do? What happens next? Part 3. Doors Venabili. Venabili, Doors. The life of Harry Seldon is well encrusted with legend and uncertainty, so that little hope remains of ever obtaining a biography that can be thoroughly factual. Perhaps the most puzzling aspect of his life deals with his consort, Doris Venabili. There is no information whatever concerning Doris Venabili, except for her birth on the world of Cinna, prior to her arrival at Streeling University to become a member of the history faculty. Shortly after that, she met Seldon, and remained his consort for 28 years. If anything, her life is more interlarded with legend than Seldon's is. There are quite unbelievable tales of her strength and speed, and she was widely spoken of, or perhaps whispered of, as the Tiger Woman. Still more puzzling than her coming, however, is her going. For after a certain time we hear of her no more, and there is no indication as to what happened. Her role as a historian is evidenced by her works on Encyclopedia Galactica. Chapter 1. Wanda was almost 8 years old now, going by Galactic Standard Time, as everyone did. She was quite the little lady, grave in manner, with straight, light brown hair. Her eyes were blue, but were darkening, and she might well end with the brown eyes of her father. She sat there, lost in thought. 60. That was the number that preoccupied her. Grandfather was going to have a birthday, and it was going to be his 60th. And 60 was a large number. It bothered her because yesterday she had had a bad dream about it. She went in search of her mother. She would have to ask. Her mother was not hard to find. She was talking to Grandfather about the birthday, surely. Wanda hesitated. It wouldn't be nice to ask in front of Grandfather. Her mother had no trouble whatever sensing Wanda's consternation. She said, "1 minute, Harry, and let's see what's bothering Wanda. What is it, dear?" Wanda pulled at her hand. "Not here, Mother. Private." Manella turned to Harry Seldon. "See how early it starts? Private lives, private problems." "Of course, Wanda. Shall we go to your room?" "Yes, Mother." Wanda was clearly relieved. Hand in hand they went, and then her mother said, "Now, what is the problem, Wanda?" "It's Grandfather, Mother." "Grandfather? I can't imagine him doing anything to bother you." "Well, he is." Wanda's eyes filled with sudden tears. "Is he going to die?" "Your grandfather? What put that into your head, Wanda?" "He's going to be 60. That's so old." "No, it isn't. It's not young, but it's not old either. People live to be 80, 90, even 100. And your grandfather is strong and healthy. He'll live a long time." "Are you sure?" She was sniffing. Manella grasped her daughter by the shoulders and looked her straight in the eyes. "We must all die someday, Wanda. I've explained that to you before. Just the same, we don't worry about it till the someday is much closer." She wiped Wanda's eyes gently. "Grandfather is going to stay alive till you're all grown up and have babies of your own. You'll see. Now, come back with me. I want you to talk to Grandfather." Wanda sniffed again. Seldon looked at the little girl with a sympathetic expression on her return and said, "What is it, Wanda? Why are you unhappy?" Wanda shook her head. Seldon turned his gaze to the girl's mother. "Well, what is it, Manella?" Manella shook her head. "She'll have to tell you herself." Seldon sat down and tapped his lap. "Come, Wanda, have a seat. and tell me your troubles." She obeyed and wriggled a bit, then said, "I'm scared." Seldon put his arm around her. "Nothing to be scared of in your old grandfather." Manila made a face. "Wrong word." Seldon looked up at her. "Grandfather?" "No. Old." That seemed to break the dike. Wanda burst into tears. "You're old, Grandfather." "I suppose so. I'm 60. He bent his face down to Wanda's and whispered, "I don't like it either, Wanda. That's why I'm glad you're only 7 going on 8. "Your hair is white, Grandpa." "It wasn't always. It just turned white recently." "White hair means you're going to die, Grandpa." Seldon looked shocked. He said to Manila, "What is all this?" "I don't know, Harry. It's her own idea." "I had a bad dream," said Wanda. Seldon cleared his throat. "We all have bad dreams now and then, Wanda. It's good we do. Bad dreams get rid of bad thoughts, and then we're better off." "It was about you dying, Grandfather." I know. Dreams can be about dying, but that doesn't make them important. Look at me. Don't you see how alive I am, and cheerful, and laughing? Do I look as though I'm dying? Tell me." No." "There you are, then. Now you go out and play and forget all about this. I'm just having a birthday, and everyone will have a good time. Go ahead, dear." Wanda left in reasonable cheer, but Seldon motioned to Manila to stay. Chapter 2. Seldon said, "Wherever do you think Wanda got such a notion?" "Come now, Harry. She had a Salvanian gecko that died, remember? One of her friends had a father who died in an accident, and she sees deaths on holovision all the time. It is impossible for any child to be so protected as not to be aware of death. Actually, I wouldn't want her to be so protected. Death is an essential part of life. She must learn that." "I don't mean death in general, Manila. I mean my death in particular. What has put that into her head?" Manila hesitated. She was very fond indeed of Harry Seldon. She thought, who would not be? So how can I say this? But how could she not say this? So she said, "Harry, you yourself put it into her head." "I?" "Of course. You've been speaking for months of turning 60 and complaining loudly of growing old. The only reason people are setting up this party is to console you." "It's no fun turning 60, said Seldon indignantly. Wait, you'll find out." "I will, if I'm lucky. Some people don't make it to 60. Just the same, if turning 60 and being old are all you talk about, you end up frightening an impressionable little girl." Seldon sighed and looked troubled. "I'm sorry, but it's hard. Look at my hands. They're getting spotted, and soon they'll be gnarled. I can do hardly anything in the way of twisting any longer. A child could probably force me to my knees." "In what way does that make you different from other 60-year-olds? At least your brain is working as well as ever. How often have you said that that's all that counts?" "I know, but I miss my body." Manila said with just a touch of malice, "Especially when Doris doesn't seem to get any older." Seldon said uneasily, "Well, yes, I suppose." He looked away, clearly unwilling to talk about the matter. Manella looked at her father-in-law gravely. The trouble was, he knew nothing about children, or about people generally. It was hard to think that he had spent 10 years as First Minister under the old emperor, and yet ended up knowing as little about people as he did. Of course, he was entirely wrapped up in this psychohistory of his that dealt with quadrillions of people, which ultimately meant dealing with no people at all as individuals. And how could he know about children when he had had no contact with any child except Rach, who had entered his life as a 12-year-old? Now he had Wanda, who was, and would probably remain to him, an utter mystery. Manella thought all this lovingly. She had the incredible desire to protect Harry Seldon from a world he did not understand. It was the only point at which she and her mother-in-law, Doris Venabili, met and coalesced, this desire to protect Harry Seldon. Manella had saved Seldon's life 10 years before. Doris, in her strange way, had considered this an invasion of her prerogative, and had never quite forgiven Manella. Seldon, in his turn, had then saved Manella's life. She closed her eyes briefly, and the whole scene returned to her, almost as though it were happening to her right now. Chapter 3. It was a week after the assassination of Cleon, and a horrible week it had been. All of Trantor was in chaos. Harry Seldon still kept his office as First Minister, but it was clear he had no power. He called in Manella Dubanka. "I want to thank you for saving Rach's life and my own. I haven't had a chance to do so yet." Then, with a sigh, "I have scarcely had a chance to do anything this past week." Manella asked, "What happened to the mad gardener?" "Executed, at once, no trial. I tried to save him by pointing out that he was insane. But there was no question about it. If he had done anything else, committed any other crime, his madness would have been recognized and he would have been spared. Committed, locked up and treated, but spared nonetheless. But to kill the emperor—" Seldon shook his head sadly. Manella said, "What's going to happen now, First Minister?" "I'll tell you what I think. The Entun dynasty is finished. Cleon's son will not succeed. I don't think he wants to. He fears assassination in his turn, and I don't blame him one bit. It would be much better for him to retire to one of the family estates on some outer world and live a quiet life there. Because he is a member of the imperial house, he will undoubtedly be allowed to do this. You and I may be less fortunate." Manella frowned. "In what way, sir?" Seldon cleared his throat. "It is possible to argue that because you killed Gleb Andoran, he dropped his blaster, which became available to Mandel Gruber, who used it to kill Cleon. Therefore, you bear a strong share of the responsibility of the crime, and it may even be said that it was all prearranged." "But that's ridiculous. I am a member of the security establishment, fulfilling my duties, doing what I was ordered to do." Seldon smiled sadly. "You're arguing rationally, and rationality is not going to be in fashion for a while. What's going to happen now, in the absence of a legitimate successor to the imperial throne, is that we are bound to have a military government." In later years, when Manella came to understand the workings of psychohistory, she wondered if Seldon had used the technique to work out what was going to happen. for the military rule certainly came to pass. At the time, however, he made no mention of his fledgling theory. If we do have a military government, he went on, then it will be necessary for them to establish a firm rule at once, crush any signs of disaffection, act vigorously and cruelly, even in defiance of rationality and justice. If they accuse you, Miss Dubanka, of being part of a plot to kill the Emperor, you will be slaughtered, not as an act of justice, but as a way of cowing the people of Trantor. For that matter, they might say that I was part of the plot, too. After all, I went out to greet the new gardeners when it was not my place to do so. Had I not done so, there would have been no attempt to kill me. You would not have struck back, and the Emperor would have lived. Do you see how it all fits? I can't believe they will do this. Perhaps they won't. I'll make them an offer that just perhaps they may not wish to refuse. What would that be? I will offer to resign as First Minister. They don't want me. They won't have me. But the fact is that I do have supporters at the Imperial Court, and even more important, people in the outer worlds who find me acceptable. That means that if the members of the Imperial Guard force me out, then even if they don't execute me, they will have some trouble. If, on the other hand, I resign, stating that I believe the military government is what Trantor and the Empire needs, then I actually help them, you see? He mused a little and said, Besides, there is the little matter of psychohistory. That was the first time Manella had ever heard the word. What's that? Something I'm working on. Cleon believed in its powers very strongly, more strongly than I did at the time. And there's a considerable feeling in the court that psychohistory is, or might be, a powerful tool that could be made to work on the side of the government, whatever the government might be. Nor does it matter if they know nothing about the details of the science. I'd rather they didn't. Lack of knowledge can increase what we might call the superstitious aspect of the situation. In which case, they will let me continue working on my research as a private citizen. At least, I hope so. And that brings me to you. What about me? I'm going to ask, as part of the deal, that you be allowed to resign from the security establishment and that no action be taken against you over the events in connection with the assassination. I ought to be able to get that. But you're talking about ending my career. Your career is in any case over. Even if the Imperial Guard doesn't work up an order of execution against you, can you imagine that you will be allowed to continue working as a security officer? But what do I do? How do I make a living? I'll take care of that, Miss Dubanka. In all likelihood, I'll go back to Streeling University with a large grant for my psychohistorical research, and I'm sure that I can find a place for you. Manella, round-eyed, said, Why should you? Seldon said, I can't believe you're asking. You saved Rach's life and my own. Is it conceivable that I don't owe you anything? And it was as he said. Seldon resigned gracefully from the post he had held for 10 years. He was given a fulsome letter of appreciation for his services by the just-formed military government, a junta led by certain members of the Imperial Guard and the armed forces. He returned to Streeling University, and Manella Dubanka, relieved of her own post as a security officer, went with Seldon and his family. Chapter 4. Rach came in, blowing on his hands. I'm all for deliberate variety in the weather. You don't want things under a dome to always be the same. Today, though, they made it just a little too cold and worked up a wind besides. I think it's about time someone complained to weather control. I don't know that it's weather control's fault, said Seldon. It's getting harder to control things in general. I know. Deterioration. Raich brushed his thick black mustache with the back of his hand. He did that often, as though he had never quite managed to get over the few months during which he had been mustacheless in Y. He had also put on a little weight around the middle, and overall had come to seem very comfortable and middle class. Even his dull accent had faded somewhat. He took off his light coverall and said, "And how's the old birthday boy?" Resenting it. Wait, my son. One of these days you'll be celebrating your 40th birthday. We'll see how funny you think that is. Not as funny as 60. Stop joking, said Manella, who had been chafing Raich's hands, trying to warm them. Seldon spread his own hands. We're doing the wrong thing, Raich. Your wife is of the opinion that all this talk about my turning 60 has sent little Wanda into a decline over the possibility of my dying. Really? Said Raich. That accounts for it, then. I stopped in to see her, and she told me at once, before I even had a chance to say a word, that she had had a bad dream. Was it about your dying? Apparently, said Seldon. Well, she'll get over that. No way of stopping bad dreams. I'm not dismissing it that easily, said Manella. She's brooding over it, and that's not healthy. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. As you say, Manella, said Raich agreeably. You're my dear wife, and whatever you say about Wanda goes. And he brushed his mustache again. His dear wife. It hadn't been so easy to make her his dear wife. Raich remembered his mother's attitude toward the possibility. Talk about nightmares. It was he who had the periodic nightmares in which he had to face down the furious Doris Venabile once more. Chapter 5. Raich's first clear memory, after emerging from his Desperance-induced ordeal, was that of being shaved. He felt the vibro-razor moving along his cheek, and he said weakly, "Don't cut anywhere near my upper lip, barber. I want my mustache back." The barber, who had already received his instructions from Seldon, held up a mirror to reassure him. Doris Venabile, who was sitting at his bedside, said, "Let him work, Raich. Don't excite yourself." Raich's eyes turned toward her momentarily, and he was quiet. When the barber left, Doris said, "How do you feel, Raich?" "Rotten," he muttered. "I'm so depressed I can't stand it." "That's the lingering effect of the Desperance you've been dosed with. The effects will wash out." "I can't believe it. How long has it been?" "Never mind. It will take time. You were pumped full of it." He looked around restlessly. "Has Manella been to see me?" "That woman?" Raich was getting used to hearing Doris speak of Manella with those words and in that tone of voice. "No, you're not fit for visitors yet." Interpreting the look on Raich's face, Doris quickly added, "I'm an exception because I'm your mother, Raich. Why would you want that woman to see you anyway? You're in no condition to be seen." "All the more reason to see her," muttered Raich. "I want her to see me at my worst." He then turned to one side dispiritedly. I want to sleep. Doris Van Ebele shook her head. Later that day, she said to Seldon, I don't know what we're going to do about Raich, Harry. He's quite unreasonable. Seldon said, He's not well, Doris. Give the young man a chance. He keeps muttering about that woman, whatever her name is. Manella Dubanka. It's not a hard name to remember. I think he wants to set up housekeeping with her, live with her, marry her. Seldon shrugged. Raich is 30, old enough to make up his own mind. As his parents, we have something to say, surely. Harry sighed. And I'm sure you said it, Doris. And once you've said it, I'm sure he'll do as he wishes. Is that your final word? Do you intend to do nothing while he makes plans to marry a woman like that? What do you expect me to do, Doris? Manella saved Raich's life. Do you expect him to forget that? She saved mine, too, for that matter. That seemed to feed Dora's anger. She said, And you also saved her. The score is even. I didn't exactly. Of course you did. The military rascals who now run the Empire would have slaughtered her if you didn't step in and sell them your resignation and your support in order to save her. Though I may have evened the score, which I don't think I have, Raich has not. And, Doris, dear, I would be very careful when it came to using unfortunate terms to describe our government. These times are not going to be as easy as the times when Cleon ruled, and there will always be informers to repeat what they hear you say. Never mind that. I don't like that woman. I presume that at least is permissible. Permissible, certainly, but of no use. Harry looked down at the floor, deep in thought. Dora's usually unfathomable black eyes were positively flashing in anger. Harry looked up. What I'd like to know, Doris, is why. Why do you dislike Manella so? She saved our lives. If it had not been for her quick action, both Raich and I would be dead. Doris snapped back. Yes, Harry. I know that better than anyone. And if she had not been there, I would not have been able to do a thing to prevent your murder. I suppose you think I should be grateful. But every time I look at that woman, I am reminded of my failure. I know these feelings are not truly rational, and that is something I can't explain. So do not ask me to like her, Harry. I cannot. But the next day, even Doris had to back down when the doctor said, Your son wishes to see a woman named Manella. He's in no condition to see visitors, snapped Doris. On the contrary, he is. He's doing quite well. Besides, he insists, and is doing so most strenuously. I don't know that we'd be wise to refuse him. So they brought in Manella, and Raich greeted her effusively, and with the first faint signs of happiness since he had arrived at the hospital. He made an unmistakable small gesture of dismissal at Doris. Lips tightened. She left. And the day came when Raich said, She'll have me, Mom. Doris said, Do you expect me to be surprised, you foolish man? Of course she'll have you. You're her only chance, now that she's been disgraced, ousted from the security establishment. Raich said, Mom, if you're trying to lose me, this is exactly the way of doing it. Don't say things like that. I'm only thinking of your welfare. I'll think of my own good, thank you. I'm no one's ticket to respectability, if you'll stop to think of it. I'm not exactly handsome. I'm short. Dad isn't First Minister anymore, and I talk solid lower class. What's there for her to be proud of in me? She can do a lot better, but she wants me. And let me tell you, I want her. But you know what she is. Of course I know what she is. She's a woman who loves me. She's the woman I love. That's what she is. And before you fell in love with her, what was she? You know some of what she had to do while undercover in Y. You were one of her assignments. How many others were there? Are you able to live with her past, with what she did in the name of duty? Now you can afford to be idealistic. But someday you will have your first quarrel with her, or your second, or your 19th, and you'll break down and say, Rach shouted angrily. Don't say that. When we fight, I'll call her unreasonable, irrational, nagging, whining, inconsiderate, a million adjectives that will fit the situation. And she'll have words for me. But they'll all be sensible words that can be withdrawn when the fight is over. You think so, but just wait till it happens. Rach had turned white. He said, Mother, you've been with Father now for almost 20 years. Father is a hard man to disagree with, but there have been times when you two have argued. I've heard you. In all those 20 years, has he ever called you by any name that would in any way compromise your role as human being? For that matter, have I done so? Can you conceive of me doing so now, no matter how angry I get? Doris struggled. Her face did not show emotion in quite the same way that Rach's did, or Seldon's would, but it was clear that she was momentarily incapable of speech. In fact, said Rach, pushing his advantage, and feeling horrible at doing so, the fact of the matter is that you are jealous because Manella saved Dad's life. You don't want anyone to do that but you. Well, you had no chance to do so. Would you prefer it if Manella had not shot Andoran? If Dad had died? And me too? Doris said in a choked voice, He insisted on going out to meet the gardeners alone. He would not allow me to come. But that wasn't Manella's fault. Is that why you want to marry her? Gratitude? No, love. And so it was. But Manella said to Rach after the ceremony, Your mother may have attended the wedding because you insisted, Rach, but she looked like one of those thunderclouds they sometimes send sailing under the dome. Rach laughed. She doesn't have the face to be a thundercloud. You're just imagining it. Not at all. How will we ever get her to give us a chance? We'll just be patient. She'll get over it. But Doris Van Ebele didn't. 2 years after the wedding, Wanda was born. Dora's attitude toward the child was all Rach and Manella could have wanted. But Wanda's mother remained that woman to Rach's mother.